Chapter 495. Amidst her sharp cry, the little gold mouse transformed into an exceedingly swift golden light that left Duan Lingtian's shoulder and shot towards the horizon. Whereas the bolt of tribulation lightning that descended with a bang turned around above Duan Lingtian's head and chased after the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse stopped moving and stood in midair. As she looked at the bolt of tribulation lightning that flashed over, the little gold mouse's jade-green eyes contained slight disdain mixed within. Bang! The bolt of tribulation lightning charged menacingly directly towards the little gold mouse. The bolt of tribulation lightning was about to strike the little gold mouse. Squeak! The little gold mouse's body didn't even enlarge as she opened her mouth and let out a sharp cry. Instantly, the air trembled, and the surrounding airflow started to flash towards the little gold mouse's mouth like a bolt of lightning. Whereas the bolt of tribulation lightning was swallowed into the little gold mouse's stomach without the slightest delay. The thunder was loud, but the rain was small. In the blink of an eye, the bolt of tribulation lightning that approached menacingly had become food in the little gold mouse's stomach. Squeak squeak tilde the little gold mouse rubbed her bulging stomach as she looked complacently at Duan Lingtian, wanting to take credit. In next to no time, she noticed that Duan Lingtian stood there like a block of wood without the slightest reaction, and she instantly drooped her little head in slight dejection. Bang! Bang! The dark clouds in the horizon roiled as the sixth bolt of tribulation lightning of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, which was also the last bolt of tribulation lightning, had finally condensed into form and descended with a bang. Accompanying its descent was another bolt of tribulation lightning that possessed might not inferior to it. Squeak squeak tilde the little gold mouse's eyes glowed as she flashed out to approach Duan Lingtian and wait for the descent of the two bolts of tribulation lightning. The first bolt of tribulation lightning descended with a bang like a falling meteor, and its target was Duan Lingtian. Squeak! But, even though the bolt of tribulation lightning came menacingly, it was swallowed into the little gold mouse's stomach without the slightest delay when she opened her mouth. Subsequently, the little gold mouse's gaze descended onto the bolt of tribulation lightning at the back. Right when the little gold mouse opened her mouth once more with the intention of swallowing the last bolt of tribulation lightning. Little gold, leave this bolt of tribulation lightning to me. Duan Lingtian woke up, and as soon as he opened his eyes, his body moved. As swift as the wind, as shocking as thunder. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian soared into the sky to greet the final bolt of lightning that descended with a bang. Now, it's time to test the might of the lightning force I just comprehended. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a smile. His gaze suddenly focused as he raised his hand, his sleeve fluttering as he pointed out with his finger. His yuan power condensed with an awe-inspiring might that seemed capable of piercing through everything. Tempest finger. A light beam shot out from Duan Lingtian's fingertip. It was intertwined with strands of green and purple gang qi. The purple gang qi was slightly weaker, but not by much. The beam of origin energy was accompanied by wind force and lightning force as it swept out, and it formed the true tempest force. Whoosh! The tempest point shot out with an ear-piercing screech. The airflow in the air moved as it fiercely hit the last tribulation lightning. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out as the last tribulation lightning was directly shattered by Duan Lingtian's finger, and it transformed into nothingness. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged, and he was calm and composed. His internal organs only trembled slightly. At this moment, beside the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Duan Lingtian, another 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared, amongst the 1,000 ancient mammoths that had been added. Amongst them, the strength of 500 ancient mammoths belonged to wind force, half-step advanced wind force. The strength of the other 500 ancient mammoths belonged to lightning force, half-step advanced lightning force. Duan Lingtian had gotten his wish and comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. I have to thank the fifth tribulation lightning that replicated the lightning tribulation that blasted towards Little Gold that I was able to comprehend half-step advanced lightning force. At the same time that Duan Lingtian had a slight lingering fear in his heart when he thought of what happened earlier, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. That tribulation lightning flashed directly towards him. If the little gold mouse didn't make a move in time, he would surely die. At that moment, He even slightly regretted why he was so arrogant and didn't use a spirit sword since the beginning. Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't use a spirit sword for the sake of being able to use Tempest Point to resist the Tribulation Lightning, and comprehend lightning force while resisting the Tribulation Lightning. Even though Tempest Point could be executed with a spirit sword, and its might was similarly great, but its effect would be greatly reduced. Tempest Point was a finger technique martial skill after all. Executing it with the finger was the way of the king, right when Duan Lingtian was enveloped by the energy of the Tribulation Lightning and was about to be blasted by the Tribulation Lightning. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had a clear comprehension of the characteristics of lightning and everything about lightning. This sort of comprehension was similar to sudden enlightenment, yet it wasn't completely sudden enlightenment. After all, he'd already developed a lightning force seed. Just like that time, he didn't know anything about wind force, and then he directly comprehended wind force in one go. That could be called a true epiphany, whereas this time, Duan Lingtian mostly relied on the Tribulation Lightning and relied on Tempest Point to allow his lightning force seed to grow into half-step advanced lightning force in a short period of time. Half-step advanced wind force, half-step advanced lightning force. Presently, my Tempest Point can already be considered to have broken through to the mastery stage, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and an excited expression couldn't help but appear on his face. This was something he'd never expected beforehand. Tempest Point was a high-grade Earth-rank martial skill that came with the fifth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Lightning WRM form, and its might was extraordinary. Whereas the advancement of one's cultivation was extremely difficult, and it was different from ordinary high-grade Earth-rank martial skills. For ordinary high-grade Earth-rank martial skills, so long as one's force was improved, then one's cultivation could be improved along with it. Just like the high-grade Earth-rank movement technique Duan Lingtian cultivated, Whirlwind. So long as one's wind force was improved to a certain extent, then Whirlwind would be able to improve along with it. Presently, Duan Lingtian had comprehended half-step advanced wind force, and Whirlwind had improved to the mastery stage along with it. Whereas Tempest Point instead required wind force and lightning force to improve at the same time before it could complete the advancement of its cultivation. Just like before, even though Duan Lingtian had comprehended half-step advanced wind force, because he hadn't comprehended lightning force, even if he executed the Tempest Point, it would still be an incomplete Tempest Point, and it was even to the extent that it hadn't even stepped into the initial stage. The Tempest Point's cultivation required both wind force and lightning force to satisfy the conditions at the same time before it could be improved. Just like now, Duan Lingtian's wind force and lightning force were both half-step advanced force, and the Tempest Point he executed when they complemented each other could be considered to have stepped into the mastery stage. Whereas if he wanted to cultivate Tempest Point to the perfection stage, then he must cultivate both wind force and lightning force to the advanced stage at the same time. My Tempest Point is sufficient to crush any high-grade Earth-rank martial skill of the same cultivation. This was something Duan Lingtian was extremely confident in. What a joke! Tempest Point was a high-grade Earth-rank martial skill that came along with the Nine Dragon War Sovereign technique, and its might wasn't inferior to any high-grade Earth-rank martial skill in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. After all, this was a martial skill that utilized two types of force complementing each other. A high-grade Earth-rank martial skill like this was extremely rare. Even in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, there weren't many martial skills like this. Finally, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, and he looked at the little gold mouse that descended on his shoulder as he said with a smile, "Little Gold, looks like you're not far away from breaking through to the next level. I thought you would be able to rely on the medicinal strength of the Monkey King wine to break through this time. Big brother Lingtian, give me some more." The little gold mouse looked eagerly at Duan Lingtian, and her jade-green eyes were filled with yearning. "We'll talk about it in the future." Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head, then his brows raised as his gaze descended onto the vast city behind the clouds and mist in the distance. "We ought to enter the city. Once the Dragon and Phoenix Academy is settled down, I'll give you 2 more drops of Monkey King wine, and they're the last 2 drops. Big brother Lingtian, you're too stingy." The little gold mouse once again sent a voice transmission, and she was slightly unhappy. "It's not that I'm stingy, but this Monkey King wine is the same as spirit fruits. After consuming it once and consuming it later on, its effects will decrease infinitely. No matter how much I give you, it's still a waste. Moreover, I don't have much Monkey King wine in my possession. Duan Lingtian shook his head and revealed a bitter smile. Does this little gold really think that the Monkey King wine in my possession is an ordinary wine that I can have as much as I want? The little gold mouse went silent for a moment when she heard Duan Lingtian, then she started jumping for joy. Like a child that hadn't grown up. Let's go, enter the city. Duan Lingtian brought along the little gold mouse as his figure flashed out towards the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian only descended from the sky when they arrived outside the entrance of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Meanwhile, many void prying stage martial artists that had similarly descended noticed Duan Lingtian. At the beginning, they didn't pay much attention to him, but when they saw Duan Lingtian's appearance clearly, they were instead dumbstruck. This young man looks to be less than 25 years old, yet is actually already a void prying stage martial artist. A void prying stage martial artist couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva as he spoke in astonishment. Impossible, right? The head of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great young masters, Crazy Young Master, had only just stepped into the void prying stage at the age of 29. His companion shook his head and didn't dare believe it. Could it be that he took good care of himself? The former was surprised and bewildered. It's possible. The latter nodded in all seriousness. Waves of similar discussions sounded out from the mouths of the void prying stage martial artists that saw Duan Lingtian descend from the sky. Duan Lingtian naturally heard it as well, and he was speechless. Took good care of himself. To think that they were able to think of it. However, they did remind me. In the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, there are indeed many methods of taking good care of oneself, but most of them are assisted by spirit medicines. If it's a woman or a martial artist that has stepped into the void prying stage or above, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Duan Lingtian flashed through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and thought in his heart. That deadbeat father of mine is 50 years old, yet looks to be around 30 years old. There's only 2 possibilities. Firstly, he consumed a spirit medicine that slows down the aging of one's appearance. Secondly, he once broke through to the void prying stage. Chapter 496. As for women. Perhaps it was because the heavens had bestowed upon men various advantages over women, so they compensated women in other aspects. So long as women took care of themselves, they were able to slow down aging to a certain extent, just like Duan Lingtian's mother, Li Ru. Even though she was a little over 40 years old, she looked as if she wasn't even 30 years old yet. This was the innate advantage of women. So long as one's cultivation steps into the void prying stage, even though it's not to the extent of rejuvenating oneself, but so long as one intends, one can use origin energy to control aging to a certain extent. It's even to the extent that martial artists at the void prying stage and above still have the appearance of a middle-aged man when they die of old age 100 years later. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Presently, the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu ceaselessly flashed within his mind. So long as one has the patience to frequently use origin energy to activate one's flesh and skin, the higher one's cultivation is, the better one can slow down aging. During the first lifetime of Samsara Emperor Wu, his cultivation stepped into the Emperor Wu stage, and he was already 120 years old. But at that time, merely based on his outer appearance, he was only a middle-aged man around the age of 50. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian found out about the appearance of Samsara Emperor Wu before he underwent samsara. As for the second lifetime of Samsara Emperor Wu, before he underwent samsara, he was 113 years old, and his outer appearance was only a young man around the age of 30. Duan Lingtian's mood surged. 113 years old, yet looked like a young man around the age of 30. What sort of concept was this? Of course, Duan Lingtian knew the reason Samsara Emperor Wu was able to maintain such a young appearance during his second lifetime. During his second lifetime of Samsara Emperor Wu, his cultivation had already broken through to the void prying stage at the age of 25. Since that time, Samsara Emperor Wu intentionally used origin energy to slow down his aging. Later on, Samsara Emperor Wu found the treasures he left behind during his first lifetime, and he stepped into the void initiation stage, void interpretation stage, and even the void transformation stage at an extremely fast speed. Later on, the rebirth martial emperor even became a martial monarch when he was 50 years old by relying on the experience of his first lifetime. At the age of 60, he successfully became Emperor Wu. The achievements of the reincarnation Emperor Wu in his second lifetime, especially the time he spent to become Emperor Wu, could be said to be unprecedented on Cloud Continent. At the very least, in the history of Cloud Continent, there had never been such a young Emperor Wu. Once one becomes a martial emperor, although one can't rejuvenate their youth, they can retain their youth forever. If the Emperor Wu of the Samsara era had become a martial emperor 10 years earlier, he might have been able to maintain his appearance when he was 26 or 27 years old. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he thought in his heart. Martial artists at the void prying stage and above mostly can't be judged by appearance and age. Even if a martial artist at the void prying stage and above didn't intentionally use origin energy to slow down their aging, their formidable origin energy is still able to unintentionally slow down their aging, and their aging speed is far slower than ordinary martial artists. Duan Lingtian shook his head and withdrew his thoughts. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian disregarded the surprised gazes from the surroundings as he walked with large strides towards the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city was boundlessly vast and imposing, and it was like an enormous beast that lay there. The wide-open door was like the bloody maw of this enormous beast, and it ceaselessly swallowed people into its stomach. On both sides of the door was a row of armored soldiers guarding there. They stood ramrod straight, and their gazes didn't contain the slightest expression as they looked coldly and indifferently ahead. Duan Lingtian slowly walked into the city, and the little gold mouse on his shoulder looked around with interest. The cute little gold mouse drew the gazes of many people. These people were mostly women and children. "Mom, what a cute little gold mouse." An immature voice sounded out from the side, and it was naive and unaffected. Duan Lingtian slightly turned his head and saw an ordinary woman carrying a little boy as she walked nearby. "Young master, the child speaks without thinking, I hope you can forgive him." The woman hurriedly covered the little boy's mouth, and she had a terrified expression as she bowed and apologized to Duan Lingtian. "It's fine." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He naturally guessed why the woman had such a reaction. The violet clothes he wore weren't ordinary cloth, but were instead made from special silk that was worth 1,000 gold coins. Obviously, the woman discerned that he was extraordinary from the clothes he wore. Duan Lingtian didn't know. This woman didn't merely discern that he was extraordinary from the clothes he wore. The bearing he unintentionally emitted coupled with his clothes gave the woman the feeling that he was a respected existence that couldn't be offended. This world is like this, there's a clear distinction between ranks. Before these ordinary people, I'm different and high above. However, in front of the current me, those experts at the ascension stage and above are similarly high and mighty. The woman's reaction caused Duan Lingtian to sigh with emotion. He knew that only by standing at the peak and becoming a person above others would he be able to make this feeling vanish. Otherwise, there would always be someone that stood higher than him and was able to look down upon him. Duan Lingtian's heart of an expert had unknowingly become more tenacious. "Squeak squeak tilde," the little gold mouse suddenly cried out, and at the same time, a voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. "Big brother Lingtian, I'm hungry. I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat." Duan Lingtian lowered his head and rolled his eyes at the little gold mouse. "You little fellow, you're really a foodie." Even though he said this, Duan Lingtian still found a restaurant. The restaurant was incomparably luxurious, and it was far from something a small restaurant could compare to. It was only close to mealtime now, and the customers within the restaurant had just increased. Duan Lingtian occupied 2 tables by himself. "Customer, do you need anything?" The restaurant's attendant came over to greet Duan Lingtian and warmly entertained him. "Fill that table with various fragrant stir-fried meat. As for my table, just casually serve some of your restaurant's signature dishes and a jug of wine." Duan Lingtian chose a seat by the window and sat down, then he pointed at the empty table beside him as he spoke to the attendant. "Yes, Customer. The attendant replied and left with a face full of smiles. He loved to entertain this sort of frank customer the most. As for Duan Lingtian asking for 2 tables and only ordering stir-fried meat for the empty table, he didn't feel it was strange. He only thought that this customer still had companions that hadn't come, and this customer's companions preferred to eat meat. When the dishes were served and he saw the little gold mouse on Duan Lingtian's shoulder fly out to sweep away the stir-fried meat on the single table, the attendant was completely dumbstruck. As an attendant in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city, he felt that he'd seen much of the world. But it was truly the first time he'd seen someone so extravagantly ordering a table of stir-fried meat for a pet mouse to eat. The world of the rich is really not something we can understand. Even if it's the young masters and young misses of the great clans in the imperial city, I've seen many of them, but I've never seen them so extravagant. The attendant couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Meanwhile, the table the little gold mouse sat at attracted attention as expected. Extravagant. Too extravagant. This is the Drifting Fragrance restaurant. That table of stir-fried meat would at least cost 100 silver. 100 silver for a pet mouse's meal. Squandering. Too squandering. I wonder which young master is from, to actually squander like this. Even if he has money, he shouldn't spend it like this. For a time, the crowd of customers in the restaurant whispered in discussion. Ha ha. Little Gold, looks like they all think you're only a pet mouse. Duan Lingtian remained indifferent when he heard the whispers of these people, and he couldn't help but send a voice transmission to tease the little gold mouse. Squeak squeak tilde the little gold mouse cried out with dissatisfaction, yet couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the people around her, and she buried her head in eating. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Yet he didn't know what expression these people that were sighing about his extravagance and squandering would have if they knew that it was this little gold mouse that had helped him earn over 100 million gold. Almost 1 year ago in Blackwind City, he'd precisely relied on the deterrence of the little gold mouse to forcefully extort a large sum of money from the Ma clan and Huang clan. That huge sum of money added up to more than 100 million taels of gold. 100 silver for a table of dishes? Duan Lingtian remained indifferent. 100 taels of silver was equivalent to 1 tael of gold. Compared to the over 100 million gold that the little gold mouse had earned for him, it was simply a drop in the ocean and wasn't worth mentioning. Along with the passage of time, the restaurant was bustling with people, and there were no empty seats. Many people entered the restaurant, and because they didn't have a seat, they could only sigh and leave. Most of these people that left glanced at the little gold mouse that occupied a table by itself with envy and jealousy, and they all felt that their entire lives were inferior to a pet mouse. Duan Lingtian was originally still drinking and eating when a few figures approached, causing him to frown. Duan Lingtian lazily raised his head, and only now did he see a young man in embroidered clothes walking over with 2 middle-aged men. The young man in embroidered clothes' gaze descended onto the little gold mouse, and he was slightly surprised. Kid, this is your pet. Behind the young man in embroidered clothes, one of the middle-aged men took a step forward and looked at Duan Lingtian as he said in a low voice, "Go accompany your pet. Leave this table empty and give it to my young master. This is your reward." The middle-aged man spoke with an overbearing aura as he casually tossed out a gold bill. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian raised his hand to receive the gold bill, and when he glanced at the denomination on it, he was slightly surprised. 100 gold. Truly generous. Fuck off after taking the money. When he saw Duan Lingtian being surprised by a 100 gold bill, the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth curled into disdain, and he grunted coldly as he shouted in a low voice. Slap. Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted abruptly, and with a raise of his hand, a stack of gold bills appeared in his hand. This is 10,000 gold. Fuck off after taking the money. Remember, it's really fuck off. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he raised his head to look at the middle-aged man and grinned. His smile was filled with wickedness. Want to compete in wealth with me? 10,000 gold? Duan Lingtian's voice wasn't soft, and it attracted many gazes for a moment. In next to no time, when these gazes touched the young man in embroidered clothes, they lightly trembled as if they'd seen something terrifying. Chapter 497. Obviously, the background of this young man in embroidered clothes wasn't simple. However, was Duan Lingtian the type of person that would throw his dignity beneath the feet of another and allow the other party to trample on him because he was afraid of the other party's background? The answer was no. Kid. The middle-aged man's face sank when he saw Duan Lingtian being so insensible, and he shouted out coldly, "Do you know who my young master is? Let me tell you, my young master isn't someone a lowly commoner like you can offend. If you're sensible, then quickly F***K off. Be careful or it'll be too late for regret. Too late for regret." Duan Lingtian put away the 10,000 gold in his hand, then glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man with a smile on his face. "Then I'm curious how you'll make me too late for regret." Duan Lingtian's mood was extremely displeased from being disturbed while eating. "Kid, you're courting death." The middle-aged man's face sank as he shouted out explosively, then his figure leaned forward as his hand descended like a cattail leaf fan, enveloping towards Duan Lingtian with menacing momentum. In the sky above him, 1,500 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. This middle-aged man was obviously a half-step void stage martial artist. Meanwhile, most of the customers in the restaurant that saw this scene couldn't help but shake their heads and sighing with emotion that Duan Lingtian was too ostentatious and didn't know how to conceal his strength and bide his time, causing him to kick an iron plate in the end. Half-step void stage? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an arc when he saw the middle-aged man attacking him, and it contained slight disdain mixed within. Bang! The middle-aged man's palm descended, origin energy coiled and raged, and it carried the might to split mountains and split rocks as it flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian's chest, desiring to blast Duan Lingtian out of the restaurant with a single strike. It's not certain who's courting death. Right at this critical moment, Duan Lingtian spoke with a tone that contained slight laziness mixed within. Subsequently, everyone present noticed to their astonishment. 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes instantly appeared in the sky above the violet-clothed young man that spoke lazily. In the next moment, they saw something. The purple-clothed young man casually raised his hand and grabbed the middle-aged man's hand like an eagle grabbing a chick. Immediately after, "Get down." Duan Lingtian displayed a cultivation that completely suppressed the middle-aged man. After easily grabbing the middle-aged man's hand, he casually threw him out of the window. After the middle-aged man was thrown out, the elemental energy on his body started to wreak havoc. He swayed in the air, as if he was trying to adjust his landing position. Humph! A wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and with a raise of his hand, he pointed out one finger after another. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, strands of pure origin energy condensed into finger force that whistled out and swept towards the middle-aged man. Duan Lingtian held back when he attacked. The middle-aged man came to his senses and didn't dare to act rashly. He allowed his body to fall to the ground in its original state. He knew clearly in his heart that the moment he moved, those elemental energy fingers would mercilessly hit him and penetrate his body. Bang! The middle-aged man whose body had stiffened and was terrified to the point he broke out in cold sweat fiercely fell on the street outside the restaurant, and he fell flat on his face and was in an extremely sorry state. As expected, this scene drew the attention of the passers-by. Within the restaurant. After he taught the middle-aged man a lesson, Duan Lingtian didn't even spare a glance at the young man in embroidered clothes and the other middle-aged man. At this moment, the pupils of the young man in embroidered clothes who'd maintained his composure since the beginning couldn't help but constrict, and he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. "I never imagined that brother is already a void-prying stage martial artist at such a young age. Admirable, admirable." Duan Lingtian paid no attention to the young man in embroidered clothes. The young man in embroidered clothes was slightly embarrassed, and then he squeezed out a trace of a smile on his face. "I'm the G-Clan's G-Fong. I hope brother can forgive my subordinates for offending you earlier. Can you not disturb my meal?" Duan Lingtian raised his head and glanced impatiently at G-Fong. G-Fong's face froze, then he took a deep breath and didn't get angry. "Sorry. I'll leave now, I'll leave now." As he spoke, G-Fong brought along the other middle-aged man and left the restaurant. The farce ended here. It caused the people in the restaurant to be slightly unsatisfied. I thought that the G-clan's young master Feng would take revenge for his subordinate. But I never imagined that he would leave with his tail between his legs. Truly disappointing. In my opinion, this G-clan's young master Feng is an intelligent person. This young man's cultivation has already stepped into the void prying stage at such a young age. Obviously, he's a young genius that was recommended to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy this time. I wonder which power recommended this young genius. This young man looks to be not more than 25 years old. Even if he takes good care of himself, he's probably not more than 30 years old. Such natural talent isn't the slightest bit inferior to the 5 great young masters, yet I've actually never heard of him in the past. The crowd of customers in the restaurant whispered in discussion, and they were all shocked by Duan Lingtian's cultivation. As for Duan Lingtian, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these people. Not more than 30 years old. Duan Lingtian felt a wave of speechlessness in his heart. Outside the restaurant, Ji Feng brought along the 2 middle-aged men and left with a calm expression, as if he'd already completely tossed the matter from before to the back of his mind. Young master, that kid is too arrogant. Could it be that we're just going to let it go like this? The middle-aged man that was thrown out of the window by Duan Lingtian earlier had an enraged expression as he gnashed his teeth and spoke. Me. Ji Feng coldly swept the middle-aged man with his gaze and said indifferently, "If you want to go back and teach him a lesson, I won't stop you. But I'll tell you in advance, even if you're killed by him, our G-clan won't stand up for you." The middle-aged man was instantly muddled when he heard this, and he drooped his head and didn't dare speak again. In the future, don't use force to solve problems so easily. Use your brain more. Ji Feng lectured the middle-aged man. That violet-clothed young man possesses a cultivation at the void prying stage at such a young age. He's surely one of the young geniuses that was recommended to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy this time. With his strength, it isn't difficult for him to become eminent in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Even if a person like this can't become a friend, he absolutely can't become an enemy. Moreover, do you think a power that's capable of fostering such a young expert would be simple? As he finished speaking, Ji Feng's tone obviously contained slight fear. Ji Feng's words caused the 2 middle-aged men to nod repeatedly, and they were sincerely convinced. Especially the middle-aged man that was ranting about his unwillingness earlier. His face was crimson red, and he felt that he'd lived all these years in vain, as he couldn't see things as clearly as his young master. However, he ought to have just arrived at the Imperial City. I reckon he'll go register at the Dragon and Phoenix Academy later. Let's go eat first, then we'll go register at the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. I'm really looking forward to seeing the young geniuses from all over the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Ji Feng's face revealed a smile as he muttered to himself. The others ought to not be as abnormal as that fellow from before, right? Half an hour later, Duan Lingtian and the little gold mouse successively finished sweeping away the dishes and intended to pay the bill and leave. Do you know how to get to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy? Duan Lingtian looked at the attendant and asked. The attendant was extremely respectful and reverent to Duan Lingtian now, and he respectfully guided the way for Duan Lingtian, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. What a joke! The young man before him was a void prying stage expert. Although he'd seen many void prying stage experts, it was still the first time he'd seen such a young one. Moreover, the young man had just thrown out the guard by the side of the G-clan's young master Feng, and it was awe-inspiring in terms of ferocity. Yes. After he found out about the location of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Duan Lingtian nodded, then looked at the gold bill of 100 silver on the table. Take this gold bill to settle the bill, and take the rest as a tip for you. I truly never imagined that someone would treat me to a meal as soon as I arrived at the Imperial City. Duan Lingtian stood up as he spoke, and after the little gold mouse leaped onto his shoulder, he left the restaurant. The 100 gold was precisely the gold left behind by the guard by the side of the G-clan's young master Feng. Thank you, young master, thank you, young master. The attendant's face flushed red when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he was extremely excited. 100 gold. It was equivalent to 10,000 silver. It was equivalent to his salary for a few tens of years. Under numerous gazes that were filled with envy and jealousy, The attendant took the gold to pay the bill. That young expert really did come for the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. I originally thought that the 5 great young genius representatives of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom heading to the Darkstone Empire 1 year from now would be occupied by the 5 great young masters. Now it would seem that another dark horse has appeared. 5 great young masters. In my opinion, the dark horse of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation isn't only that young expert from before. Supposedly, the 7-star sword sect that had already been annihilated had a genius disciple that luckily survived, and with that person's natural talent, he's probably already broken through to the void prying stage now. That 7-star sword sect disciple seems to be called Duan Lingtian, and he'd once successively defeated Saber Young Master and Zither Young Master. Most importantly, his age is far younger than any one of the 5 great young masters. In terms of natural talent, no one in the history of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is able to surpass him. The group of people in the restaurant discussed animatedly, and their words were filled with admiration towards Duan Lingtian. But even if his natural talent is great, even if he's already broken through to the void prying stage now, would he dare make an appearance? The Azure Forest Trisect has exhausted all their efforts to find him, wanting to drag him out and kill him. That Duan Lingtian has already caused the Azure Forest Trisect to be in a state of chaos at such a young age. I can imagine that if he's able to survive properly and matures, he'll surely become the nightmare of the Azure Forest Trisect. If I was him, I would lie dormant, and before I matured, I would absolutely not appear before the eyes of the Azure Forest Trisect. I hope he's able to come out. I'm extremely curious, on the path to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, exactly how far a monstrous genius like him can go. I'm extremely curious as well. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know that a group of people were discussing him in the restaurant earlier. Chapter 498. Duan Lingtian stood on the empty ground and was able to see many young geniuses walking over successively from all directions, and the space between their brows had slight excitement and arrogance mixed within. So many people. All of them are people recommended by the various powers of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he saw so many people. With a quick thought, he came to an understanding. These few days are the last few days for the young geniuses of the various powers to register at the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Many people ought to have only come to register in these few days. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and his gaze descended onto the empty ground before him. There was an arched door in front of them. At the side of the door stood a tall stone tablet, and on the stone tablet were 3 large words that were carved in a flamboyant style: Dragon and Phoenix Academy. These 4 words were carved in one go, and are filled with a pitilessly fierce aura. I presume it was personally carved by an expert. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Presently, there were 3 old men sitting behind a stone table before the arched door, and the stone table was neatly placed with brushes and ink. The young geniuses that gushed over from all directions successively arrived before the table of the 3 old men before withdrawing a certificate and passing it to the 3 old men for inspection. After they inspected it, the 3 old men would complete their registration and give them a command token. The people that obtained the command token excitedly passed through the arched door and walked into the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. There's really many people. Duan Lingtian looked at the 3 long lines before him and couldn't help but shake his head, then his body slightly leaned forward, intending to line up. Right at this moment. Roar. An enormous roar sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was like a thunderclap. Not only did it alarm Duan Lingtian, even the young geniuses that were lining up couldn't help but turn around to look over. Duan Lingtian turned around. With a single glance, he saw an enormous leopard walking over here, and everywhere it passed, the passers-by would move aside in succession. This leopard's entire body was covered in snow-white fur that seemed like white flames that were burning. Every time it opened its bloody mouth and emitted a low roar, it caused coldness to arise from the bottom of one's heart. Snow leopard. Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. He didn't think that there would be someone using this kind of beast as a means of transportation in the Imperial City. Snow leopard. A 7th-level nascent soul-stage fierce beast. 2 words immediately popped up in his mind. Acting tough. It's the Yin clan's Yin Zhe. Yin Zhe, the Yin clan's 2nd young master. In terms of natural talent, he's only inferior to the 5 great young masters of our azure forest imperial kingdom. I've long since heard of him. Since he's able to tame a snow leopard, the strength of this Yin clan's second young master is surely at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above. This Yin clan's second young master, Yin Zhe, is 29 years old this year, and his cultivation is supposedly already at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Many people were whispering, and Duan Lingtian knew the identity of the person who had come. Yin family? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. He had never heard of this family before. But presumably, it should be a clan from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city, and it wasn't an ordinary small clan. Duan Lingtian was able to discern this from the fearful gazes of many young geniuses. Ha ha! Yinzhe, you've really come early. Right at this moment, a hearty laughter sounded out. Accompanying this laughter was a shocking roar of a beast. An enormous wolf that was completely covered in black striped fur appeared. After the enormous wolf appeared, its scarlet red eyes stared fixedly at the snow leopard, as if it would pounce over and fight it at any moment. Black striped wolf. Many people exclaimed in surprise. Black striped wolf, a 7th level nascent soul stage fierce beast, and it was even more ferocious than the snow leopard. Another powerful dire beast. Many young geniuses looked enviously at the person on the back of the black striped wolf. Duan Lingtian looked over as well. This was a young man around the age of 30 that wore black clothes. His appearance was ordinary, but an insufferably arrogant expression was emitted from between his brows. Half-step void stage? Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out and detected this person's cultivation at the first possible moment. It's the Sima clan's Sima Yang. This Sima Yang is a genius martial artist of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom as well. In terms of natural talent, he's comparable to Yin Zhe and is only inferior to the 5 great young masters. Someone recognized the black-clothed young man and exclaimed in a low voice. Sima Yang, what a coincidence, I can even encounter you while registering. Yin Zhe grunted coldly. Obviously, he didn't get along well with Sima Yang. As soon as Yin Zhe finished speaking, he didn't pay any further attention to Sima Yang and commanded the snow leopard to continue walking towards the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's entrance. Everywhere it passed, all the young geniuses moved aside. In next to no time, the snow leopard that Yin Zhe sat on had arrived before Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian just happened to be standing at the empty space before the entrance. At this moment, Yin Zhe had 2 choices. The first was to go around Duan Lingtian's left side. The second was to go around Duan Lingtian's right side. After all, this empty space was extremely spacious. But Yin Zhe didn't choose, and instead glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian as he shouted coldly. Where did this kid that's still wet behind his ears come from? F***K off. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Yin Zhe, then paid no further attention to him, as if he utterly didn't hear what Yin Zhe said. Yin Zhe's face sank. Roar. The snow leopard that Yin Zhe sat on seemed to have noticed its master's rage, and it roared in a low voice at Duan Lingtian who was blocking the way. Duan Lingtian frowned, and finally spoke lazily. The road is so wide, don't you know how to go around it? Go around it. Yin Zhe's already gloomy face couldn't help but reveal a ridiculing smile when he heard Duan Lingtian. Kid that's still wet behind his ears, Yin Zhe, never go around it. If you know what's good for you, then quickly F***K off, otherwise, I'll make the snow leopard directly press down on you. His words were filled with a threatening intent. Duan Lingtian's calm expression finally sank. Make the snow leopard press down on me? Does this Yin Zhe really think he's a judge that decides life and death? Then I really want to know how you're going to make this snow leopard press down on me. The gloominess on Duan Lingtian's face instantly vanished without a trace, and replacing it was a brilliant smile. Duan Lingtian's words caused Yin Zhe to be unable to refrain from frowning. As the Yin clan's second young master and possessing extraordinary natural talent in the martial Dao, it was naturally impossible for him to be an idiot. Presently, there were only 2 possibilities why the violet-clothed young man before him still dared act like this after knowing his identity. Firstly, This was a rash youth that utterly didn't know what status their Yin clan possessed in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city. Secondly, this was an existence with a shocking background that wasn't afraid of their Yin clan. For a time, he instead hesitated. Roar. Right when Yinja was hesitating, another beast roar sounded out. A young man in embroidered clothes sat on an enormous tiger that was completely covered in sky blue fur as he walked over, and everywhere he passed, the passers-by moved aside. Ji Feng. The brows of Sima Yang, who sat on the black-striped wolf, raised as he greeted the young man in embroidered clothes. It's him. Duan Lingtian recognized the person that had arrived. It was precisely the young man in embroidered clothes that he'd met once in the restaurant earlier. At that time, he'd thrown an ignorant follower of the young man in embroidered clothes into the restaurant. He'd originally thought that the young man would stand up for his subordinate. Unexpectedly, the young man had actually left directly. At that time, he knew that the young man was an extremely scheming person, and it was absolutely impossible for the young man to make things difficult for the young man before he found out about the young man's background. A person like this was extremely terrifying. It's the Ji clan's Ji Feng. In terms of natural talent, this Ji Feng is a figure on par with Yinja and Sima Yang. He's only 29 years old, yet his cultivation has already stepped into the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Many young geniuses recognized Ji Feng. Yinja, you should obediently take a detour. Haha. Ji Feng imperceptibly nodded with a smile to Duan Lingtian, then he looked at Yinja, who rode a snow leopard and stood nearby before Duan Lingtian, and he started laughing loudly. There was no lack of ridicule within his laughter. Obviously, Ji Feng and Yinja didn't get along well. Sima Yang looked at Yinja as well, and a trace of ridicule appeared on the corners of his mouth. Yinja, obediently take a detour. Do you really think that the road before the Dragon and Phoenix Academies in trance belongs to your Yin clan? Me. Yinja was originally still guessing Duan Lingtian's identity and background, but now that he was ridiculed by his two old rivals, his face instantly flushed red and he was enraged to the limit, and he'd completely lost all reason. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Fuck off. Otherwise, I'll take your life. Yinja's icy cold eyes stared at Duan Lingtian as he shouted with a grim voice. At this moment, he'd vented all his rage onto Duan Lingtian. Take my life. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said indifferently, this is a large and empty space, and all the spectating young geniuses can testify that it was I who stood here first. As the saying goes, first come first serve. I came first, and you came later. Logically speaking, it ought to be you that takes a detour. Now, you're actually taking my life for such a small matter. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, even though his tone was still calm, his eyes had already flickered with an imperceptible and frightening cold light. Duan Lingtian was enraged. Has this young man gone mad? Does he know who he's talking to? He's a young genius that was recommended to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy as well. He wondered which faction had recommended him. Was there no one else in that faction? A young man like this is able to be recommended to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. He's going to be in trouble. Of course. Yinja's temper is famous for being bad. Today, this young man being so unappreciative will surely completely infuriate Yinja. The crowd of spectating young geniuses whispered in discussion. Yinja, I think this brother is right. Everything has to be done first come first serve. Right at this moment, Ji Feng rode his enormous tiger over slowly, and when he arrived before Duan Lingtian, he went around him before looking at Yinja, and the ridicule on his face didn't reduce in the slightest. Me. Ji Feng, you're really getting worse and worse. Yinja glanced coldly at Ji Feng, and then his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he laughed with ridicule. You actually took a detour for a little kid like this? Today, I'll let you see that I, Yinja, am able to make this person you took a detour for lie down obediently. As he finished speaking, Yinja's tone was filled with ruthlessness. Crush him. Chapter 499. Along with Yinja's low shout, the gazes of the group of young geniuses at the entrance of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy were filled with pity as they looked at Duan Lingtian. All of them felt that Duan Lingtian was about to be struck with misfortune. Roar. The snow leopard raised its head and roared explosively with a might that shook the heavens. Its enormous body moved as it charged towards Duan Lingtian, then it opened its bloody mouth and fiercely bit towards Duan Lingtian. The snow leopard was about to bite Duan Lingtian. Squeak! The fluffy golden fur on the little gold mouse that stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder instantly stood on end, and it let out a sharp cry that was filled with extreme rage. Right at this moment, an unbelievable scene appeared. Everyone present was dumbstruck when they saw the scene before them. Some people even stretched out their hands to fiercely wipe their eyes, as if they were confirming that they weren't seeing things, along with the little gold mouse's sharp cry. The snow leopard that charged menacingly towards Duan Lingtian instantly stopped on the spot. In the next moment, the snow leopard's enormous body trembled, and it actually directly lay down on the ground and shivered. On the other hand, Yin Zhe, who was on the snow leopard's back, was accidentally thrown off by the snow leopard, and he fell onto the ground in a sorry state. The snow leopard lay on the ground with its head tightly stuck to the ground, and it seemed as if it was a subject that was submitting to the emperor. Squeak squeak! The little gold mouse stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and it raised its forelimbs like a human and proudly raised its head, as if it was a high and mighty emperor. As a demon beast, so long as it revealed its aura to a ferocious beast, it was sufficient to make the ferocious beast submit in fear. This scene caused everyone to be dumbstruck. A formidable ferocious beast, snow leopard, actually lay down before a pet mouse? It was simply unbelievable. When did snow leopards become so cowardly? Isn't that just a cute pet mouse? It only cried out once, yet the snow leopard was like a mouse that saw a cat, and it directly lay down? This snow leopard is really a disgrace to nascent soul-stage ferocious beasts. Many of the spectating young geniuses scoffed at snow leopard's reaction. Only Ji Feng and Sima Yang had heavy expressions, and their eyes were filled with fear when they looked at the little gold mouse on Duan Lingtian's shoulder. They knew that the little gold mouse standing on this young man's shoulder was absolutely not a pet mouse. What a joke! Could pet rats make the ferocious beasts under them restless? Earlier, when the little gold mouse emitted that cry that was directed towards the snow leopard, they'd all felt the restlessness of the ferocious beasts beneath them. If it wasn't for them placating the little gold mouse, the ferocious beasts beneath them would have probably already gone mad and fled. Ji Feng, you know him? Sima Yang looked at Ji Feng and asked via voice transmission. Obviously, he discerned that Ji Feng's actions earlier were entirely to induce Yin Zhe step by step, to make Yin Zhe lose his reason and make a move against that mysterious violet-clothed young man. Not really. I saw him at the restaurant an hour ago. Ji Feng shook his head and replied via voice transmission. At the same time, Ji Feng looked at Yin Zhe, who had a dumbstruck expression and was staring blankly on the ground, and the corners of his mouth curled into a ridiculing smile once more as he added fuel to the fire. Sure enough, like master, like beast slave. Yin Zhe, you should apologize to this young brother. In this way, perhaps he'll be magnanimous and forgive your rashness. Beast slave was the name the people of Cloud Continent gave to enslaved ferocious beasts and demon beasts. Of course, a demon beast like the little gold mouse that Duan Lingtian took to be a friend and wasn't enslaved by him couldn't be considered a beast slave. This Ji Feng, Duan Lingtian frowned, as he was able to discern that Ji Feng wished for the world to be plunged into chaos. As expected, he's a scheming person. Moreover, Duan Lingtian noticed that after Yin Zhe heard Ji Feng, he quickly recovered from his shock, and when he looked at Duan Lingtian, his eyes were filled with ruthlessness and shame. There are some people you can't afford to offend. When he saw Yin Zhe showing signs of flaring up, Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Kid, you're courting death. Yin Zhe shouted out explosively, and his voice was filled with extreme rage. Swoosh. At the same time, Yin Zhe's figure shook, and he seemed to have transformed into a cannonball that directly charged towards Duan Lingtian. It wasn't just that, as Yin Zhe's figure flashed out, his right hand formed into a fist as his origin energy skyrocketed, and he flashed out with a target that directly pointed towards Duan Lingtian's chest. Whoosh. In the sky, 1,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form and dashed out along with Yin Zhe. Obviously, Yin Zhe had attacked out of extreme rage, and he'd exploded out with all his strength. Pig-headed. Duan Lingtian never imagined that after the snow leopard was intimidated to the point it lay down, Yin Zhe still dared attack him, and his face instantly sank as cold lights shot out from his eyes. At the same time that he shouted out coldly, Duan Lingtian moved. Tempest point. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger, and he didn't even use wind force or lightning force. Only a point force condensed from pure origin energy whistled out to intercept Yinja's fist that approached menacingly. Swish. An ear-piercing howl abruptly sounded out. The point force that was condensed from the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths easily broke open the origin energy on Yinja's fist, and it easily touched Yinja's fist. Poochie. Duan Lingtian's origin energy point force pierced into Yinja's fist as if it had pierced into tofu. 8. At the instant that a small hole was pierced on Yinja's fist by the origin energy point force and fresh blood splattered out, Yinja's shrill cry sounded out, and it was extremely miserable. Subsequently, Yinja stretched out his other hand and tightly held onto his right hand that was dripping with blood. At this moment, Yinja's body shivered as cold sweat flowed out. No! Impossible! Yinja ceaselessly shook his head as he looked at the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that gradually dispersed above Duan Lingtian, and he wasn't willing to believe that all this was true. This young man that looked to be not more than 25 years old was actually a first-level void prying stage expert. After Yinja, who'd used his origin energy to stop the bleeding with great difficulty and had an extremely pale countenance, clearly noticed his injuries, his face went grim and became exceedingly savage. You crippled my hand, you crippled my hand. The Yin clan won't let you off, the Yin clan won't let you off. Yinja's voice contained traces of trembling mixed within, because he noticed that his right hand was completely crippled. Duan Lingtian's origin energy point force had easily crippled 2 of his finger bones, and it didn't lose momentum in the slightest as it drilled into his arm bones and completely minced his bone marrow. Now, even if he had a grade 4 great recovery pill, it was impossible for his hand to recover. Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm when faced with Yinja, who had a savage and warped expression, and he said indifferently, "Before you made a move, I'd already told you. There are some people you can't afford to offend. If you offend them, then you have to pay the price. You." Yinja's face flushed red, and only now did he recall that Duan Lingtian had indeed said this. But at that time, he was furious to the extreme, so how could he possibly listen to Duan Lingtian? He only thought that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying him. "You're dead, you're dead." Yinja glanced hatefully at Duan Lingtian, then he leaped onto the back of the snow leopard that lay on the ground, and he looked at the snow leopard and shouted coldly, "Get up! Do you think you haven't lost enough face?" But the snow leopard utterly paid no attention to him, and it lay on the ground by itself as it shivered when facing the aura of a demon beast emitted by the little gold mouse. Useless trash. Yinja's expression was unsightly to the extreme when he saw the snow leopard paying no attention to him, and he raised his left hand to reveal a spirit saber. OM. The spirit saber descended and directly pierced into the snow leopard's head, killing it. Perhaps, even until its death, the snow leopard never imagined that its owner would suddenly kill it. "I won't let you off." Absolutely not. Yinja once again used a vicious gaze to glance at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a highly venomous crimson serpent that chose its target to devour. Subsequently, Yinja's figure flashed out to leave the entrance of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, and he vanished at the end of the road. Obviously, he'd returned to the Yin clan. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to Yinja's threat. Yin clan. In the past, the 5 great sects reigned supreme in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and besides the imperial family of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there wasn't a single clan that could compare with any one of the 5 great sects. Presently, 2 of the 5 great sects had been annihilated successively, and the remaining 3 great sects had merged into one to form a formidable power that wasn't inferior to the imperial family, Azure Forest Trisect. The Azure Forest Trisect undoubtedly wished for nothing more than to eliminate Duan Lingtian, the surviving member of the 7 Starsword sect, as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian daring to stand here today represented that he was mentally prepared to face the Azure Forest Trisect. He wasn't even afraid of the Azure Forest Trisect, so would he be afraid of a Yin clan? After Yinja left, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and intended to line up to register. Presently, everywhere Duan Lingtian passed, all the young geniuses moved aside, and in the end, they moved him to the front and allowed him to register first. No matter where an expert went, they were able to obtain the respect of others and obtain some special privileges. Void prying stage. He's actually a void prying stage expert. At this moment, besides Ji Feng, the group of young geniuses including Sima Yang looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that were filled with shock and astonishment. A young man that looked to be not more than 25 years old had a cultivation at the first level of the void prying stage. Such an accomplishment caused everyone to be extremely shocked. Ji Feng, you knew since long ago? Sima Yang looked at Ji Feng, and when he saw Ji Feng lightly nodding, the corners of his mouth twitched. You've really screwed Yin Zhe over this time. Yin Zhe has crippled one of his hands, and I'm afraid he has no fate with those few positions to head to the Darkstone Empire. Along with Sima Yang speaking, the gazes of most young geniuses descended onto Ji Feng, and they felt a chill run down their spines. If it was said that the violet-clothed young man that crippled Yin Zhe's hand was a formidable fierce tiger that was capable of destroying everything in a direct confrontation, then Ji Feng was a poisonous snake. Then this Ji Feng was a venomous snake that killed without leaving a trace. The latter caused them to be even more shocked. With a few words, he crippled the number one genius of the Yin clan's younger generation. Chapter 500. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian walked step by step to arrive before a stone table at the entrance of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Senior. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the old man behind the stone table was looking at him with a dumbstruck expression, and he couldn't help but remind him. The old man reacted, and only now did he realize that he'd lost his composure, and his face went red as he stretched out his hand. Kid, your proof of recommendation. Presently, after the old man witnessed Duan Lingtian's cultivation, his tone became slightly more courteous. Senior, this is my proof of recommendation. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and withdrew a proof from his spatial ring, and it was precisely the proof that the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor gave him that day. The old man received the proof from Duan Lingtian. Some of the surrounding young geniuses couldn't help but gather over, and their gazes shot straight at the proof of recommendation that was gradually unfolding in the old man's hand. Even the group of young geniuses in the outer area had curious expressions. I wonder which power he's from. Ji Feng's eyes squinted, and he was filled with curiosity towards Duan Lingtian's identity in his heart. At this moment, Sima Yang was also watching the scene in front of him with great interest. He was similarly curious. Crimson Sky Kingdom? You're from the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Finally, the old man found out about Duan Lingtian's origins from the proof of recommendation that Duan Lingtian passed over, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Crimson Sky Kingdom? Although the old man's voice wasn't loud, it seemed to be especially clear under the silent atmosphere in the surroundings. He's from the Crimson Sky Kingdom? I know of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. It's one of the numerous kingdoms under our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and I've never heard of any outstanding figures appearing from it in the recent years. I never imagined that such a monstrous genius would appear this time. A small kingdom is able to give birth to such a terrifying genius martial artist. Unbelievable. I thought earlier that he was someone from a hidden power of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After the surrounding group of young geniuses found out about Duan Lingtian's origins, at the same time that they sighed with emotion, they couldn't help but be slightly disappointed. Duan Lingtian's origins were slightly different from what they'd imagined. After all, the shock that Duan Lingtian had given them was too great. His cultivation had already stepped into the void prying stage at such a young age. In terms of natural talent, he was even not inferior to the most outstanding 5 great young masters of the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. So you're just someone from a small kingdom. Ji Feng's brows raised as he thought of something. Looks like I was too sensitive. However, even if he is from a small kingdom, with such talent, he is bound to achieve great things in the future. Such a person should only be a friend, not an enemy. People from a small kingdom? Sima Yang was a little surprised. Soon, the crowd fell into a deathly silence. The old man, who was reading the certificate that Duan Lingtian handed to him, spoke again. You're called Duan Lingtian? The old man's voice was filled with shock and astonishment. Duan Lingtian. When this name was called out by the old man, the atmosphere at the scene fell silent for a moment. Then, like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, it became completely lively. Duan Lingtian? Isn't Duan Lingtian the peerless genius of the Seven-Star Sword sect? Supposedly, when the Seven-Star Sword sect was annihilated, the higher-ups of the Seven-Star Sword sect risked their lives to send that Duan Lingtian out, and they took him to be the future hope of the Seven-Star Sword sect. He wouldn't be that Duan Lingtian that the Azure Forest Trisect wished for nothing more than to get rid of during this past year, right? It can't be such a coincidence, right? Didn't he come from a small kingdom? Perhaps it's someone with the same name. Amidst the waves of discussion, the gazes of the young geniuses present descended onto Duan Lingtian, and they seemed to want to obtain confirmation from Duan Lingtian. The gazes of the 3 old men that were in charge of registration had descended onto Duan Lingtian as well. Duan Lingtian noticed that the old man before him was slightly hesitant to speak as he looked at him. Duan Lingtian guessed the old man's thoughts and lightly nodded. Exactly, I'm Duan Lingtian. Besides being a member of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, I'm also a Seven-Star Sword sect inner court disciple. Duan Lingtian's words had undoubtedly confirmed his identity. It's really him. No wonder his natural talent is so terrifying. So it turns out that he's that Duan Lingtian. I was wondering where so many monstrous geniuses came from in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. So it turns out that he's that peerless genius of the Seven-Star Sword sect, the existence that had once successively defeated Saber Young Master and Zither Young Master. Instantly, the surrounding young geniuses looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that were filled with burning gazes. Is that Duan Lingtian? Ji Feng and Sima Yang looked at each other with tacit understanding, and when they glanced at each other, they saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Ji Feng, I truly never imagined that we would still be able to see that monstrous genius of the Seven-Star Sword sect of legend. Sima Yang's voice transmission was filled with emotion. Yeah, I truly never imagined it. Ji Feng had a complicated gaze. He's too rash. If I was him, I'd lay low and wait until I possessed sufficient strength before appearing before the eyes of the world. For the sake of avoiding future troubles, it's impossible for the members of the Azure Forest Trisect to let him off with such a high-profile appearance in the Imperial City. Sima Yang sighed. Everyone has their own aspirations. Since he dared come, it shows that he's already made preparations and isn't afraid of the Azure Forest Trisect. Looks like there'll be a show to watch in the future. Ji Feng's voice transmission was filled with anticipation. This is your command token. The old man passed the command token in his hand to Duan Lingtian, and at the same time, he reminded Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, it probably won't be long before the news of your appearance in the Imperial City spreads to the Azure Forest Trisect. I suggest that in the next year, unless the Academy has an assignment for you to complete. Otherwise, it's best that you don't leave the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. No matter how audacious the members of the Azure Forest Trisect are, they wouldn't dare directly touch you in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. The old man's tone was serious, and his words were filled with confidence towards the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. The Dragon and Phoenix Academy was an academy that was specially set up by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family for the sake of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and it received the protection of the imperial family. Even though the Azure Forest Trisect was formidable like the sun in the midday sky. But before the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, it was still insufficient. Only because the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family had an expert at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above, yet the Azure Forest Trisect didn't. Thank you for your reminder, Senior. Duan Lingtian's heart felt warm when he heard the old man, and he received the command token before walking into the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Not long after he passed through the arched door and entered the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, a middle-aged man came over to greet him right away, and the middle-aged man glanced indifferently at Duan Lingtian. Wait a moment. This middle-aged man had a wooden expression, and his tone was extremely cold and indifferent. Obviously, he didn't know what had happened outside the academy earlier and didn't know Duan Lingtian's identity. Otherwise, it would probably be difficult for him to maintain such composure. Duan Lingtian nodded and waited on the spot. In next to no time, Du and Lingtian saw two people walking over side by side, and it was precisely Jifeng and Sima Yang. The three of them gathered together in next to no time. "You three newcomers, follow me." The middle-aged man called out to Du and Lingtian's group of three before walking into the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. "I truly never imagined that you're that peerless genius of the seven-star sword sect, Du and Lingtian." Du and Lingtian followed behind the middle-aged man when a voice that was filled with emotion suddenly sounded out by his ears. It was precisely Sima Yang who lightly smiled as he spoke to Du and Lingtian. "Peerless genius?" Du and Lingtian shook his head. "I can't be considered to be a peerless genius. Cloud Continent is so huge. Not to mention the foreign lands, even if it's within the Dark Han dynasty, there are numerous people that are able to obtain accomplishments that surpass me at my age." The middle-aged man that led the way ahead revealed slight surprise in his eyes when he heard Sima Yang, and he even glanced deeply at Du and Lingtian. When he heard Du and Lingtian's words that were neither haughty nor humble, he couldn't help but nod to himself. Not arrogant nor rash, he's indeed a good sapling. Dark Han dynasty? Sima Yang's face froze when he heard Du and Lingtian, and he laughed bitterly. "I didn't compare you with the geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty. In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, your natural talent is indeed already considered to be a peerless genius." Dark Han dynasty? Sima Yang knew his own limitations. Perhaps, he would have the chance to become eminent in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and obtain the opportunity to head to the Darkstone Empire to compete with the young geniuses of the various Imperial Kingdoms, but it was practically impossible for him to become eminent in the Darkstone Empire. Not to mention the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty, he didn't even dare compare himself with the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. Du and Lingtian shook his head and didn't say anything further. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? He'd never thought of staying in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom for his entire lifetime, so it was impossible for him to not compare himself with those geniuses in the martial Dao outside. "Ha ha! Sima Yang, Du and Lingtian's gaze is different from ours. Our gazes are fixed on the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and we'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Whereas Du and Lingtian possesses monstrous natural talent, and he'll sooner or later walk out of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to wander in the wider world." Jifeng laughed loudly, and his words seemed to be able to see through Du and Lingtian's thoughts. This caused Du and Lingtian to be unable to help but think slightly higher of Jifeng. Sima Yang laughed embarrassedly when he heard this. "It's me who's too short-sighted." Right at this moment, the middle-aged man that led the way spoke out slowly. "After all of you enter the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, all of you must abide by the rules of the Academy. In the following year, besides when the Academy issues assignments to all of you and tempering all of you can leave. At other times, all of you only have one chance to leave every month, and all of you are free to choose. Once you violate the rules, you'll be expelled from the Academy and lose the qualifications to participate in the Genius competition 1 year from now." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, Jifeng and Sima Yang revealed bitter smiles, as they never imagined that there would be such a rule. Du and Lingtian's brows raised, and he didn't mind. To him, his goal was to become eminent in the Genius competition held by the Dragon and Phoenix Academy 1 year from now and win the opportunity to head to the Darkstone Empire to compete with the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire and even the young geniuses of the various Imperial Kingdoms. Chapter 501. Squeak squeak tilde. But the little gold mouse was slightly unhappy, and she said to Du and Lingtian via voice transmission, "Big brother Lingtian, you can't go out. Then wouldn't I have no meat to eat? You little fellow, you only know how to eat. Don't worry, I'll go out once a month, and at that time, I'll let you eat to your heart's content." Du and Lingtian replied angrily via voice transmission. The middle-aged man only turned around to glance at the little gold mouse in surprise when he heard the little gold mouse's cry, and then he turned around and continued walking forward. Whereas Jifeng and Sima Yang looked at the little gold mouse with gazes that contained slight fear mixed within. Although the little gold mouse hadn't revealed her strength before them, but just the aftershock of her cry caused their slave beast to become restless and uneasy, they could imagine that this was absolutely not an ordinary pet mouse. It was very likely a demon beast. All along the way, Du and Lingtian noticed that there were practically no buildings within the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, and it was completely empty. In next to no time, under the lead of the middle-aged man, Du and Lingtian's group of 3 arrived at a place that was filled with potholes. This place was filled with puddles of water, and there were even many places with trash that emitted a pungent stench that was unbearable. So smelly. Sima Yang couldn't help but stretch out his hand to pinch his nose, and his expression was slightly unsightly. Originally, as far as he was concerned, the Dragon and Phoenix Academy was an academy established by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family after all. Even if it was established hastily, the environment within ought to not be too bad. But the facts proved that his way of thinking was wrong, extremely wrong. Du and Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and he noticed with a glance that there were many tattered tents scattered all over this place that were filled with potholes. These tents were covered in desolation and were extremely tattered. If it was raining, they would utterly be unable to shelter from the wind and rain. Moreover, there were many people standing outside these tents and looking at them. These people were mostly young men, and there were also a small number of young women. They had something in common. Just by looking at their appearances, they were all below the age of 35. This place wouldn't be where the students of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy stay, right? A bad premonition arose in Du and Lingtian's heart. At this time, Ji Feng and Sima Yang also reacted, and their expressions changed. They were all young masters who grew up with golden spoons in their mouths. When had they ever lived in such an environment? Letting them live in such a broken place was simply torture for them. From now on, this will be your living quarters. You can pick any tent you like. The middle-aged man turned around and glanced indifferently at Du and Lingtian and the other 2. Then, he turned around and left. Only Du and Lingtian and the other 2 were left looking at each other. You want to live in this lousy place for a year? The corner of Sima Yang's mouth twitched as his brows furrowed. His expression was extremely ugly. Ji Feng's expression didn't look good either. Only Du and Lingtian remained calm. To him, the environment here was not too bad. As a special forces soldier and a mercenary in his previous life, he often faced all kinds of harsh environments. Among them, there were many places that were 100 or 1,000 times worse than this place. Therefore, even if the environment here was very bad, he did not complain. Only through suffering can one rise to the top. Newcomers. Right at this moment, a slightly hoarse voice sounded out from afar. Du and Lingtian and the other 2 looked towards the source of the voice. With a glance, they saw a building that was similar to a sentry tower standing in the distance in this bumpy area, and there was an exquisite little house on top of it. Compared to this towering exquisite house, the tattered tent on this bumpy area was simply like a beggar's residence. For a moment, Ji Feng and Sima Yang's eyes went red as they stared fixedly at the towering exquisite house. Although this house was far inferior to the house they lived in at home, compared to the tattered tent, it was simply like heaven. Only Du and Lingtian's gaze descended onto the figure in front of the exquisite house. This was an old man. The old man wore grey clothes, his face was stiff, and a trace of fierceness was emitted from between his brows. I'm the Vice Dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Kai Ming. You can call me Vice Dean Kai. The grey-clothed old man spoke indifferently. Vice Dean Kai. When they heard that the old man was actually the Vice Dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Du and Lingtian and the other 2 were shocked and hurriedly bowed. Ji Feng and Sima Yang bowed. As for Du and Lingtian, he only nodded. This scene caused the old man to take a few more glances at Du and Lingtian. Since you've entered the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, you must abide by the Academy's rules. The old man indifferently swept Du and Lingtian and the other 2 with his gaze, then slowly said, I presume that when all of you arrived, someone already told all of you of the rules that all of you must abide by in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy for this year. Now, I'll tell all of you of the other 2 rules. As he spoke up to hear, the old man's originally muddy eyes abruptly became fierce, and he said in a low voice, Firstly, in our Dragon and Phoenix Academy, different people enjoy different treatment. These tents around you are the residences that the Academy has allocated to all of you, and all of you are not allowed to arbitrarily change them. Otherwise, the Academy will expel all of you one by one. not allowed to arbitrarily change them. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, as he was able to understand the meaning behind the old man's words. If there wasn't this rule, after the students of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy stayed here, they would surely impatiently want to leave the academy and go out to purchase various things that could improve their living conditions. After all the people that were able to be recommended to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy were young geniuses from all over the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. All of these people were proud geniuses of the heavens in their respective powers, and when had they suffered such hardships? Yet now, this rule was set, and it dispelled the thoughts of everyone that wanted to change their living conditions. The old man's words sounded out, and Ji Feng and Sima Yang glanced at each other with bitter smiles on their faces. A similar thought had arisen in their minds earlier, but who knew that it would be directly rejected by the rules of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy? What lousy rule! The two of them couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Vice Dean Kai, I wonder what you mean by different people enjoy different treatment. Duan Lingtian asked. This, you'll know in a moment. The old man didn't explain and continued. Second, the students of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy can fight, but they can't harm the lives of others or even cause them to be crippled. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the academy as well. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by this. The Dragon and Phoenix Academy had the responsibility to protect the safety of any young genius that was recommended to enter the academy. Now, all of you go find an empty tent to stay in. After the old man finished speaking, he didn't pay any further attention to Duan Lingtian's group of three. Duan Lingtian shook his head and took the lead to leave to look for an empty tent. Presently, the pile of tents that remained were even more tattered than the other tents. The good ones had already been taken away. I really don't know what the imperial family is thinking. Making such a lousy place for us to stay in. If I lack money, I'm completely capable of using my own money to build an independent courtyard. Sima Yang's tone was filled with complaint. I presume there's some other purpose behind all this. Ji Feng frowned and guessed. What other purpose could there be? Sima Yang grunted. In a short while, Duan Lingtian's group of three found their own tents. The three tents weren't far from each other. The tents were extremely small, and when one opened the tent, one could see that there were many cockroaches and cockroach feces inside. Just looking at it caused one to feel disgusted and unable to accept it. F***K. What kind of lousy place is this? Can people even stay here? Sima Yang, who had just stretched out his hand to open the tent, went pale and closed the tent once more. At this moment, many more people came over and chose their own tents one by one. The expressions of these people were unsightly, and many of them couldn't help but grumble. It's time to eat. A resounding voice suddenly sounded out. He saw a few middle-aged men carrying a few large plates over in large strides. On the plates were some rice that was so thin that the rice couldn't be seen, and there was also a moldy steamed bun, a bowl of rice soup and a steamed bun. Duan Lingtian received his food with an astounded expression. If he couldn't even eat his fill, how would he cultivate? I'll endure living in this lousy place. Are these things for people to eat? Sima Yang, who had an unsightly expression, finally exploded. He raised his hand and threw the rice and steamed bun that was so thin that the rice couldn't be seen on the ground. Ji Feng frowned as well. Since he was young, when had he ever eaten such food? Although Duan Lingtian felt that it was slightly inconceivable, he didn't feel that it was anything. Perhaps the Dragon and Phoenix Academy was tempering them. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to eat the steamed bun and drink the rice soup, another few middle-aged men appeared before Duan Lingtian and the others. These middle-aged men had also come to deliver food. However, the plates in their hands were filled with fragrant rice, and there were also various fine wine and delicacies that caused one to drool. Eating these is more like it. After Sima Yang and Ji Feng saw these dishes, their expressions eased up. However, they were quickly dumbstruck again. They saw these middle-aged men carrying these sumptuous dishes directly walk past their area and head inside. There was a large door that led to another area. These dishes aren't for us to eat. Sima Yang's face went grim, and his figure flashed out to stop a middle-aged man that was carrying fine wine and delicacies. Then he said in a deep voice, "What's the meaning of this? You're giving us rice soup and moldy steamed buns, yet others have fine wine and delicacies. Me. The middle-aged man glanced indifferently at Sima Yang. If you have the ability, you can replace them as well. So long as you enter the inner hall, you'll naturally be able to enjoy the same treatment. After he finished speaking, the middle-aged man paid no further attention to Sima Yang and passed through the large door ahead to enter another area. Inner hall. The middle-aged man's words caused the group of young geniuses that had just entered the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, including Duan Lingtian, Sima Yang, and Jifeng, to have bewildered expressions. Before long, Duan Lingtian and the others couldn't help but follow. Chapter 502. Presently, what appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others was an area paved with luxurious limestone bricks. On this limestone brick area, 10 spacious and luxurious courtyards stood there in an orderly manner. Every courtyard had a spacious house, and the lawn outside the houses was filled with flowers and plants that emitted the fragrance of flowers. Compared to the area Duan Lingtian and the others were currently at, this area was simply like another world. They followed the few middle-aged men in to deliver food. Young geniuses walked out successively from the 10 courtyards and received the fine wine and delicacies before returning to their courtyards to eat and drink. Isn't the person in the innermost courtyard the crazy young master, Luo Zhon? Suddenly, an exclaim of surprise sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Crazy young master? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Although he'd never seen this crazy young master in the past, Duan Lingtian had heard of him since long ago. Crazy young master, the head of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. In terms of strength and natural talent, he was at the top amongst the 5 great young masters. Luo Zhon, Sima Yang and Jifeng, who were by Duan Lingtian's side, successively recognized crazy young master Luo Zhon. Not only that, they recognized quite a few of the young geniuses that occupied the other 9 courtyards as well. What's going on? Why is their treatment so good, yet our treatment so bad? Sima Yang's expression was gloomy, and his voice was incomparably chilly. Perhaps, this is what Vice Dean Kai meant when he said, different people enjoy different treatment. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he spoke slowly. The nearby Jifeng couldn't help but nod in agreement to Duan Lingtian's words. Exactly. All of us that were recommended to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy will be brought to the outer hall to live in a place that stinks to the heavens, sleep in extremely tattered palms, and eat rice soup that can't see the rice and moldy mantis. Whereas if we want to change our current situation, there's only one way, and that is to enter the inner hall. A young genius from the outer hall walked forward and successfully attracted the attention of Duan Lingtian and the others. Before he continued, as you can see, the treatment of the inner hall is completely different from that of the outer hall. In the inner hall, not only is the living environment the best, every meal is served with fine wine and delicacies. And if you want to enter the inner hall and live in these luxurious courtyards, there's only one way. That is to defeat a young genius from one of the courtyards in the inner hall and replace him. In this way, the young genius that wins the challenge will be able to obtain the treatment of the person he defeated. He will be able to live in a comfortable and luxurious house and eat the best wine and delicacies. This young genius from the outer hall finished speaking in one breath. As he spoke, his face was filled with envy. In this way, those people that are still unable to stay in the inner hall after a year, even if the genius competition begins, it would be practically impossible for them to obtain the qualifications to head to the Darkstone Empire's imperial city and approach the martial competition of the 10 dynasty. Suddenly, someone said aloud, "You can say that." The young genius from the outer hall nodded, and then his eyes shone brightly. "So, I've set a goal for myself now. I must work hard to break through in this year and strive to win a place in the inner hall." Presently, the weakest person in the inner hall is in existence at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage or above. This is still because not everyone has arrived. In these few days, the young geniuses recommended by the various powers of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom will gather together. At that time, those without a cultivation at the half-step void stage or above will probably find it difficult to gain a foothold in the inner hall. When they heard this, the group of people by Duan Lingtian's side, including Jifeng and Sima Yang, had serious expressions, and all of them deeply agreed. In this way, so long as I'm able to defeat any one of them, I'll be able to replace them, live in their courtyards, and enjoy the fine wine and delicacies that they're enjoying now. Sima Yang's eyes shone brightly as his figure flashed out to charge through the door and enter the inner hall area. He intended to directly issue a challenge and replace one of the young geniuses in the inner hall. During mealtime and sleeping time, you're not allowed to issue a challenge. Right at this moment, a voice that was filled with energy sounded out from behind everyone, and it entered into Sima Yang's ears at the same time, causing Sima Yang to be unable to help but stop moving. It was precisely the voice of the Vice Dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Kai Ming. Presently, Kai Ming stood outside the exquisite house that was like a watchtower, and his gaze was sharp as he took in everything in the outer hall and inner hall. Looks like this Vice Dean Kai is staying here. To a certain extent, he's monitoring everything in the inner hall and outer hall. If anyone violates the rules, I'm afraid that person will be dragged out by him in a short moment. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and thought in his heart. Then we'll wait for them to finish eating. Sima Yang retreated. Meanwhile, the group of young geniuses in the outer hall heard that someone wanted to challenge a member of the inner hall, and they'd finished eating the rice soup and moldy mantis in their hands before leaving their respective tents and walking over to join in the fun. Slap. A clear sound of shattering sounded out, and it was a bowl filled with rice soup that had been smashed onto the ground. Along with it was a moldy mantis that had been smashed onto the ground. For a time, the gazes of the members of the outer hall present descended onto Duan Lingtian. It was precisely Duan Lingtian who'd thrown away the rice soup and moldy mantis in his hand. I originally thought that everyone would receive the same treatment. But now it would seem that it isn't so. Since it's like this, there's no need for me to eat these things. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and his sharp gaze descended onto the inner hall. Slap. Right at this moment, Sima Yang smashed the bowl that contained the rice soup and moldy mantis in his hand onto the ground before fiercely stomping them flat. I fucking won't eat these lousy things. I fucking want to eat fine wine and delicacies. I'll join as well. Ji Feng shook his head and smiled before smashing the bowl and mantis in his hand. This caused the group of young geniuses in the outer hall to sigh. So it's the Ji clan's Ji Feng and the Sima clan's Sima Yang. No wonder they're so confident and dare directly smash the rice soup and mantis. Ji Feng, Sima Yang. They're the figures in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom whose natural talent is only inferior to the 5 great young masters. Exactly. It's them. With their strength, I presume it isn't difficult for them to occupy a place in the inner hall. Some of the young geniuses in the outer hall recognized Ji Feng and Sima Yang, and they sighed with emotion. I'm not surprised that Ji Feng and Sima Yang are confident. But this violet-clothed young man was the first to smash the rice soup and mantis, and he seems to be extremely confident as well. This young man looks to be not more than 25. Even if he takes good care of himself, it ought to be impossible for him to be more than 30. I've never heard of such a figure in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He smashed the rice soup and mantis. If he's unable to enter the inner hall, he'll have to starve for a meal. Many young geniuses in the outer hall couldn't help but shake their heads, and they didn't look favorably upon Duan Lingtian. These people were all people that had arrived at the Dragon and Phoenix Academy since early in the morning. Presently, there were many young geniuses that had just entered the Dragon and Phoenix Academy today, and all of them had expressions of disdain when they heard what these people said. These people actually dared to look down upon Duan Lingtian. Now, they were slightly anticipating how shocked these people would be when they witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength and found out about Duan Lingtian's identity. They tacitly didn't speak of Duan Lingtian's identity and didn't refute these people. Because they knew that there was no need for them to refute. Duan Lingtian would use his actions to prove everything. At this moment, even Ji Feng and Sima Yang tacitly didn't speak of Duan Lingtian's identity, and they obviously had similar thoughts. These fellows are eating so slowly. Sima Yang frowned and had an impatient expression. Looking at others drinking fine wine and tasting fine delicacies while standing here and starving was a feeling that caused one to feel extremely displeased. Finally, within the 10 courtyards in the inner hall, There was a young man around the age of 30 that was the first to finish sweeping up the fine wine and delicacies, and then he stood up. His ridiculing gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian and the others as he grinned. "Is there anyone that wants to challenge me, Chai Jin?" Chai Jin. As soon as the young man spoke, Duan Lingtian noticed that the expressions of Ji Feng, Sima Yang, and many other outer hall young geniuses went pale. The outer hall young geniuses that didn't go pale were all people that had entered the Dragon and Phoenix Academy long ago, and the reason they weren't surprised was because they knew of the existence of Chai Jin since long ago. Chai Jin. Duan Lingtian saw that even Ji Feng and Sima Yang had lost their composure, and under his curiosity, his spiritual force swept out to envelop Chai Jin. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian found out the reason the expressions of Ji Feng and the others went pale. This Chai Jin is actually a first-level void prying stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. A first-level void prying stage martial artist a little over 30, such natural talent was able to compare with figures like the 5 great young masters. It's Chai Jin, the #1 genius of the Black Fiend sect. Supposedly, this Chai Jin had only risen in the Black Fiend sect in recent years, and had always been unknown to the public. In terms of natural talent, he's even not inferior to any one of the 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Supposedly, this Chai Jin had already broken through to the first level of the void prying stage half a year ago. The crowd of outer hall disciples discussed animatedly. These discussions were heard by Duan Lingtian, and it caused Duan Lingtian's face to go pale. Black Fiend sect. This sect was something he'd never forget in his entire lifetime. The Black Fiend sect, the sect that had once annihilated the Boundless sect, there wasn't any connection between the Boundless sect and Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian didn't care when the Boundless sect was annihilated by the Black Fiend sect. What Duan Lingtian truly cared about was the scene of his dignity being trampled upon by the Black Fiend sect's elder in the misty forest outside Aurora City. Everything that happened at that time was something he couldn't forget for his entire lifetime. He still remembered. That Black Fiend sect's elder was called Sun Rui. "Sima, didn't you despise them for taking so long to eat a meal? Now that someone has finished eating, do you want to challenge him?" Ji Feng looked at Sima Yang, and his eyes narrowed as he smiled. Sima Yang rolled his eyes at Ji Feng. "If you're able, then you go. You clearly know that he's a first-level void prying stage martial artist, yet I go up, wouldn't that be looking for abuse? I challenge you." Chapter 503. Along with this cold and low shout resounded out. Everyone present, including Duan Lingtian, looked at the person that spoke. This was a white-robed young man with a face like jade, slanted brows, starry eyes, and an elegant bearing. Most striking of all was the sheathed sword he carried on his back. After all, practically all the young geniuses present didn't have a spatial ring, so there were very few people that carried weapons with them. Whereas this white-robed young man didn't seem to be a person that couldn't afford a spatial ring no matter how one looked at it. Sword young master. Right when Duan Lingtian was still wondering about this person's identity, an abrupt voice sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to feel as if he was jolted awake from a dream. "Sword young master?" The person that was ranked 4th amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? A member of the Origin Convergence sect. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian recalled the other identity of the Sword Young Master, and his face couldn't help but sink. The Origin Convergence sect had merged with the other 2 great sects to form the Azure Forest Trisect now, and although it only existed in name, the sect still existed. Most importantly, when the 7-Star Sword sect was annihilated that day, the Origin Convergence sect bore the brunt of the annihilation and was the greatest enemy of the 7-Star Sword sect. I never expected that the Sword Young Master would come as well. The appearance of the Sword Young Master had successfully raised the atmosphere of the scene, and some of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's outer hall students even looked at the Sword Young Master with expressions of adoration. Sword Young Master, Chen Xiao Shui, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Many years ago, he'd become renowned in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom with the 3-foot-long blade in his hand, and he was publicly acknowledged as an outstanding talent in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. First level of the void prying stage? Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out and noticed the sword young master's current cultivation at the first possible moment, and he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. With a quick thought, he came to an understanding. Although this sword young master's ranking amongst the 5 great young masters was still below the zither young master, the zither young master had already stepped into the half-step void stage over a year ago. It wasn't strange that this sword young master's current cultivation had stepped into the void prying stage. Perhaps it was because of the hostile relationship between the 7-star sword sect and the origin convergence sect, but Duan Lingtian faintly aroused slight hostility towards this sword young master. Suddenly, sword young master seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's hostility, and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. I saw you at the entrance of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy earlier. You're the 7-star sword sect's Duan Lingtian. If you're dissatisfied with me because of the Gui Yuan sect, then you don't have to. An indifferent voice transmission was transmitted into Duan Lingtian's ears. Now that the Gui Yuan sect no longer exists, I am also no longer a disciple of the Gui Yuan sect. The Gui Yuan clan no longer exist. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this voice transmission belonged to Sword Young Master. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly when he heard Sword Young Master, and he couldn't help but ask via voice transmission. What do you mean by this? All those years ago, I was tricked into entering the Gui Yuan sect by an old fellow. I'd once promised him that I would be a disciple of the Gui Yuan sect for my entire lifetime. But now that the Gui Yuan sect no longer exists, my promise from that day is naturally void. Sword Young Master started to gnash his teeth slightly in his voice transmission, and later on, there was slight willful relief. It was as if the Gui Yuan sect no longer existed was a good thing to him. He'd recovered his freedom. Whether you're a disciple of the Gui Yuan sect or not is unrelated to me. All I know is that if you obstruct me when I'm seeking revenge for the Azure Forest Trisect for the 7-star sword sect, then you'll be my, Duan Lingtian's, enemy if you obstruct me. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Sword Young Master, and his tone was terrifyingly calm. Sword Young Master's figure stopped when he heard this, and he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian before a wisp of a calm smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, and he said via voice transmission, "The rise and fall of the Azure Forest Trisect is completely unrelated to me. Not to mention, I'm not to the extent of looking for trouble for myself. Perhaps the greatest mistake of the Azure Forest Trisect when it annihilated the 7-star sword sect was allowing you to escape." Sword Young Master spoke extremely highly of Duan Lingtian, and he seemed to believe that Duan Lingtian possessed the ability to take revenge for the 7-star sword sect. This caused Duan Lingtian to be rather surprised. Sword Young Master! Sword Young Master! Sword Young Master walked over slowly, and the crowd of outer hall students that blocked the entrance to the outer hall and inner hall opened up a path, and many people greeted him humbly. Ji Feng and Sima Yang silently looked at Sword Young Master, and their eyes contained slight fear mixed within. Even though they were renowned in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city, they were greatly inferior when compared to figures like Sword Young Master that were like the 5 great young masters. It was even to the extent that they were suppressed by the 5 great young masters to a certain extent. They were suppressed to the point they were unable to catch their breaths. Sword Young Master passed through the entrance and entered the inner hall. Whereas now, the Black Fiend sect's genius disciple, Chai Jin, slowly walked out from the inner hall, and his eyes were filled with battle intent as he looked at Sword Young Master. I've long heard that Sword Young Master is the one and only sword cultivator amongst the 5 great young masters. Today, Chai Jin wants to properly experience your strength and see if Sword Young Master's reputation is undeserved. Make a move. I haven't eaten yet. Sword Young Master had a calm expression as he spoke with slight impatience. Sword Young Master's words caused the corners of the surrounding outer hall students to be unable to refrain from twitching. They were naturally able to discern the meaning within Sword Young Master's words. It was none other than firmly believing that Chai Jin would lose at his hands, whereas he would replace Chai Jin and make the members of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy prepare fine wine and delicacies for him. This was the treatment of an inner hall student of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Looks like Sword Young Master is extremely confident of himself. Chai Jin's face sank when he heard Sword Young Master, and with a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand. Since it's like this, then let me experience Sword Young Master's ability. As soon as Chai Jin finished speaking, he moved. Whoosh! Chai Jin's figure shook, and he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed directly towards Sword Young Master. In the sky, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Swish! Origin energy raged on the 3-foot-long blade in Chai Jin's hand, and sword lights tore through the sky to transform into specks of starlight that enveloped down towards Sword Young Master without leaving any opening. Right at this moment, another 760 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky. Obviously, the 3-foot-long blade in Chai Jin's hand was a grade 6 spirit sword. The might of a single sword strike contained the strength of 2,760 ancient mammoth. The Black Fiend sect's Starpoint sword technique? Not bad. But unfortunately, you haven't comprehended sword force, so it's unable to show off in the end. When he saw Chai Jin's sword flashing over, Sword Young Master spoke with a calm expression. At the instant he spoke, Sword Young Master stood on the spot, and with a raise of his hand, the spirit sword on his back instantly left its sheath. In the sky, 2,760 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared as well. In the next moment, swish! Sword Young Master's sword was swift like a bolt of lightning. When his sword struck out, he didn't even utilize a sword skill, and only used the pure basic sword move, piercing sword style. You're courting death. Chai Jin's expression was unsightly to the extreme from being looked down upon by Sword Young Master, and with a raise of his hand, the speed of the sword in his hand became even swifter. Swish! 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 The specks of starlight descended like an array of stars that covered the sky, and they formed a heaven-encompassing net that enveloped Sword Young Master. Sword Young Master's gaze was calm, and his origin energy suddenly shook on the sword that swiftly flashed out. In the next moment, a pitilessly fierce aura was born from within the origin energy, and it suffused out as it raged and leaped about. At the same time, another 500 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air beside the 2,760 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Sword Young Master. Instantly, 3,260 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out. Half-step advanced sword force. Duan Lingtian was the first to react, and his face squinted as his heart shook, and his eyes contained slight shock mixed within. First level of the void prying stage, comprehending half-step advanced sword force? This comprehension ability was shocking. Practically at the instant Duan Lingtian reacted, the Vice Dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Kai Ming, exclaimed in shock from outside the exquisite little house that was like a watchtower. Half-step advanced sword force. Kai Ming didn't intentionally suppress his voice, and it caused the group of outer hall students to feel as if they were awakening from a dream. Half-step advanced sword force? Right when the group of outer hall students looked at each other. Swish! The sword in Sword Young Master's hand seemed as if it was assisted by the gods, and at this moment, it seemed to have transformed into a stroke of genius that pointed towards Chai Jin's hand that held the sword. In the next moment, clang! The sound of iron weapons colliding sounded out. Subsequently, everyone saw the space between Chai Jin's thumb and index finger split open and dripped with blood, and the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand flew out to fiercely smash onto the ground. Thank you for letting me win. Sword Young Master sheathed his sword and stood there, then nodded indifferently towards Chai Jin. After that, he looked towards the few middle-aged men who stood nearby with sluggish divine abilities. They were the staff of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Help me prepare food. One of the middle-aged men nodded, then walked out with large strides to hastily prepare. After Sword Young Master nodded to Duan Lingtian, he turned around and entered the courtyard that belonged to Chai Jin. He defeated the inner hall student, Chai Jin, and kicked Chai Jin out of the inner hall, whereas Chai Jin had been reduced to an outer hall student. If he wanted to become an inner hall student once more, he could only issue a challenge once more. But at this moment, Chai Jin obviously didn't have the mood to issue a challenge for now, and he stood on the spot with a dumbstruck expression. Sword Young Master's strength had given him too great of a shock. First level of the void prying stage, half-step advanced sword force. This comprehension ability was sufficient to cause the other 5 great young masters to pale in comparison. I truly never imagined that Sword Young Master has actually comprehended half-step advanced sword force. Comprehending such a sword force with such a cultivation. Sword Young Master's comprehension ability is probably considered to be at the top amongst the 5 great young masters. Even the head of the 5 great young masters, the crazy young master, Luo Zhon, has only comprehended elementary fire force. The crowd of outer hall students couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Even if it was the other inner hall students, they had shocked expressions now. All of you have finished eating, right? Sima Yang quickly recovered from his shock, then walked directly into the inner hall and challenged one of the inner hall students. Sima Yang, that inner hall student knew Sima Yang and knew that he wasn't a match for Sima Yang, so he directly admitted defeat. Go prepare fish and meat for me. Sima Yang smiled with satisfaction, then he looked at the staff of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy as he spoke. Chapter 504. Needless to say, as a genius martial artist in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom whose natural talent was only inferior to the 5 great young masters, Jifeng still had some strength. The inner hall student that was chosen by him was similarly a 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, yet was defeated by him in 3 moves. Jifeng smoothly entered the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's inner hall and became an inner hall disciple. Help me prepare fine wine and delicacies. Jifeng looked at the Dragon and Phoenix Academy staff member and spoke indifferently. The staff member nodded and left. After a short moment, 3 outer hall students successfully challenged an inner hall student and replaced the latter. The crowd of spectating outer hall students felt their blood boil as they watched this. Amazing. At the same time that the crowd of outer hall students sighed with emotion, their faces were filled with envy and jealousy. In next to no time, the gazes of many people tacitly descended onto Duan Lingtian. Obviously, the scene of Duan Lingtian being the first to throw away the rice soup and moldy mantis was something that they couldn't forget until now. They all wanted to know. Did this young man that was so confident in himself really have the strength to enter the inner hall? Of course, there was also a portion of outer hall students that knew of Duan Lingtian's identity, and they were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. After all, when they'd just come to register at the Dragon and Phoenix Academy today, they'd witnessed Duan Lingtian fight outside the academy's entrance with their own 2 eyes. Although it was only a fleeting moment, Duan Lingtian's domineering finger strike was something that they couldn't forget until now. More and more gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian. This person was the first to throw away the food that belonged to an outer hall student. Obviously, he has the confidence to defeat an inner hall student and enter the inner hall. But I wonder if he has the courage to issue a challenge. If he doesn't dare issue a challenge, or even fails the challenge, then he'll become the joke of our outer hall. As far as I'm concerned, he's bound to be a joke. Exactly, no matter how monstrous a young man that looks to be no older than 25 is, it's absolutely impossible for him to defeat an inner hall student. Which inner hall student isn't in existence at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage or above? The crowd of outer hall students that didn't know Duan Lingtian's ability whispered in discussion. However, their words still entered Duan Lingtian's ears without missing a single word. Duan Lingtian did not refute these people. Because he knew that he could only use his actions to prove everything. Only then would he be able to completely shut these people up. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and stepped forward. After a short while, they entered the inner hall. After entering the inner hall, Duan Lingtian's gaze swept past each and every courtyard. Amongst the people in these courtyards, the strongest were the Sword Young Master, Chen Xiaoshui, and the crazy young master, Luo Zhon. Sword Young Master, 1st level of the Void Prying stage. Crazy Young Master, 2nd level of the Void Prying stage. The remaining few were at the half-step Void stage, and most were at the 9th level of the Nascent Soul stage. Just when the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up slightly and he was prepared to randomly choose a 9th level Nascent Soul stage inner hall student. Humph. A brat who is still wet behind the ears wants to enter the inner hall? What a fool's dream. An ear-piercing voice that was filled with mockery entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian frowned and turned around to look at the person that spoke. The person that mocked him now was precisely the Black Fiend sect's genius disciple, Chai Jin, who was still in a daze earlier. Now, Chai Jin had already treated the injuries on his hand. He only needed to consume a healing medicinal pill and this small injury would be healed in a short moment. Chai Jin, who just recovered, looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze filled with ridicule. What? Based on your gaze, you seem to be unconvinced. Idiot. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Chai Jin as he slowly spat out 2 words. Because of the Black Fiend sect's elder, Sun Rui, he didn't have the slightest good impression of the Black Fiend sect members. Now, he didn't go offend Chai Jin, but Chai Jin offended him first. Did Chai Jin really think he was a soft persimmon that was easy to bully? Idiot. Chai Jin was stunned when Duan Lingtian said this, and for a moment, he thought he'd heard wrongly. Awesome. This outer hall student is awesome. He actually dared call Chai Jin an idiot. Exactly. Even though Chai Jin lost at the hands of Sword Young Master, he's in existence at the first level of the Void Prying stage after all. In terms of strength, amongst the top 10 students of the inner hall, I'm afraid only Crazy Young Master and Sword Young Master are above him. He's simply courting death by offending a person like this. As expected, he's young and arrogant. When I was his age, I didn't have such courage. Look, Chai Jin's expression is becoming more and more unsightly. This young man is probably going to suffer misfortune. Many outer hall students looked at the scene before them, and they pointed and discussed animatedly. They seemed to have seen the scene of the young man being completely bashed by Chai Jin. On the other hand, the gazes of those outer hall students that saw Duan Lingtian make a move at the academy's entrance lit up. If Duan Lingtian and Chai Jin were to really fight, the battle between 2 first-level Void Prying stage martial artists would undoubtedly be extremely exciting. They looked forward to it. Presently, even if it was the old man that stood outside the exquisite house that was like a sentry tower, the vice dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Kai Ming, looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that contained slight surprise and bewilderment mixed within. This young man seems to be extremely confident. I wonder where his confidence came from. You actually dared call me an idiot. Chai Jin heard the group of outer hall students whispering and finally confirmed it. This violet-clothed young man before him had indeed called him an idiot earlier. He didn't hear wrongly. Instantly, his chest was practically filled with flames of rage that were difficult to restrain and were on the verge of bursting out. Not only are the members of the Black Fiend sect weak, even their ears have problems. Duan Lingtian ridiculed. His words didn't hold back in the slightest. Duan Lingtian's words caused the group of outer hall students to be dumbstruck. Even if it was the group of inner hall students, including Crazy Young Master and Sword Young Master, they'd all walked out of the courtyard now. Besides Sword Young Master, Ji Feng, and Sima Yang, who had calm expressions and weren't surprised in the slightest. The other inner hall students all revealed surprised and bewildered expressions, and they felt this violet-clothed young man was too arrogant. They were clearly aware of Chai Jin's strength. It was a genuine first-level Void Prying stage martial artist. Even if he lost at the hands of Sword Young Master and was kicked out of the inner hall. But he only had to casually challenge an inner hall student to be able to once again enter the inner hall and become an inner hall student once more. Kid, you're courting death. Chai Jin was enraged, completely enraged. At practically the instant he shouted out explosively, his entire body moved, and he didn't even pick up the grade 6 spirit sword that was struck to the ground by Sword Young Master earlier, and he directly flashed towards Duan Lingtian as if transforming into a gust of wind. If it was Crazy Young Master or Sword Young Master that said his strength was weak, then even if he was enraged, he could only endure and swallow his anger. But now, a little kid that looked to be not more than 25 years old actually dared mock his strength as being weak? How could he endure it? Whoosh! Chai Jin attacked in rage, slapping out with his palm that enveloped down towards Duan Lingtian. Origin energy roared on his palm as it descended, and it carried along a might that could swallow mountains and rivers. River Devouring Palm, an extremely famous high-grade profound rank martial skill in the Black Fiend sect. This palm strike contained the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoth. Right when most people felt that Duan Lingtian was about to be struck with misfortune. Duan Lingtian abruptly took a step forward, then abruptly withdrew his right arm and casually placed it horizontally before his chest. What does he want to do? Right when the curiosity in the hearts of everyone was aroused, Duan Lingtian made a move. Whoosh! His right arm that he withdrew and placed horizontally before his chest abruptly swung out like a violent python swinging its tail, and his arm swept out with origin energy coiled around it with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Duan Lingtian didn't use any martial skill when he attacked. But even then, at the instant Duan Lingtian attacked, the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared above him still caused most of the people present to be dumbstruck. First level of the void prying stage. Right when the hearts of these people trembled, they only felt something flash before their eyes. Subsequently, they saw something else. In the sky above the violet-clothed young man that swept out with his arm, another 500 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared beside the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. What's going on? He's obviously not using a spirit weapon. At this moment, everyone including Sword Young Master, Jifeng, Sima Yang, and the others that had seen Duan Lingtian attack before the entrance of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy trembled in their hearts for no reason or rhyme. Half-step advanced lightning force. At practically this instant, an exclaim of surprise sounded out abruptly. It was precisely the Vice Dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Kai Ming, that lost his composure and exclaimed in surprise. As soon as Kai Ming finished speaking, bang! Within the inner hall, Duan Lingtian casually swept out, and his arm that contained the origin energy of the first level of the void prying stage and half-step advanced lightning force finally collided with the palm strike of Chai Jin, who had a face that went pale and had a terrified expression. Crack. 8. The clear sound of bones breaking and Chai Jin's miserable shrill cry sounded out at practically the exact same time. Bang. Subsequently, another enormous bang sounded out. It was Duan Lingtian that swung out his arm as if it possessed the help of the gods, and after it smashed Chai Jin's arm, its momentum didn't reduce in the slightest as it smashed onto Chai Jin's chest, and it blasted Chai Jin flying. Bang! Chai Jin's body flew out like an arrow that left the bowstring, and he fiercely collided with the wall at the side of the inner hall. Along with Chai Jin's body trembling, he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and he rubbed against the wall as hideous cracks that were like spider webs appeared on the wall. Silence. Deathly silence. Presently, besides Chai Jin's muffled groans, only the cold and indifferent words of the young man that stood there like a god of war remained. A genius of the Black Fiend sect. His only SOSO. There was no lack of provocation and humiliation in the young man's words. But at this moment, no one said anything. This young man had used his formidable strength to prove that the Black Fiend sect's disciple, Chai Jin, was useless. Duan Lingtian quickly withdrew his gaze from Chai Jin. Defeating Chai Jin was within his expectations. It wasn't the slightest challenge to him. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed. At this moment, including Chai Jin, the gazes of everyone present had descended onto him in unison. Besides viciousness, the gaze in Chai Jin's eyes also contained terror and uneasiness. Chapter 505. Meanwhile, a worker from the Dragon and Phoenix Academy walked out of the inner hall with large strides. He went to prepare fine wine and delicacies for Duan Lingtian. Using a cultivation at the first level of the void prying stage and half-step advanced lightning force to defeat Chai Jin. The scene from before was practically replicating the scene of Sword Young Master defeating Chai Jin. As far as the worker of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy was concerned, the strength of this violet-clothed young man wasn't inferior to Sword Young Master. It was even to the extent that because the violet-clothed young man had comprehended the force of nature, in terms of strength, he might even surpass Sword Young Master. After all, even though Sword Young Master's sword force was at the half-step advanced stage as well, it could only be utilized in attacks. Whereas as the force of nature, the violet-clothed young man's lightning force could be utilized in both attacks and movement techniques, thus affecting one's speed. It could be said to possess both attack and speed. If they were to really fight, Sword Young Master's chances of winning were extremely small. Because Sword Young Master's speed was bound to be inferior to this violet-clothed young man. So, even though the violet-clothed young man hadn't officially challenged an inner hall student, he still obediently went to prepare fine wine and delicacies for the violet-clothed young man. Only because the violet-clothed young man had become an inner hall student without the slightest suspense. Freak. The corners of Ji Feng's mouth twitched, and he felt the center of his back go slightly cold. When he thought of how he almost offended this maleficent existence in the restaurant today, he felt a slight lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he was sufficiently careful and prudent. He concealed his strength when he was outside earlier. Sword Young Master's gaze was extremely complicated. Even though he didn't doubt in the slightest that Duan Lingtian would surpass him in the future after witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength at the entrance of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. But that was only in the future. What he never imagined was that there was utterly no need to wait for the future, as Duan Lingtian's current strength had already firmly surpassed him. Half-step advanced lightning force. When he thought of the strands of light violet-colored energy that leaped about within the raging origin energy when Duan Lingtian swung out his arm earlier, he couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. He originally thought that even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it would be difficult for there to be someone that could compare to him since he'd comprehended half-step advanced sword force at the first level of the void prying stage. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian execute half-step advanced lightning force, he was shocked. The complacency in his heart had completely vanished. In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, besides him, there was another person that was capable of comprehending half-step advanced force at the first level of the void prying stage. Moreover, what he had comprehended was the half-step advanced stage force of nature. The force of nature was superior to the force of equipment to begin with. It possessed both attack and speed, and it was the force of kings. If the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect knew of the strength Duan Lingtian revealed today, they would probably be unable to sleep or eat. Sword Young Master thought in his heart and observed a moment of silence for the Azure Forest Trisect. Monster. Sima Yang held back for a long time, and finally squeezed out these two words. Besides Ji Feng, Sword Young Master, and Sima Yang, the first to recover from their shock was the crazy young master, Luo Zhan. Luo Zhan looked at the proud and aloof figure of Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. For the first time, an indescribable bitterness rose in his heart. What 5 great young masters? That's just a joke. Before this young man, the 5 great young masters including him weren't worth mentioning at all. Right at this moment, the remaining people recovered from their shock as well. Whoosh. For a time, it was like a stone that gave rise to 1,000 ripples. Abnormal. Too abnormal. Exactly. Too abnormal. No wonder he was so confident and was the first to throw away the rice soup and steamed buns that belonged to the outer hall students. So it turns out that he possesses such a terrifying strength. First level of the void prying stage, half-step advanced lightning force. His strength isn't inferior to Sword Young Master. How old is he? Even if he takes good care of himself, he surely wouldn't be older than Sword Young Master, right? Many outer hall students discussed animatedly. They felt extremely astounded towards Duan Lingtian being able to obtain such accomplishments at such an age. Take good care of himself. Let me tell all of you, his true age is no different from what he looks like. Exactly, he isn't more than 25 this year. Take good care of himself. To think all of you can think of that. Those outer hall students that had seen Duan Lingtian make a move at the entrance of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy earlier and knew of Duan Lingtian's ability couldn't help but speak out. What do all of you mean by this? Could it be that all of you know him? Instantly, the group of outer hall students that didn't know asked curiously. Of course. Do all of you know who he is? Let me tell all of you. He's the 7-star sword sect's genius disciple, Duan Lingtian, that gave rise to much discussion in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom earlier. Duan Lingtian, all of you have heard of him, right? In next to no time, the group of outer hall students that knew of Duan Lingtian's ability exposed him one after another. Instantly, the entire Dragon and Phoenix Academy's outer hall was completely stirred. Is that Duan Lingtian? Oh my god. So it's him. I was wondering why such a little freak would suddenly appear in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. So it turns out that he's the Seven-Star Sword Sect's genius disciple, Duan Lingtian. I heard long ago that the Seven-Star Sword Sect's genius disciple, Duan Lingtian, is an unprecedented monstrous genius in the martial Dao in the history of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Now that I've seen him today, he really deserves his reputation. The burning gazes of the outer hall students descended onto Duan Lingtian one after another, and they weren't stingy with their praise in the slightest. His Duan Lingtian. Besides Sword Young Master, Ji Feng, and Sima Yang, the gazes the other inner hall students shot at Duan Lingtian had completely changed. Duan Lingtian. Especially the crazy young master, Luo Zhon. He'd heard of Duan Lingtian since long ago, and he even knew that Duan Lingtian had once defeated Saber Young Master and Zither Young Master successively. Moreover, he was publicly acknowledged by the members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom as a peerless genius that surpassed the 5 great young masters. Not more than 25 years of age, a cultivation at the first level of the Void Prying stage, and his comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. This Duan Lingtian has indeed surpassed the 5 of us. Crazy young master sighed in his heart. Of course, he wasn't discouraged because of this. His gaze became even more burning. This Duan Lingtian isn't a match for me now. What I have to do now is continue forward and not allow him to catch up. Perhaps, even Duan Lingtian himself didn't know that he'd actually caused the leader of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Crazy Young Master, to feel pressured. Presently, Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression and remained unmoved when faced with the gazes of admiration of the crowd of outer hall students. All this was unable to cause great waves in his heart. So he's that Duan Lingtian, neither servile nor overbearing, he's indeed a rare genius. Outside the exquisite little house that was like a guard tower, the old man nodded with satisfaction, and the eyes he looked at Duan Lingtian with were filled with smiles. Duan Lingtian's appearance in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy was undoubtedly a great pleasant surprise to him. If His Majesty knows that Duan Lingtian has come to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy and even possesses such shocking strength, I'm afraid he'll be interested in him as well. The old man thought in his heart. Duan Lingtian. He's actually Duan Lingtian. Chai Jin looked at Duan Lingtian's figure that had turned around, and his heart trembled. He suddenly felt that his defeat wasn't unjust. After all, this Duan Lingtian had defeated Zither Young Master, who was ranked 3rd amongst the 5 great young masters, over a year ago. Defeating him now wasn't surprising. However, when he thought of the humiliation Duan Lingtian gave him earlier, his eyes couldn't help but emit a vicious sheen. Duan Lingtian, so what if your strength is stronger than mine? We Black Fiend sect disciples don't only rely on our strength when doing things. Don't let me find a chance, otherwise, I'll make you die a graveless death. Chai Jin's face was covered in icy cold killing intent. Although Duan Lingtian's back was facing Chai Jin, as a weapon specialist that walked out from a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses in his previous life, he had a special perception towards killing intent. At the first moment, he felt Chai Jin's killing intent. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an evil smile as killing intent arose in his heart. If this Chai Jin continues to be stubborn, he'll die without a doubt. Subsequently, under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian walked towards the group of inner hall students. Duan Lingtian is going to challenge an inner hall student. The group of outer hall students seemed as if they'd discovered a new continent when they saw this scene. I really hope he'll challenge Crazy Young Master or Sword Young Master. Yeah, if he battles Crazy Young Master or Sword Young Master, it would surely be extremely exciting. Many outer hall students looked at Duan Lingtian with expressions of anticipation. Unlike the outer hall students, the group of inner hall students whose strength was at the bottom of the inner hall started to feel nervous when they saw Duan Lingtian walking over. If Duan Lingtian chose them, they would probably have no fate with the inner hall. Although they knew that this moment would arrive since long ago. After all, the young geniuses from all over the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom would gather in these few days, and there was no lack of people with strengths that surpassed them. But when the moment really arrived, their hearts were still filled with unwillingness. Leaving the inner hall meant that they would once again be reduced to an outer hall student. Once they were reduced to an outer hall student. They would no longer have spacious courtyards and could only live in those tattered tents. They would no longer be able to enjoy fine wine and delicacies, and could only eat rice soup and moldy mantis. Such a huge drop was something that they were unwilling to face. At this moment, they hoped so much that Duan Lingtian wouldn't choose them. "I'll choose you." Under the disappointed gazes of the crowd of outer hall students, Duan Lingtian casually chose an inner hall student with a cultivation at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Although this inner hall student wasn't enraged when he was chosen, he had a bitter smile on his face. He never imagined that he would be so unlucky. "Do you still want to fight me?" Duan Lingtian looked at this inner hall student and squeezed out a trace of an indistinct smile on his face. The inner hall student hurriedly shook his head. "Then thank you." Duan Lingtian smiled amicably, causing this inner hall student to feel as if he was bathed in a spring breeze. Subsequently, this inner hall student knew his limits and left the inner hall, and he passed through the door between the inner hall and outer hall to once again enter the outer hall. But no one laughed at him. Everyone had seen Duan Lingtian's strength earlier, and it was something that was difficult for an ordinary person to reach. Chapter 506. Duan Lingtian got his wish and entered the courtyard of the inner hall. Very quickly, the 4 staff members of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy brought over fine wine and delicacies for Duan Lingtian, Sword Young Master, Jifeng, and Sima Yang. The fine wine and delicacies had just been brought in by Duan Lingtian. Squeak squeak tilde before Duan Lingtian even walked into the outer hall, the little gold mouse that had already fallen asleep woke up at the first possible moment upon smelling the fragrance. "Big brother Lingtian, where did the meat come from? Didn't they only give you a bowl of water and a lousy mantu?" The little gold mouse leaped down and bluntly helped Duan Lingtian clean up, and in a short while, she'd cleaned up more than half of it. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but laugh as he scolded, "You little fellow, you just woke up and you already snatched my food. This is everything I've obtained with great difficulty." Shaking his head, Duan Lingtian walked out of the courtyard and looked at the staff member of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy that was guarding outside. "Big brother, can you help me prepare 2 more portions of delicacies?" The staff member couldn't help but be startled. "You? So much is still not enough." "It can't be helped, I have a foodie by my side." Duan Lingtian glanced helplessly at the little gold mouse in the courtyard, and he spread out his hands as he spoke. At this moment, the staff member noticed as well. "I can't make the decision on this." The staff member was slightly troubled. According to the rules of our Dragon and Phoenix Academy, every inner hall student, besides when they've just entered the inner hall, can request for a full meal. At other times, only when it's mealtime can we deliver fine wine and delicacies to you. "There's such a rule?" Duan Lingtian's expression froze, then he raised his hand and took out a gold bill of 1,000. "Big brother, you..." Duan Lingtian hadn't finished speaking when the staff member's expression changed. "Quickly put it away. If the vice dean sees it." "I've already seen it." Right at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded out. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the old man in front of the house that stood like a sentry tower, and he was slightly embarrassed. "Vice Dean Kai, enough." The old man raised his hand to stop Duan Lingtian and said with a sullen face, "I forgot to tell you just now. In our Dragon and Phoenix Academy, besides not being allowed to change the food without permission, you are also not allowed to bribe the staff. This time, since this is your first offense, I won't hold it against you." Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the first half of the old man's sentence. When the old man finished speaking, Duan Lingtian let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Vice Dean Kai." After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian bitterly smiled. His heart was filled with helplessness. "Sigh, that foodie little gold actually ate my delicacies. It seems that I can only starve for this meal." Then, Duan Lingtian turned around and prepared to return to the courtyard. Right at this moment. In the future, give him 2 more servings of good wine and food for every meal. When the sudden voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel excited. "Thank you, Vice Dean Kai." Duan Lingtian hurriedly turned around to express his thanks. The staff member was slightly surprised when he heard Kai Ming, as he never imagined that the Vice Dean would take care of Duan Lingtian like this. With a quick thought, he came to an understanding. This Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao was extraordinary, peerless, and unparalleled. 1 year later, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom would probably have to rely on him to be in the limelight on the stage of the Darkstone Empire. A person like this had sufficient qualifications to obtain different treatment. Now go prepare 2 more servings of good wine and delicacies for him. The old man instructed. Yes, Vice Dean. The staff member replied and left. With the special care of the Vice Dean, Duan Lingtian was finally able to eat his fill. After the meal, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he looked at the little gold mouse that lay there with a round belly. This little gold is really a complete foodie. 3 servings of delicacies, I'm full after eating one. Whereas she ate an entire 2 servings. Big brother Lingtian, I like it here. The stir-fried meat and roasted meat here are much more delicious than those in restaurants. The little gold mouse propped up her round body with difficulty, and blinked her jade green eyes as she spoke via voice transmission. Of course. Behind this Dragon and Phoenix Academy is the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. The chefs that prepare delicacies for the inner hall are very likely imperial chefs that came from the imperial palace. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by this. After eating his fill, Duan Lingtian returned to his room and silently cultivated 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Lightning WOM form. The origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body was ceaselessly strengthening. The pressing matter at hand was to improve his cultivation as soon as possible so that he would have sufficient capital to look down upon the young geniuses of the various dynasties in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties 4 years from now. After an unknown period of time, Duan Lingtian felt the increase of his origin energy was almost full, and he stopped. More haste, less speed. Duan Lingtian knew this principle. But even if he didn't cultivate, Duan Lingtian still had many things he could do. Hiss. With a raise of his hand, a strand of raging and restless flames appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. This was a strand of blue-colored flames. If a weapons craftsman was here, the weapons craftsman would surely be able to recognize with a glance that this was a grade 4 weapon flame. A grade 4 weapon flame that only a grade 4 alchemist was capable of condensing. Exactly, Duan Lingtian was already a grade 4 weapons craftsman now. Grade 4 weapons craftsman. Not to mention the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, even the Darkstone Empire didn't have one. Only the Darkhan dynasty had an extremely small number of grade 4 weapons craftsmen. As for grade 3 weapons craftsmen, they were probably only found in the foreign lands that were as numerous as the clouds. Alas, the materials in my possession aren't able to improve the grade of my offensive spirit weapon. It's temporarily impossible to improve Little Gold and my grade 5 spirit sword to a grade 4 spirit sword. Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed, and then he withdrew the cauldron he used to refine pills. This cauldron had been improved to the level of a grade 5 spirit weapon by Duan Lingtian earlier. Now that my cultivation has broken through to the void prying stage, I'm able to condense pill flame and weapon flame with my origin energy to condense into a grade 4 flame. But if I want to refine a grade 4 medicinal pill, I still require a grade 4 spirit weapon cauldron. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the cauldron. Fortunately, the materials required for an auxiliary spirit weapon like the cauldron can't be considered to be rare. There's sufficient materials within my collection to be able to refine it into a grade 4 spirit weapon. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian withdrew a pile of weapon refinement materials. After an hour, Duan Lingtian used a profound technique combined with a grade 4 weapon flame to successfully improve the cauldron to the level of a grade 4 spirit weapon. Big brother Lingtian, you're able to refine a grade 4 spirit weapon? Duan Lingtian's movements weren't small, and it alarmed the little gold mouse, and the little gold mouse's eyes glowed. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Squeak. The little gold mouse cried out happily when she heard this, and her jade-green eyes were filled with joy as she raised her little claw and withdrew her pocket grade 5 spirit sword from the spatial ring on her neck. Big brother Lingtian, quickly help me improve the grade of my spirit sword. The little gold mouse spoke to Duan Lingtian via voice transmission, and she was extremely excited. After she found out about the great disparity between every grade of spirit sword, the little gold mouse was filled with yearning towards high-grade spirit swords. In the past, she'd always yearned for Duan Lingtian to be able to improve her grade 5 spirit sword to a grade 4 spirit sword. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Little gold, I temporarily don't have any materials in my possession that can improve the grade of an offensive spirit weapon to grade 4. I can only wait for an opportunity and go to the Imperial City's Weapons Craftsman Guild to try my luck. The materials required for a grade 4 offensive spirit weapon were much rarer than the materials required for a grade 4 auxiliary spirit weapon. At the same time, they were extremely precious. In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, they were absolutely not something that could be found anywhere. The little gold mouse instantly drooped her head when she heard this, and she was slightly disappointed. All right. Come, these are the 2 drops of Monkey King wine that I promised you earlier. After you consume them, it ought to be sufficient to break through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. At that time, your spiritual force ought to be able to advance along with your breakthrough in cultivation. Duan Lingtian withdrew the 2 drops of Monkey King wine and passed it to the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse's eyes shone when she heard this, and she swallowed the 2 drops of Monkey King wine into her stomach. At the same time, she said via voice transmission, "Big brother Lingtian, I'll surely be able to break through this time. So long as I break through to the 7th level of the void prying stage, my spiritual force will surely be pushed to the void initiation stage. At that time, I'll be able to awaken my soul brand and comprehend soul skills." As she finished speaking, the little gold mouse was extremely excited. Duan Lingtian nodded. He couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly when he saw the little gold mouse lying down and falling into deep sleep. At that time, after the little gold mouse consumed the nether soul fruit, her spiritual force had increased by a few levels. Now, along with the increase of her cultivation, her spiritual force would increase appropriately as well. This was different from Duan Lingtian. In the past, although Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was strong, it wasn't the effect of the spirit fruit. It was even to the extent that he hadn't consumed a spirit fruit that increased the level of his spiritual force. So, along with the increase of his cultivation, his spiritual force slowly merged with his, and in the end, it was at the same level as his cultivation. Just like now. Whereas after the little gold mouse consumed the spirit fruit, she truly opened up the potential of her spiritual force. In the future, so long as her cultivation increased, her spiritual force would be able to obtain a corresponding increase. Duan Lingtian was filled with anticipation. What sort of soul skill would the soul brand Little Gold Awaken bestow upon her? Logically speaking, the descendant of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse and the soul brand inherited from the jade-eyed heavenly mouse ought to not be simple. So long as the level of Little Gold's spiritual force increases to the void initiation stage. In the future, I don't have to be overly fearful when walking in the Imperial City. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. When he saw Little Gold wouldn't wake up for a while, Duan Lingtian left the room and arrived at the courtyard. Tempest Point. With a raise of his hand, wind force and lightning force appeared at the same time. The force of the Tempest Point tore through the sky and descended onto a stone pillar in the courtyard, directly penetrating it. Duan Lingtian silently cultivated the Tempest Point, trying his best to comprehend a higher level of wind force and lightning force. At this moment, the outside of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy was in complete uproar because of Duan Lingtian's appearance. Firstly, it was the Yin clan. Yin Zhe, the #1 genius of the Yin clan's younger generation, the next successor to the Yin clan's patriarch position, he actually had one of his arms cripple. His most important arm. The entire Yin clan instantly seemed as if an earthquake had occurred, and it shook. Yin clan estate. Within the audience hall, many Yin clan higher-ups were gathered together. Chapter 507. In next to no time, the Yin clan higher-ups were gathered together. The Yin clan's patriarch, Yin Zheng, had a gloomy expression. I presume all of you already know the ins and outs of the matter. The reason I've gathered everyone back is mainly because of this matter. I want to seek everyone's opinion and give Zi justice. The Zi that Yin Zheng spoke of was precisely Yin Zhe. Yin Zhe was his own son. and his most outstanding son. Patriarch, that Duan Lingtian dared make a move against young Master Zi, he simply ate the gall of a leopard. I suggest that we immediately head to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy to ask for Duan Lingtian. A curly-bearded man was filled with righteous indignation as he spoke with a sonorous voice. Exactly. A surviving bastard of the Seven-Star Sword sect actually dares provoke our Yin clan, he's simply courting death. Many people agreed with the curly-bearded man. Grand Elder, what do you think? Yin Zheng's gaze descended onto the old man below, and he asked with slight respect. The old man's eyes had always been closed, and only when he heard Yin Zheng did he slowly open his pair of muddy eyes. It's best for our Yin clan to wait and see in this matter. Wait and see. Many people shook their heads with unwilling expressions. Grand Elder, could it be that we're just going to let this matter go like this? Young Master Zi is the future hope of our Yin clan. Now that young Master Zi has been crippled, if our Yin clan doesn't take any action, then outsiders would think that our Yin clan is afraid of that Duan Lingtian. Yeah, Grand Elder, the honor of the Yin clan surpasses everything. For a time, the Yin clan audience hall was in an uproar. Honor surpasses everything? The old man slowly raised his head, and his pair of muddy eyes abruptly flashed with a strand of bright light. Are you sure that the rise and fall of the clan is inferior to that illusory honor? The rise and fall of the clan? The old man's words caused most of the people present to be puzzled. Grand Elder, what do you mean by this? Of course, there were many people that understood the meaning behind the old man's words. Grand Elder, you're afraid of that Duan Lingtian's natural talent? Yin Zheng took a deep breath as he asked. The old man nodded and said slowly, I just obtained news that Duan Lingtian isn't only a first-level void prying stage martial artist, he's even comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. All of you should know what this means. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the expressions of all the Yin clan higher-ups including Yin Zheng went grim. They'd heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian stepping into the first level of the void prying stage, so they weren't surprised. But, half-step advanced lightning force? Yin Zheng felt his heartbeat quicken. Great Elder, is what you said true? My grandson used the opportunity to leave the Dragon Phoenix Academy once a month to inform me of this matter. The old man had a serious expression on his face. Immediately, the others no longer had any doubts. Although the Grand Elder's grandson wasn't as talented as the Patriarch's son, Yinja, he wasn't bad either. He was also one of the Yin clan's disciples who had been recommended to enter the Dragon Phoenix Academy. First level of the void prying stage and half-step advanced lightning force before the age of 25. I originally thought that the survivor of the Seven-Star Sword sect only had monstrous natural talent, but I never imagined that his comprehension ability would be so monstrous as well. The words of many Yin clan higher-ups were filled with fear. Great Elder, do we have no choice but to swallow this insult? There were also Yin family higher-ups who were extremely unwilling. Could it be that you have some wise opinion? The old man asked indifferently, causing the latter to be speechless. The old man continued. That Duan Lingtian is a survivor of the Seven-Star Sword sect, and is a person that the Azure Forest Trisect wishes for nothing more than to get rid of. Do all of you think that the Azure Forest Trisect would sit idly by after finding out about Duan Lingtian's appearance? The old man's words caused the gazes of the Yin clan higher-ups to light up. The strength of the Azure Forest Trisect far surpasses our Yin clan. If the Azure Forest Trisect is unable to do anything to that Duan Lingtian, then do all of you think our Yin clan can do anything to that Duan Lingtian? Instead of taking the risk to offend a great enemy in the future, why don't we sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? The old man's words obtained the agreement of everyone. Patriarch, I'm afraid someone has already sent the news of Duan Lingtian's appearance to the Azure Forest Trisect. But, the person that sent the news probably doesn't know that Duan Lingtian has comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. The old man looked at Yin Zheng, and his muddy eyes flashed with a strand of cold light. Patriarch, send someone to notify the Azure Forest Trisect of Duan Lingtian comprehending half-step advanced lightning force. Great Elder is wise. Yin Zheng guessed the old man's plan when he heard this, and his gaze lit up. Great Elder is wise. All the Yin clan higher-ups sensed this, and all of their faces revealed evil smiles. If the Azure Forest Trisect knew that not only had this potential threat, Duan Lingtian, broken through to the first level of the Void Prying stage and even comprehended half-step advanced lightning force, they would probably risk their lives to eliminate Duan Lingtian. This was something that they didn't doubt in the slightest. In next to no time, an enormous hawk soared into the sky within the Yin clan estate, and it carried along a person to transform into a bolt of lightning that headed out of the Imperial City. Based on its speed, this hawk was obviously a demon beast. The Azure Forest Trisect was formed from the merger of the former Origin Convergence sect, Demonic Lotus Blade sect, and Snow Moon sect. Whereas the original Snow Moon sect was the closest to the Imperial City of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The original Snow Moon sect was located north of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and it was a world of ice and snow that was covered in white snow all year round. Today, however, an uninvited guest had arrived. Whoosh! A black figure flashed past the horizon, and it was especially conspicuous in the world of ice and snow. In next to no time, the black figure stopped and revealed its true appearance. A flying demon beast that had the appearance of a hawk. The reason why this flying beast had stopped was because a figure had appeared in front of it, blocking its path. When facing the middle-aged scholar with a graceful bearing before it, the sharp eyes of the flying demon beast revealed slight terror. Who's trespassing into my Azure Forest Trisect's branch sect? The middle-aged scholar wore a silk scarf on his head and held a feather fan in his hand, and he had a calm expression, yet slight cold lights flickered in the depths of his eyes. Sect leader Xue. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man that sat on the back of the flying demon beast abruptly stood up and respectfully bowed to the middle-aged scholar. Who are you? The middle-aged scholar was precisely the former sect leader of the Snow Moon sect, Xue Rui, and he was one of the three great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect today. As a higher-up of the Yin clan, the middle-aged man had once seen Xue Rui, so he recognized Xue Rui. Sect leader Xue, I'm a member of the Yin clan of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. I've come here under the orders of the Patriarch to pass on a message to sect leader Xue. The middle-aged man spoke respectfully to Xue Rui. Yin clan? The Yin clan that's capable of comparing with a first-rate sect? Xue Rui's brows raised as he asked indifferently. Exactly. The middle-aged man nodded. Speak, what's the matter? Xue Rui didn't take the Yin clan seriously. As far as he was concerned, a clan that was comparable to a first-rate sect would at most have one or two void initiation stage martial artists that weren't up to standard, and it was difficult for them to ascend to the top. Not to mention being unable to compare with the current Azure Forest Trisect, even the former Snow Moon sect wasn't something the Yin clan could compare to. Sect leader Xue, the Patriarch asked me to tell you that the surviving member of the Seven Star Sword sect that your Azure Forest Trisect wishes for nothing more than to get rid of has already appeared in the Imperial City's Dragon and Phoenix Academy. The middle-aged man said. Surviving member of the Seven Star Sword sect. At the beginning, Xue Rui didn't react, but after a short moment, his face went grim. You're talking about Duan Lingtian? Obviously, Xue Rui still didn't know about the news of Duan Lingtian's appearance. Exactly. The middle-aged man hurriedly nodded. Duan Lingtian. I never imagined that you really dared to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Xue Rui's eyes were piercingly cold, and his mood surged exceedingly. That day, when his personal disciple, Liu Yu, found out about Duan Lingtian, he originally thought that with the three Guardian Elders making a move, Duan Lingtian would die for sure. Unexpectedly, their Azure Forest Trisect sent 3 Guardian Elders, yet only 2 returned in the end. Only at that time did he know that a mysterious expert with an extremely terrifying strength was actually concealed within the tiny Crimson Sky Kingdom. That mysterious expert didn't even make an appearance before directly annihilating one of their Guardian Elders. Even if it was in their Azure Forest Trisect, the strength of that Guardian Elder was a top existence, and he was a 6th-level Void Initiation Stage expert. Since that time, he knew that it was impossible for their Azure Forest Trisect to kill Duan Lingtian in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. They could only wait for Duan Lingtian to come out himself. They'd always been waiting for an opportunity. Whereas now, this opportunity seemed to have already arrived, sect leader Xue. The Yin clan member continued. That Duan Lingtian has already stepped into the first level of the void prying stage now. Not only that, but he hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted. What? You said he's already broken through to the void prying stage? Shuerui's face went grim, and the imposing aura on his body shot into the sky like a rainbow as it swept out. Instantly, the bodies of the Yin clan member and the flying demon beast that carried him over shivered, and it was even to the extent that they had the risk of losing their strength and falling to their deaths at any moment. Sect leader Shue, I haven't finished speaking. The Yin clan member struggled as he spoke. Finally, Shuerui's imposing aura was restrained. Whereas the Yin clan member and the flying demon beast seemed to have lost their strength. When it caught its breath, the flying demon beast flapped its wings and retreated over 10 meters. Speak. Cold lights flickered within Shuerui's eyes, and his voice was incomparably chilly. The matter of Duan Lingtian breaking through to the void prying stage had caused him to be extremely shocked, and it was as if he was facing a great enemy. Duan Lingtian seems to not be 25 years old this year, right? Sect leader Shue, not only has that Duan Lingtian's cultivation broken through to the void prying stage, he's even comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. As soon as the Yin clan member finished speaking, he urged the flying demon beast to tear through the sky. Sect leader Shue, farewell. Shuerui didn't pay attention to the Yin clan member, and his body unconsciously started trembling as he stood in the sky. First level of the void prying stage, half-step advanced lightning force. A trace of coldness arose within Shuerui's heart. If that Duan Lingtian doesn't die, then my Azure Forest Trisect will surely perish in the future. No matter what price I have to pay, I must eliminate that Duan Lingtian so as to avoid future troubles. Shuerui's figure flashed to transform into a white waterfall that instantly left the Snow Moon sect. He wanted to tell this matter to the other two sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect. Chapter 508. Duan Lingtian was naturally completely unaware of what was happening outside. Presently, he was silently cultivating in the inner hall of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. At the same time that he improved his cultivation, he didn't forget to cultivate his martial skills and comprehend a higher level of force. First level of the void prying stage, comprehending half-step advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force. Even the Emperor Wu of Samsara didn't have such accomplishments all those years ago. Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. According to the memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara, even though the Emperor Wu of Samsara had comprehended two types of force when he stepped into the first level of the void prying stage in his second lifetime, he only comprehended one type of force, the advanced force. The other type of force was only the seed of force. Today seems to be the last day of registration for the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and arrived at the courtyard. Presently, the inner hall was extremely bustling. Occasionally, outer hall students would enter the inner hall to challenge the inner hall students, as they wanted to win better treatment. Ji Feng. Suddenly, an explosive shout sounded out, and it drew Duan Lingtian's gaze. Presently, there was a young man around the age of 35 standing outside a courtyard in the inner hall. Duan Lingtian had an impression of that courtyard. It was precisely the courtyard that the Ji clan's Ji Feng stayed in. Ji Feng was the first person Duan Lingtian got to know after arriving at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city. Although they couldn't be considered to have any friendship, now that someone had challenged him, Duan Lingtian was still interested to watch. Instantly, his spiritual force stretched out to sweep towards the young man. At the first possible moment, he noticed this person's cultivation. Half-step void stage? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he thought in his heart. Looks like Ji Feng is probably going to be kicked out of the inner hall. Right at this moment. A cold snort sounded out from the courtyard Ji Feng was in. Subsequently, Ji Feng's figure appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Zigang. Ji Feng walked out of the courtyard and looked at the young man outside the courtyard. You think you're worthy of challenging me? If it was your Z clan's zither young master, Z Shong, I might be slightly afraid. As for you, I don't take you seriously. Shameless boasting. Zhigang sneered and suddenly took a step forward. Instantly, 1,500 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky. Half-step void stage. Instantly, many of the surrounding outer hall students couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Half-step void stage? Jifeng's indifferent expression tensed up slightly when he saw the cultivation Zhigang revealed. I truly never imagined that you've actually broken through to the half-step void stage. But do you think you can defeat me just because you've broken through to the half-step void stage? As he finished speaking, Jifeng also took a step forward. In the sky, the energy of heaven and earth roiled as 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes similarly appeared, and they accumulated force while waiting to be deployed. Half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian was greatly surprised when he saw this scene, as he never imagined that Jifeng had actually broken through to the half-step void stage in these few days. Zhigang, who was originally filled with confidence, had a slightly gloomy expression. How about it? Do you still want to challenge me? Jifeng asked indifferently. The origin energy on Zhigang's body raged, and it seemed to have transformed into a ball of white flames that enveloped his entire body within it. He used his actions to reply to Jifeng. Then I'll play with you. Jifeng's figure flashed out as if transforming into a bolt of lightning that shot towards Zhigang. After a short moment, the two of them were locked in a fierce battle. At the beginning, both of them didn't use spirit weapons and only relied on their origin energy to fight. In next to no time, both of them utilized grade 6 spirit weapons at the same time. For a time, both of them were equally matched. I truly never imagined that in only a few days, Jifeng has broken through to the half-step void stage as well. The two of them are equally matched, and it's probably difficult to decide a victor. Many outer hall students whispered in discussion. Some of the inner hall students that were spectating the battle had similar thoughts. Only Duan Lingtian's gaze never left Jifeng from the beginning until the end, and unknowingly, the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of a smile. This Jifeng really concealed his strength deeply. Practically at the same time Duan Lingtian's thoughts had just finished sounding out. The grade 6 spirit sword in Jifeng's hand emitted a strand of a pitilessly sharp aura. Instantly, another 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the ancient mammoth silhouettes that were amplified by the spirit sword in the sky above him. But, these additional ancient mammoth silhouettes weren't stable, and it would occasionally fluctuate to 60 or 70 ancient mammoth silhouettes. But even then, he still relied on the strength of almost 100 ancient mammoths to defeat Zhigang in one go. Pu. Zhigang was blasted flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. When he descended to the ground, his body swayed and he seemed to be in a sorry state. You've actually comprehended a sword force seed. Zhigang's voice seemed to contain slight terror mixed within. Sword force seed. The surroundings were in an uproar, and the gazes of everyone descended onto Jifeng, as they obviously never imagined that Jifeng still had such ability. This Jifeng's comprehension ability isn't bad. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. The sword force seed Jifeng comprehended was undoubtedly slightly superior to the saber force seed Saber Young Master executed when he fought the Saber Young Master that day. Of course, this didn't mean that Jifeng was stronger than the Saber Young Master. After all, more than 2 years had already passed since the last battle between him and the Saber Young Master. The current Saber Young Master's strength had surely advanced by leaps and bounds. It was even to the extent that he might have already broken through to the void prying stage. Saber Young Master. Demonic Lotus Blade Sect. When he thought of the Saber Young Master, Long Yun, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall the Demonic Lotus Blade Sect of the past. The Demonic Lotus Blade Sect was one of the culprits that annihilated the Seven Star Sword Sect. The Saber Young Master was the foster son of the Demonic Lotus Blade Sect's leader. Besides Zi Shong, there isn't a second person in the younger generation of your Zi clan that I take seriously. Jifeng looked at Zhigang and ridiculed. Zhigang's face went grim as his body lightly trembled, and he felt humiliated to the extreme. Right at this moment, a chilly voice abruptly sounded out. Then let me, this person that you don't take seriously, properly experience your ability. Along with this chilly voice sounding out, A violet-colored beautiful figure accompanied by a wave of fragrant wind appeared in the inner hall, and she stood before Zhi Gang. Whoosh! A fair wrist slowly stretched out from beneath the sleeve that was inlaid with gold, and a medicinal pill shot out with a flick of her finger that flashed directly towards Zhi Gang. Zhi Gang received the medicinal pill and swallowed it before bowing respectfully to the person that had arrived. Young Miss Zhi Yang. Meanwhile, the beautiful figure turned around, and a graceful and charming figure and a face that was beautiful like an angel appeared before the eyes of everyone. Even Du and Lingtian's eyes couldn't help but light up. In terms of appearance, this young woman wasn't inferior to his two fiancés. The young woman wore violet clothes, and as she stood there, she first emitted an otherworldly aura, and then she emitted a charming aura. The contradictory combination of otherworldly and charming caused this violet-clothed young woman to seem even more difficult to fathom. Young Miss Zhi Yang? She's the younger sister of Zhi the young master, Flute Fairy Zhi Yang? Instantly, someone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. I heard long ago that Flute Fairy Zhi Yang is the #1 beauty in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. Now that I've seen her today, she really deserves her reputation. The speed she entered the inner hall earlier was so swift. I've only heard that Flute Fairy Zhi Yang possesses extremely high attainments in music, and she even frequently plays the zither and flute together with her brother, Zhi the young master, and it can be said to be the sound of nature. Looks like this young Miss Zhi Yang's cultivation in the martial Dao isn't low as well. The Zhi clan only has 2 recommendation positions. Since young Miss Zhi Yang is able to occupy one of the positions, I presume her cultivation is extraordinary as well. In the past, I actually didn't know that young Miss Zhi Yang possessed such high natural talent in the martial Dao. Young Miss Zhi Yang has an elder brother like Zhi the young master, so even if her natural talent in the martial Dao isn't bad, it would surely be concealed by Zhi the young master's brilliance and cause us to be completely unaware. After all, our gazes are mostly on Zhi the young master. The crowd of outer hall students discussed animatedly. Young Miss Zhi Yang. Ji Feng still had a calm expression when facing Zhi Yang. Swords have no eyes, please don't be rash, young Miss Zhi Yang. Otherwise, if I accidentally injure young Miss Zhi Yang, then it would be difficult for me to give Zhi the young master an explanation. Who in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City didn't know that Zhi the young master was extremely fond of this younger sister of his? If he were to injure Zhi Yang, then Zhi the young master would surely not let the matter go. Since you look down on members of our Zhi clan so much, then I'll prove to you that what you said isn't right. Zhi Yang's white wrist once again stretched out from within her sleeve, and a crystalline and translucent jade flute appeared out of thin air in her hand. Grade 5 Spirit Weapon. At this moment, Du and Lingtian just happened to be using his spiritual force to detect Zhi Yang's cultivation, and his spiritual force flashed past the jade flute in Flute Fairy's hand, yet he noticed that it was a grade 5 spirit weapon. Looks like Ji Feng is going to suffer. Du and Lingtian thought to himself. He'd noticed earlier that this Flute Fairy, Zhi Yang, was in existence at the half-step void stage just like Ji Feng. Since young Miss Zhi Yang insists, then Ji Feng can only be impolite. Ji Feng took a deep breath as the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand shook, and his gaze gradually became cold. Young Miss Zhi Yang, make your move. Under the gazes of everyone present, Flute Fairy slowly raised her hand and placed the grade 5 spirit flute horizontally above her red lips, then her hands lightly moved rhythmically on the spirit flute as she exhaled and chi entered the spirit flute. Whereas the spirit flute started to emit strands of origin energy that grew more and more profound. Instantly, the sound of the flute sounded out, and it was filled with killing intent. This was a tune of killing intent. In an instant, 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes gradually condensed and took form in the sky. Half-step void stage. This Flute Fairy, Zhi Yang, is actually at the half-step void stage as well. Instantly, the crowd of outer hall students were greatly shocked. In next to no time, when everyone saw another 720 ancient mammoth silhouettes appear beside the 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes, their faces went grim. Grade 5 Spirit Weapon. Oh my god. This Flute Fairy, Zhi Yang, is similar to her brother, Zhi the young master, and they both possess grade 5 spirit weapons. Chapter 509. At this moment. Besides the 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes possessed by a half-step void stage martial artist, there were 720 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Flute Fairy. Compared to the additional 570 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Jifeng, it formed an extremely great contrast. This was the difference between a Grade 5 spirit weapon and a Grade 6 spirit weapon. An ordinary Grade 5 spirit weapon was able to provide an amplification of 48%, whereas an ordinary Grade 6 spirit weapon was only able to provide an amplification of 38%. An entire 10% difference. To a half-step void stage martial artist, 10% was equivalent to the strength of 150 ancient mammoth. So what if it's a Grade 5 spirit weapon? I've comprehended a sword force seed, I'm not much inferior to you. Jifeng's slightly shocked expression instantly focused as his figure flashed out, and he chose to gain the initiative by striking first. After all, even if the energy contained within his sword force seed fluctuated to the limit, it was still inferior to Flute Fairy by the strength of a few tens of ancient mammoths. If he wanted to obtain victory, then he had to take her by surprise. But, would Jifeng be able to succeed? Suddenly, the tune emitted from the Grade 5 spirit flute that Flute Fairy held before her red lips became more and more hurried, and the origin energy within it had even completely condensed into material form. Swish! As Jifeng's figure flashed out, his sword flashed out like a shooting star that flashed in the night sky, and its target was the Grade 5 spirit flute in Flute Fairy's hand. As far as he was concerned, so long as he struck down Flute Fairy's Grade 5 spirit flute, it would be sufficient for him to firmly grasp victory. In this way, he wouldn't harm Flute Fairy. Right at this moment, the tune that Flute Fairy played that contained killing intent abruptly changed, and it became exceedingly high-spirited. It was at this moment that Yi Zichen's eyes widened. Swish, 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 swish. Flute Fairy's breath was like orchids as origin energy condensed on the spirit flute in her hand, and along with the rhythm of the tune, numerous blades of light condensed from origin energy whistled out to intercept Jifeng. The following scene caused everyone to be dumbstruck. This Flute Fairy is actually able to condense her origin energy into blades and execute an attack through the spirit flute. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled at the sight before him. The Flute Fairy stood before his eyes. The purple clothes on her body fluttered without any wind, and the slender fingertips of her hands were constantly pressing on the spirit flute. Numerous light blades condensed from origin energy whistled out and flashed towards Jifeng, who was attacking. These light blades were like raindrops that would never stop falling, constantly falling on Jifeng's body. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The Grade 6 spirit sword in Jifeng's hand had been swung countless times, and every time it was swung out, it would disperse a blade of light. However, there were simply too many light blades. When he arrived, his movements became somewhat awkward. On the other hand, Flute Fairy stood there leisurely, and along with an ear-piercing tune of slaughter, the numerous blades of light that flashed out seemed to be pitilessly fierce. Ah! Suddenly, Jifeng shouted out explosively as the origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and the Grade 6 spirit sword in his hand was withdrawn before starting to revolve around his body, transforming into numerous sword lights that coiled around his body. Subsequently, Jifeng's figure flashed out, and he actually relied on the protective barrier formed by these sword lights to charge towards Flute Fairy. Those light blades descended onto the protective barrier around Jifeng's body bit by bit before transforming into nothingness. It's the Ji clan's Earth rank defensive martial skill, Iron Wall Sword Body. Instantly, many people recognized the martial skill Jifeng executed now. Earth rank defensive martial skill? Duan Lingtian was shocked. According to his knowledge, Earth rank defensive martial skills mostly relied on Earth force and Earth concept to be executed. For example, the high-grade Earth rank defensive martial skill that came with the sixth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique was a set of defensive martial skills executed with Earth concept. Earth rank defensive martial skills and profound rank defensive martial skills were two completely different concepts. Profound rank defensive martial skills had very little effect after the origin core stage. On the other hand, because Earth rank defensive martial skills were fused with force and concept, if one was able to cultivate it to a certain extent, Then even though it was unable to completely block off the opponent's attack, it was able to temporarily block off the opponent's attack and buy time for oneself. This was the charm of an Earth-rank defensive martial skill, whereas now, when Jifeng executed the Earth-rank defensive martial skill, Iron Wall Sword Body, even though it was difficult to continuously withstand Flute Fairy's light blade attacks, he relied on the Iron Wall Sword Body to buy some time. At the very least, he'd already approached Flute Fairy before the Iron Wall Sword Body was destroyed. Bang! Finally, the sword light defense around Jifeng that was condensed from the Iron Wall Sword Body was completely shattered by the light blades that covered the sky that descended from Flute Fairy. Meanwhile, Jifeng had already arrived nearby Flute Fairy. Swish! Jifeng made a move. His sword flashed out, and after shattering the numerous light blades, it seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that pierced towards Flute Fairy. This Jifeng has obviously seen through Flute Fairy's weakness. Flute Fairy uses the Tune of Slaughter to condense origin energy light blades to attack, and she's even more adept in long-range attack. Allowing him to get close to her, it's only the advantage of the strength of a few tens of ancient mammoths, and it's difficult for her to block a single sword strike of his. The scene before him caused Duan Lingtian's eyes to light up. He originally thought that Jifeng would lose, but never had he imagined that Jifeng would give him such a great surprise. Jifeng's actual combat experience had exceeded his expectations. Just when most of the people were worried about Flute Fairy, a cold sweat suddenly appeared on their foreheads. Flute Fairy's slender fingers moved faster and faster on the spirit flute. Whereas that Tune of Slaughter became more and more urgent. It was like a lofty mountain and flowing water. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's acute spiritual force noticed the change in the origin energy that was coiled around the spirit flute in Flute Fairy's hand at the first possible moment. There seemed to be something extra within the origin energy. Duan Lingtian still hadn't recovered from his shock. Flute Fairy exhaled, and through the spirit flute, numerous light blades were condensed once again. Swish, 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 swish. Numerous light blades were arranged in an orderly line as they moved to intercept Jifeng's sword that pierced over. Break! Jifeng's eyes were crimson red as he shouted out explosively, desiring to shatter these light blades and defeat Flute Fairy. But in next to no time, his expression went grim. Because the light blades that were arranged in a straight line were completely different from the light blades from before, and there seemed to be traces of light azure-colored energy that were extremely gorgeous. Whereas now, in the sky above Flute Fairy, another 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes had been added beside the 2,220 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Of course, these 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes weren't stable, and they fluctuated to 70 or 80 at times. Clang! The first light blade collided with the grade 6 spirit sword in Jifeng's hand, causing Jifeng's body to tremble slightly. Clang! The second light blade continued blasting over, and Jifeng's face instantly went ghastly pale. Clang! The third light blade caused Jifeng's face to instantly flush red. Clang! The fourth light blade caused Jifeng to spit out a mouthful of blood. Up until the sixth light blade, the space between Jifeng's thumb and index finger split open and dripped with blood, and the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand was blasted flying before dropping to the ground with a clang. Whereas the remaining 3 light blades were about to pierce into Jifeng's chest and annihilate him. Whoosh! The violet-colored figure was like a violet-colored spectre that arrived like a shadow, and with a raise of her hand, she annihilated the 3 light blades. Bang! The crystalline and translucent jade flute descended onto Jifeng's chest and blasted Jifeng flying. Bang! Jifeng fell to the ground in a sorry state with a miserable expression. As for the purple spectre-like figure, it finally stopped moving and revealed the true appearance of the Flute Fairy, Zi Yang. What a formidable woman! Duan Lingtian gasped. This Flute Fairy is the younger sister of Zi the Young Master. Based on her age, she's much younger than Zi the Young Master from over a year ago. In other words, her natural talent obviously surpassed Zi the Young Master, especially comprehension ability. Flute Fairy had already comprehended the wind force seed to the limit. Earlier, when facing Jifeng's attack that could be said to be perfect, she'd utilized the wind force seed in time to defeat Jifeng in one go without the slightest hesitation. Wind Force Seed. No matter if it was the outer hall students or inner hall students, all of them were shocked by Flute Fairy's ability. Your strength isn't bad. A half-step void stage martial artist was able to force me to utilize the Wind Force Seed. If I didn't have a grade 5 spirit flute, I might not be a match for you. Flute Fairy glanced indifferently at Ji Feng. Ji Feng took a deep breath. There are no IFS. Even if I had a grade 5 spirit weapon, I wouldn't not use it. A loss is a loss. But I never imagined that as the younger sister of Zither Young Master, Flute Fairy would actually possess such formidable natural talent and comprehension ability. In my opinion, even if you're compared to Zither Young Master, Flute Fairy isn't inferior. Ji Feng's words were sincere. But Flute Fairy didn't appreciate his kindness. Me. My brother is much stronger than me. If you dare speak ill of my brother again, I'll absolutely not forgive you. Instantly, Flute Fairy's face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost, icy cold to the extreme. Her words were extremely protective of Zither Young Master. For a time, those outer hall students that originally wanted to say similar words shut their mouths obediently. That Zither Young Master actually has a younger sister like this. I really wonder how many lifetimes of fortune she's accumulated. Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion in his heart as he looked at Flute Fairy, who seemed to have transformed into a lioness in an instant. You're Duan Lingtian? Right at the instant Duan Lingtian was dazed, a chilly voice sounded out by his ears. Duan Lingtian raised his head, and only now did he notice that Flute Fairy had suddenly looked at him, and her beautiful eyes contained slight coldness mixed within and were filled with hostility. Exactly, I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded, and wasn't surprised by Flute Fairy's hostility. After all, he'd caused Zither Young Master to lose all face on the 7-star Sword Sect's dub peak over a year ago. Perhaps this matter wasn't spread out along with the 7-star Sword Sect being annihilated. But as the younger sister of Zither Young Master, Flute Fairy ought to know. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian's guess wasn't wrong. I heard from my brother that you know demonic techniques. Flute Fairy's gaze was cold and fierce as she stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. I want to experience that demonic technique of yours. Demonic technique? As soon as Flute Fairy said this, everyone present looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian knows demonic techniques? Many people were dumbstruck. Sorry, I don't know any demonic techniques. Chapter 510. Don't move. Duan Lingtian had just turned around when he heard a light shout from behind him. At the same time, a gust of strong wind assaulted him. Duan Lingtian frowned as he lightly exerted force with his feet. Whirlwind. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind, and he instantly dodged Flute Fairy's sneak attack. Flute Fairy wasn't surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to dodge her attack, and her pair of cold eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. "Didn't you use demonic techniques to defeat my brother that day? What? You dare to do it but don't dare admit it." Flute Fairy's words caused an uproar in the surroundings. Duan Lingtian used demonic techniques to defeat Zither young master that day? Although they didn't know what demonic techniques were, they faintly realized that Duan Lingtian might have one in a dishonorable manner. Otherwise, Flute Fairy ought to not go on and on like this. "You're not sick, right?" Duan Lingtian's face sank from Flute Fairy's sneak attack. Now, when he heard Flute Fairy's overbearing words, he couldn't help but frown. Duan Lingtian's words caused everyone present to be speechless. They'd never imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually be able to speak such words to such a beauty, although this beauty had indeed gone slightly too far earlier. But as a man, shouldn't he at least have some bearing when facing a beauty? Of course, all of this was only their personal thoughts. Duan Lingtian wouldn't take care of Flute Fairy because she was beautiful. Not to mention that Duan Lingtian himself had two fiancés whose appearances and bearings weren't inferior to Flute Fairy. Even if he didn't, he still wouldn't pretend to be petty and lowly to treat an impolite woman. In his eyes, Flute Fairy's beauty and ugliness were unable to affect him. You. Flute Fairy was angered to the point her beautiful face flushed red. Then she stepped gracefully on the ground and raised her hand to actually place the grade 5 spirit flute above her red lips once more. Suddenly, the tune of slaughter sounded out once more. At the same time that her origin energy coiled around the spirit flute, strands of wind force seeds suffused out. When facing Duan Lingtian, Flute Fairy used her full strength as soon as she attacked. Swish, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Numerous blades of light condensed from origin energy whistled out and lined up in a straight line as they swept towards Duan Lingtian. It was as if they wanted to pierce through Duan Lingtian's body. Within the origin energy light blade, the wind force seed followed like a shadow. Humph! Duan Lingtian's face sank as he listened to waves of high-pitched sounds of slaughter while facing Flute Fairy's attack, and at the same time he grunted coldly. He raised his hand. "Wind Thunder Finger." Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger as his origin energy raged, and he only utilized half-step advanced lightning force to condense into an incomplete tempest point to intercept Flute Fairy's blade of light attack. In terms of speed, Duan Lingtian's tempest finger was far superior to the numerous blades of light condensed from Flute Fairy's voice of slaughter and origin energy. In terms of strength, Duan Lingtian's tempest point carried the strength of 2,500 ancient mammoths, and it completely crushed Flute Fairy's strength of 2,300 ancient mammoths. Swish! The tempest point tore through the sky, piercing to the point the airflow in the air flashed as it pointed towards the origin energy light blades that were arranged in a line. Swish! 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 Waves of shattering sounds sounded out, and it was the tempest point shot out by Duan Lingtian's finger that easily penetrated the numerous origin energy light blades and crushed Flute Fairy's attack. Subsequently, the tempest point's momentum didn't reduce in the slightest as it brushed past Flute Fairy's beautiful face, and it pierced through the wall at the side with a bang. Pu. At this moment, Flute Fairy's face was ghastly pale as well, and her beautiful face flushed red as she spat out a mouthful of blood. After spitting out blood, Flute Fairy's beautiful body trembled slightly as she was on the verge of collapse, and her face was ghastly pale to the extreme, causing her to seem delicate and pitiable. Duan Lingtian is too ruthless. He's actually able to do this to such a beauty. If it was me, I would surely not talk back or fight back when facing Flute Fairy. Waves of booing sounded out by his ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but laugh bitterly. These outer hall students have never seen a woman in their entire lifetimes. Duan Lingtian, you actually dare be disrespectful to young Miss Ziyang? I'll kill you. An explosive shout sounded out. It was the Z gang that was defeated by Jifeng earlier, and he charged towards Duan Lingtian before smashing out with his fist towards Duan Lingtian's head. You're courting death. Duan Lingtian's face sank as his figure shook, and he left behind an afterimage on the spot he stood. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and everyone present only felt something flash before their eyes. It was Duan Lingtian that had kicked Zhi Gang flying with a single kick, causing Zhi Gang to collide with the distant wall and directly fall unconscious. This scene caused everyone present to be unable to help but feel their hearts go cold. Some outer hall students that were fighting for justice for Flute Fairy earlier directly shut their mouths and didn't dare speak another word. Who knew if this Duan Lingtian would suddenly make a move against them as well? They were afraid when they saw Zhi Gang's end. Duan Lingtian was able to notice that even though Flute Fairy was injured by his tempest point and her beautiful face was ghastly pale, her pair of cold eyes were exceedingly firm, and she still stared fixedly at him. Why didn't you use that demonic technique of yours? Flute Fairy's voice was filled with slight unwillingness. She wanted to prove to everyone that the reason her older brother, Zhi the young master, lost at the hands of Duan Lingtian 1 year ago was because Duan Lingtian had used a demonic technique. And it wasn't like the news spread out by the members of the Azure Forest Trisect, that Duan Lingtian had used his own strength to defeat her older brother. She wanted to redress her older brother's reputation. Duan Lingtian never imagined that this Flute Fairy would be so stubborn, and for a time, he looked at her in a new light. Demonic technique. Duan Lingtian glanced at Flute Fairy with a spurious smile. You really want to experience my demonic technique? Although he didn't feel that his soul skill was any demonic technique. But since she said it like this, he couldn't be bothered to refute. Exactly. Flute Fairy nodded, and her chilly eyes were exceedingly firm. Then watch carefully. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, an imperceptible dim light slowly floated into appearance in the depths of his eyes. Subsequently, his spiritual force fused into the soul brand. 1,000 illusions. Instantly, Duan Lingtian executed the soul skill he possessed, and an illusory space was constructed at the place Flute Fairy was at. Presently, Flute Fairy was enveloped by the illusory space, and the scene before her eyes flashed as she noticed that the place she was at had completely changed. The sudden change caused Flute Fairy's beautiful face to go slightly pale, and her body shivered. That Duan Lingtian really knows demonic techniques. How did he send me here? Flute Fairy sized up the surroundings and noticed that this was a desert, and not a trace of human habitation could be seen in the surroundings. What's this place? Flute Fairy's face was ghastly pale, and she couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Whereas now, everyone in the inner hall was astounded when they saw Flute Fairy lose her composure. What's Flute Fairy doing? Isn't this the Dragon Phoenix Academy's inner hall? Could it be that she's possessed? She was fine earlier, yet at this moment, she seems to have suddenly become a different person. No matter if it was the group of outer hall students or the group of inner hall students, all of them were dumbstruck at this moment. The scene before their eyes had completely exceeded their imaginations. What's going on? Presently, even Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, Ji Feng, and Sima Yang had dumbstruck expressions. Earlier, Flute Fairy said Duan Lingtian knows some demonic technique. Could it be that this is Duan Lingtian's demonic technique? Ji Feng's gaze quickly cleared up, and he thought in his heart as an unbelievable thought appeared in his mind. Even he himself didn't dare believe this thought. This Flute Fairy wouldn't be joining forces with Duan Lingtian to put on a show, right? Ji Feng thought to himself. He didn't dare believe it, nor was he willing to believe that such a strange thing could exist in this world. What demonic technique? As far as he was concerned, all of this was nonsense. In next to no time, the group of people that had just recovered from their shock were stunned once more. Heavens! What did we see? Under the gazes of everyone present, Flute Fairy's movements were like the wind, and she lost her composure as she dashed towards Duan Lingtian. Big brother, don't go. Big brother, don't go. Don't leave Zhi Yang alone. Zhi Yang is afraid, Zhi Yang is afraid. Everyone saw that when Flute Fairy arrived nearby Duan Lingtian, she suddenly stopped moving, and grief and despair appeared on her face as she muttered. Big brother, how can you be so heartless as to leave Zhi Yang alone here? Big brother. Suddenly, 2 streams of clear tears fell from Flute Fairy's face. This scene caused everyone present to be dumbstruck. This is a show. This thought abruptly emerged in the hearts of everyone present. Yet they didn't know that everything Flute Fairy was facing now was completely different from everything they'd seen. Within the illusory space, Flute Fairy was in a boundless desert that she was unable to find a way out of, and she was extremely dazed. She'd searched for a long time, yet was unable to find the way out. Gradually, she felt despair. Right at this moment, she saw Zither Young Master, the big brother that doted on her the most. But Zither Young Master was extremely cold and indifferent towards her, and he'd even walked towards the distance. She wanted to chase after him, but after chasing for a while, Zither Young Master had completely vanished before her eyes. In the end, she could only grieve by herself. "Are you satisfied now?" Right when Flute Fairy felt extreme despair, an indifferent voice sounded out by her ears, and it caused her to wake up from her dream. When she returned to her senses, she noticed that the surrounding environment had changed, and she'd returned to the inner hall of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Whereas before her, the violet-clothed young man stood there and looked at her with an expressionless face. Flute Fairy recalled the scene from before, and her face went pale. Just a moment ago, in that desolate desert. At the beginning, she was curious about how Duan Lingtian had sent her there, but along with the passage of time in that place, she'd completely forgotten everything that had happened in the inner hall of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. She'd even forgotten that Duan Lingtian was executing a demonic technique on her. Meanwhile, Flute Fairy noticed that the gazes everyone present were looking at her with were extremely strange. What exactly happened earlier? Flute Fairy's gaze descended onto Ji Feng, and then she asked via voice transmission. "Ji Feng, what did you see earlier?" Ji Feng cursed in his heart when he heard Flute Fairy's voice transmission. "If you're acting, then act, yet make it so realistic. Could it be that you don't know better than me what you've done?" Of course, Ji Feng only thought like this in his heart. Chapter 511. Ji Feng's voice transmission entered into Flute Fairy's ears, and it caused Flute Fairy to be dumbstruck. She cried and made a fuss under the gazes of everyone earlier as if she'd gone mad. Earlier, her entire performance in that strange desert was seen by everyone present. Instantly, Flute Fairy's face went ghastly pale, and boundless shame and resentment arose in her heart. She wished for nothing more than to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Ji Feng had a disdainful expression when he saw Flute Fairy's expression, and he cursed in his heart. "Continue acting. Do you really think I'm unable to discern that you were acting earlier?" Now, there were many people that thought the same as Ji Feng. They only thought that everything that happened earlier had completely exceeded the scope of their understanding. You really know demonic techniques." Flute Fairy stretched out her hand to point at Duan Lingtian with shame and resentment, and her slender jade-like fingers lightly trembled as she was extremely agitated. Duan Lingtian glanced at Flute Fairy with waning interest, and then he shrugged. "If you think it's demonic techniques, then it's demonic techniques. Now, I've allowed you to experience the demonic techniques that you wanted to experience, so don't disturb me." After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian returned to his courtyard, walked into the room within the courtyard, and neatly closed the door behind him. Only Flute Fairy was left behind, to the point her beautiful face flushed red, and her eyes were filled with traces of shame and resentment. This Duan Lingtian had actually made her make a fool of herself in public. But when she thought of how she'd made Duan Lingtian utilize demonic techniques, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Her efforts weren't without reward. At the very least, it proved the fact that Duan Lingtian knew demonic techniques. If it wasn't for this Duan Lingtian relying on his demonic techniques, how could he be a match for my brother that day? Flute Fairy's voice rose slightly, and she wanted to use the mouths of everyone present to spread this fact and vindicate her brother. But she quickly noticed. Most of the people present looked at her as if they were looking at an idiot, and they obviously didn't believe what she said. "All of you." Flute Fairy was anxious. She'd racked her brains to make Duan Lingtian utilize demonic techniques, and she'd even lost her composure in public, yet the outcome she obtained was actually this. She was unwilling. "I'm speaking the truth, that Duan Lingtian really knows demonic techniques. Earlier, I don't know how I arrived at a desolate desert. When she spoke up to hear, Flute Fairy didn't continue. Because she noticed that the gazes of the people present had become even stranger. Young Miss Ziyang, so long as it's a normal person, they'll be able to discern that you and Du and Ling Tian have joined forces to put on an act. Although I don't know what the two of you intend by doing this, I still have to tell you that unless there's something wrong with the head, otherwise, no one will believe you. Ji Feng looked at Fairy Flute and spoke kindly via voice transmission. Flute Fairy's delicate body trembled slightly, and her pretty face flushed red. Flute Fairy said it, she's, it Fairy speak, she Flute she. Du and Ling Tian, come out. In next to no time, Flute Fairy walked forward and arrived before Du and Ling Tian's courtyard, and she shouted with a clear and cold voice. Du and Ling Tian walked into the room and had just sat down cross-legged with the intention of cultivating when he heard Flute Fairy's cold shout. He instantly frowned as he opened the door and walked out of the courtyard. Woman, are you done yet? Du and Ling Tian's face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost as he spoke impatiently. You asked me to show you demonic techniques, so I did. Now you're taking advantage of me? Du and Ling Tian, tell them that I'm not lying. You do indeed know how to utilize demonic techniques and can send me to a strange place. Flute Fairy spoke to Du and Ling Tian with an extremely anxious tone. So long as I tell you, you won't disturb me any longer. Du and Ling Tian asked cautiously. He didn't want to be bothered by this woman, otherwise, he would basically be unable to cultivate. Yes. Flute Fairy didn't hesitate in the slightest and hurriedly nodded. As far as she was concerned, so long as Du and Ling Tian was willing to admit it, it ought to be sufficient to make everyone present believe and not think that she was lying. I hope you keep your promise. Du and Ling Tian glanced deeply at Flute Fairy, and his icy cold and fierce gaze caused Flute Fairy to be unable to refrain from shivering. Everyone, Flute Fairy didn't lie to all of you. I do indeed know how to utilize demonic techniques. If all of you are interested, I can let you have a taste of being an emperor, and it wouldn't be a problem even if you were Emperor Wu. Du and Ling Tian glanced at the inner hall and outer hall students present as he spoke in all seriousness. However, his serious words caused the group of Dragon Phoenix Academy students to laugh involuntarily. Remember your promise. After he finished speaking, Du and Ling Tian glanced coldly and indifferently at Flute Fairy before returning to the house in the courtyard and cultivating. Flute Fairy heaved a sigh of relief. But in next to no time, she was dumbstruck. All of you, she noticed that not only did the gazes the people present look at her with not change, it was even stranger. At this moment, she finally realized. If she didn't allow these people to experience it themselves, it would be impossible for them to believe that Du and Ling Tian knew demonic techniques. In the end, she could only walk into the courtyard that originally belonged to Ji Feng and now belonged to her with a bitter expression, and return to her room. Du and Ling Tian, I'll sooner or later make everyone believe the fact that you know demonic techniques. After Flute Fairy returned to her room, she leaned her back against the door, and tears of grievance flowed down her beautiful face as she spoke with an angry expression. Since she was born, it was the first time she'd suffered such a great grievance. The feeling of being misunderstood by everyone caused her to be extremely uncomfortable. Now, she finally understood the meaning of what her brother said to her when he left the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom 1 year ago. Yang, I'm going to follow Master to cultivate. I'll surely find a way to deal with Du and Ling Tian's demonic technique and wash away my humiliation. He caused me to lose all face, and caused me to suffer the questioning of everyone in the 7-star sword sect. Those were the words her brother, the zither young master, Zi Shong, said to her before he left the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At that time, it was difficult for her to understand the grievance and rage in her brother's heart. But now, she completely understood it. Because she'd lost all face before the crowd of Dragon and Phoenix Academy students, and at the same time, suffered the questioning of a group of people. Du and Ling Tian, I'll surely help my brother find a way to deal with your demonic technique. Zi Yang lightly bit her white teeth, and her pitilessly beautiful face was incomparably firm. Du and Ling Tian was naturally unaware of everything that was happening outside. Presently, he was silently cultivating the 5th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Lightning WM form, time silently flowed by. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian only awoke when he felt the origin energy in his body had once again reached saturation. Squeak squeak tilde. Right at this moment, a wave of familiar cries sounded out. Subsequently, he saw a golden bolt of lightning flash before his eyes, and his shoulder slightly sank as a golden furry little thing appeared there. It was precisely the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse. "Little Gold, you're awake?" Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. "Hee hee. Big brother Lingtian, I've finally broken through." The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was filled with excitement and joy. Duan Lingtian's gaze shone brightly when he heard this, and his spiritual force stretched out to detect the little gold mouse's current cultivation at the first possible moment. 7th level of the void prying stage. Little Gold had finally broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. "Little Gold, your spiritual force." Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and his gaze emitted burning desire as he looked at the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse's jade-green eyes that were originally shining instantly dimmed down, and she drooped her little head as she said via voice transmission, "Big brother Lingtian, I'm still unable to awaken my soul brand, and was unable to comprehend the elementary soul skill of our jade-eyed heavenly mouse clan." A trace of a sense of loss imperceptibly flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes when he heard this. But he still persuaded. "It's fine, work hard on cultivating, and allow your cultivation and spiritual force to advance a few more levels. You'll surely be able to awaken your soul brand." Unexpectedly, right at this moment, an unexpected event abruptly occurred. Duan Lingtian saw the little gold mouse abruptly raise her head, and her pair of originally dim jade-green eyes abruptly lit up. Not only that, he even saw a strand of imperceptible golden flames appear within each of the little gold mouse's jade-green eyes. "What's that?" Right when Duan Lingtian was bewildered in his heart. He only felt a formidable spiritual force that was swift to the extreme sweep over, and before he even had the time to react, it had already pierced into his soul. In the next moment, his soul shook, and the little gold mouse before him and everything within his field of vision became blurry. Not only that, he even noticed. At this moment, the origin energy that he'd mobilized throughout his entire body showed signs of gradually collapsing along with the shaking of his soul. After a short moment, he noticed that the formidable spiritual force that attacked him had completely vanished. Whereas his consciousness gradually became clear as well, everything returned to normal. "Little Gold, you little fellow, you actually deceived me." Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and glared angrily at the little gold mouse. He'd naturally guessed what had happened earlier. Obviously, the little gold mouse had relied on the soul brand she'd awakened to execute a soul skill to trick him. "Hey, big brother Lingtian, I'm formidable, right?" The little gold mouse proudly raised her little head and asked with slight complacency. "Formidable." When he recalled the scene from before, Duan Lingtian nodded with a slight lingering fear in his heart, and at the same time, he asked curiously, "Little Gold, what soul skill did you execute earlier?" What happened in that instant earlier was something he wasn't willing to experience a second time in his lifetime. At that moment, he even had the feeling that his life had left his control. "Big brother Lingtian, that was the first soul brand I awakened after my spiritual force broke through to the void initiation stage. The soul skill that matches this soul brand is called Soul Shaker." The little gold mouse's voice transmission slowly entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian's mind to shake. Soul Shaker. What an overbearing soul skill. This soul skill, Soul Shaker, ought to be an offensive soul skill, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Chapter 512. Yes, it's an offensive soul skill. The little gold mouse replied, then continued via voice transmission. "But, it's only an elementary soul skill, and it's unable to directly crush the soul of another. It can only cause the mind of another to fall into chaos for a short period of time." Fall into chaos? When he recalled the scene of the little gold mouse's spiritual force piercing into his soul and the torment he suffered at that instant, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a wave of lingering fear in his heart. At that instant, even if it was a body-tempering stage martial artist, the martial artist would probably be able to kill him by relying on a sharp weapon. At that moment, he was undoubtedly at his weakest. Freak. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. In next to no time, after he conversed with the little gold mouse, he had a certain understanding of the little gold mouse's soul skill, Soul Shaker. Soul Shaker's range of effect was similar to his soul skill, Thousand Illusions. Besides being unable to be effective against existences with spiritual force that were stronger than him, even if he encountered an inscription master with a similar spiritual force or a demon beast that had similarly awakened a soul brand, it would be unable to be effective. In other words, so long as it isn't an inscription master, and so long as it isn't a demon beast that has awakened a soul brand, Little Gold's Soul Shaker is able to be effective against a person or demon beast with a similar spiritual force. Duan Lingtian completely understood. Little Gold's current spiritual force is at the first level of the Void Initiation stage. In other words, so long as it isn't an inscription master, even if it's an ordinary first-level Void Initiation stage martial artist, Little Gold is able to use her soul skill, Soul Shaker, to cause the martial artist to fall into chaos. When he thought up to here, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an evil smile. If I attack that first-level Void Initiation stage martial artist now, he'll die for sure. In other words, so long as I cooperate with Little Gold now, so long as I don't encounter someone with a spiritual force that's higher than Little Gold, and so long as I don't encounter an inscription master with a spiritual force that's equal to Little Gold, I'll be able to move unhindered in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of excitement in his heart. Big brother Lingtian, I'm tired, I want to rest for a while. Right at this moment, the little gold mouse's voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that the little gold mouse had fallen asleep. The little gold mouse slept for an entire day and night. Xiao Jin, what happened to you yesterday? After the little gold mouse woke up, Duan Lingtian asked impatiently. Big brother Lingtian, after I used the soul skill Soul Shaker, my spiritual power seemed to have been sucked dry. Even now, I haven't fully recovered. The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian's heart to jerk. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian asked, Little Jin, can you use that soul skill Soul Shaker now? The little gold mouse shook her head. This won't do. My spiritual force must reach its peak before I can execute the soul skill, Soul Shaker. How long will it take for you to recover after using Soul Shaker once? Duan Lingtian asked again. At this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly realized that perhaps he'd been happy too early. Little Jin's soul skill, Soul Shaker, seemed to have some limitations. It'll take around half a month, the little gold mouse spoke via voice transmission. Half a month? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Looks like he'd indeed been happy too early. In this way, Little Jin's soul skill, Soul Shaker, can only be used once every half a month. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart and was slightly disappointed. With a quick thought, he came to an understanding. As expected, a man whose heart is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Even if it's used once every half a month, it's sufficient to cause shock. After all, Little Jin is only a 7th-level Void Prying Stage Demon Beast now, and being able to use a soul skill to affect ordinary 1st-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists and demon beasts is already extremely abnormal. Little Jin, tell me when your spiritual force recovers to its peak. At that time, I intend to use this month's chance to go out. Duan Lingtian said to the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse's jade green eyes lit up when she heard this, and they were like two dazzling and resplendent gems. Big brother Lingtian, you want to look for materials that can improve the grade of your spirit sword? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Not only do I want to look for materials that can improve the grade of my spirit sword, I also want to buy some materials required for medicinal pills that assist Void Prying Stage martial artists in their cultivation. The little gold mouse was extremely excited when she heard Duan Lingtian. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. 20 days had already passed since Duan Lingtian arrived at the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Although outer hall students would occasionally enter the inner hall to challenge them, it wasn't as bustling as it was half a month ago. Now, the 10 inner hall students had basically been decided. Big brother Ling Tian, my spiritual force has recovered to its peak. Let's go out. Early in the morning, the little gold mouse spoke excitedly via voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded, then brought the little gold mouse along and left the courtyard. The inner hall was completely silent. The 10 inner hall students were either cultivating in their rooms or not in the inner hall. Besides the path that led to the outer hall, there was another shortcut that led directly to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's entrance. Duan Lingtian chose the shortcut. After a short moment, he arrived at the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's entrance. There were 2 old men standing at the 2 sides like door gods, and they were motionless like mountains, like 2 statues. Whereas behind the stone table at the side of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's entrance sat an old man. This old man was precisely the person in charge of registering the entry and exit of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy students. Senior. Duan Lingtian noticed that the old man behind the stone table was precisely the old man that registered him 20 days ago. Duan Lingtian? The old man frowned when he saw Duan Lingtian. Didn't I tell you that it's best if you don't casually go out in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy? Senior, I have something to do and must go out. Duan Lingtian knew that the old man had good intentions, and his heart felt warm. The old man persuaded Duan Lingtian for a while, and after he noticed that he was unable to persuade Duan Lingtian, he could only compromise and register Duan Lingtian. Before Duan Lingtian left, the old man reminded. Duan Lingtian, the matter of you coming to our Dragon and Phoenix Academy has probably spread to the ears of the Azure Forest Trisect since long ago. If you're going out, then return as soon as possible so as to avoid causing trouble. Yes, Senior. Duan Lingtian replied before leaving the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Not long after he left, Duan Lingtian relied on his acute spiritual force and anti-tracking ability to notice that 2 concealed gazes had locked onto him. They're not together. What caused Duan Lingtian to be surprised was that these 2 people were actually not together. One of them was a 1st-level void prying stage martial artist. The other person was a 9th-level void prying stage martial artist. It's not that I'm unable to deal with this 9th-level void prying stage martial artist by relying on Little Gold's soul skill, Soul Shaker. But Soul Shaker can only be used once every half a month, and I can't waste it like this. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian made a decision in his heart. Avoid that 9th-level void prying stage martial artist. As for that 1st-level void prying stage martial artist, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, seeming to have transformed into the wind and vanished at the end of the road in the blink of an eye. Whereas in the shadows, 2 figures appeared and chased after Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, they noticed that they'd lost track of their target. Where's he? Both of them were at different places, and both of them had bewildered expressions. Yes, go report the news of Duan Lingtian leaving the Dragon and Phoenix Academy to the 2 Guardian Elders first. I presume that with the ability of the 2 Guardian Elders, it isn't difficult to stop that Duan Lingtian from returning to the academy. One of them was a middle-aged man, and he muttered to himself before intending to leave the remote small alley he was in now. But when he walked forward, he instead noticed a figure had appeared ahead. This figure was so familiar to him. Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged man recognized the person that had arrived, and his heart shook as his face went grim. He was able to discern that this Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed him since long ago, and had intentionally lured him here. Flee. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly soared into the sky. What a joke! Even though he and Duan Lingtian were both 1st-level void prying stage martial artists, he knew his limits. He was absolutely not a match for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was an existence that had comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. Squeak squeak tilde the middle-aged man had just soared into the sky when he heard a wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind by his ears. Subsequently, he saw a fluffy and chubby little gold mouse appear not far ahead. The little gold mouse stood in the sky, seeming harmless and cute to the extreme. However, at this moment, his body unconsciously stopped moving, and his pupils constricted as his face was filled with astonishment. Because an enormous silhouette that coiled down condensed into form above the little gold mouse that had appeared before him, and it bared its fangs and brandished its claws. An ancient horned dragon silhouette, Seventh level of the void prying stage. The middle-aged man's voice was filled with trembling. Whoosh. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian had arrived behind the middle-aged man. You're a member of the Azure Forest Trisect? Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man that was first shaken off by him, then pursued by him, and asked indifferently. No. I'm not a member of the Azure Forest Trisect. You've mistaken me for someone else. The middle-aged man hurriedly shook his head. What a joke. At this moment, how could he dare admit that he was a member of the Azure Forest Trisect? As an elder of the Azure Forest Trisect that had helped in the process of annihilating the Seven Star Sword sect, he was extremely clear of the enmity between the Azure Forest Trisect and Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian knew that he was an elder of the Azure Forest Trisect, then he would die for sure. Mistaken me for someone else? Duan Lingtian smiled and said indifferently, if I'm not wrong, you were present when our Seven Star Sword sect was annihilated by your Azure Forest Trisect. Let me think. At that time, you ought to have been in the demonic Lotus Blade sect's camp. When did the elders of the Azure Forest Trisect not dare admit their identities? As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he had a ridiculing smile on his face. Although he might not be able to remember the faces of all the members of the Azure Forest Trisect that invaded the Seven Star Sword sect that day, but he clearly remembered the faces of the group of elders of the Azure Forest Trisect, and it was engraved deeply into his heart. This middle-aged man was one of them. The middle-aged man's face went gloomy when he saw Duan Lingtian had recognized him, and his gaze was difficult to unravel. Sometimes it swept towards the east, sometimes it swept towards the west. If you dare flee, it will tear you apart. Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with extreme coldness. Chapter 5:13. How many people has your Azure Forest Trisect sent for the sake of eliminating me? Duan Lingtian's voice slowly sounded out, and it didn't contain the slightest emotion and was extremely empty. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of coldness when he saw the middle-aged man keeping silent, and he threatened. If you don't cooperate, then I'll kill you right now. If I cooperate, then you won't kill me. The middle-aged man's body imperceptibly trembled, and he took a deep breath before asking with a low voice. If you cooperate, then I won't kill you. Duan Lingtian nodded. The middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief when he obtained Duan Lingtian's agreement. I came with the two guardian elders. Normally, the two guardian elders are waiting for news in the inn, and I came out to monitor your whereabouts. The two guardian elders ordered that so long as they notice you leave the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, they should be notified at the first possible moment. The middle-aged man continued. So in this way, the guardian elders of your Azure Forest Trisect don't dare barge into the Dragon and Phoenix Academy? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of a cold smile. The middle-aged man went silent. The Dragon and Phoenix Academy was an academy established by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, and it received the protection of the imperial family. Even though their Azure Forest Trisect was like the scorching sun in the midday sky in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom now, it hadn't reached the point of being able to go against the imperial family, so they naturally didn't dare offend the imperial family. Who are the two guardian elders that came this time? Duan Lingtian asked. Actually, Duan Lingtian already had a guess in his heart, and he only wanted to confirm it a step further. It's Elder Hua and Elder Ming. The middle-aged man hurriedly spoke. Say their names. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold, and at this instant, the temperature of the surrounding air seemed to have dropped slightly. The middle-aged man's body trembled as he hurriedly added. It's Elder Tang Hua and Elder Zhao Ming. Tang Hua, Zhao Ming. It really is them. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a ridiculing smile, and then he glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man. This time, when the Azure Forest Trisect obtained the news of me appearing in the Imperial City, it ought to be Tang Hua and Zhao Ming that took the initiative to come kill me, right? Yes. The middle-aged man nodded. Although he was curious as to how Duan Lingtian knew about this, he didn't dare to ask. Zhonglin didn't come? Duan Lingtian asked again. The appearance of Tang Hua and Zhao Ming was within his expectations. Presumably, The two of them were constantly thinking about the 10,000-year stalactite milk. However, Zhonglin not coming was out of his expectations. He still remembered that when he spoke of the 10,000-year stalactite milk that day, the guardian elder called Zhonglin from the Azure Forest Trisect was present as well. Logically speaking, Zhonglin should not miss this good opportunity to capture him. Elder Zhonglin died a year ago. The middle-aged man said. Dead? Duan Lingtian was stunned. How did he die? Duan Lingtian was a little curious. Zhonglin was a 6th-level void initiation stage expert at any rate, and there were only a few people in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that were capable of killing him. I heard that he was killed in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. I'm not too sure about the specifics. The middle-aged man continued. Crimson Sky Kingdom? Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he thought of the mysterious expert from that day at the first possible moment. That mysterious expert hadn't made an appearance, yet merely his pitilessly formidable imposing aura deterred the 3 great guardian elders of the Azure Forest Trisect to flee in panic. Could it be that it was that senior that did it? Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. Which inn in the Imperial City did Tang Hua and Zhao Ming stay in? After Duan Lingtian obtained the final answer he wanted to know from the middle-aged man, he looked at the little gold mouse. Little gold, I'll leave it to you. Duan Lingtian's voice abruptly became chilly. Squeak squeak tilde, the little gold mouse cried out excitedly, and her jade-green eyes locked onto the middle-aged man tightly. You lied to me. You said you wouldn't kill me. The middle-aged man felt coldness in his heart when he was stared at by the little gold mouse, and his body shivered as he pointed at Duan Lingtian and was at a loss for what to do. I only said I wouldn't kill you. I didn't say I wouldn't let it kill you. Duan Lingtian's tone was calm and didn't contain the slightest emotion. The middle-aged man revealed despair, and his figure flashed, intending to flee. But he hadn't even had the time to move when a fine sword light that was swift like a bolt of lightning had already tore through the sky and swept past his throat. Dead. Squeak squeak tilde. When she saw the middle-aged man taking his last breath and his body crashing down, Little Gold waved the pocket-sized spirit sword in her hand and was extremely excited. Hiss. With a raise of his hand, a strand of blue-colored flames leaped about in the center of Duan Lingtian's palm. Subsequently, the flames descended onto the middle-aged man's corpse. The middle-aged man's corpse didn't even have the time to fall to the ground before transforming into ash that covered the sky and dispersed with the wind. Grade 4 pill fire was incomparably overbearing. Little Gold, let's go. We're going to the Weapons Craftsman Guild. Duan Lingtian called out to the little gold mouse. After asking someone for directions, Duan Lingtian quickly found the Weapons Craftsman Guild. This Weapons Craftsman Guild was the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild headquarters. As the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild headquarters, it was extremely bustling, and there was an endless stream of people entering and leaving. Duan Lingtian saw many weapons craftsmen. Looking at the badges on the chests of these weapons craftsmen, most of them were grade 8 and grade 9 weapons craftsmen, and he could occasionally see 1 or 2 grade 7 weapons craftsmen. As for grade 6 weapons craftsmen, Duan Lingtian didn't see a single one. Grade 6 weapons craftsmen can be considered to be an extremely rare existence in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After all, because there aren't any grade 5 weapons craftsmen in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, grade 6 weapons craftsmen can be revered. Duan Lingtian quickly came to an understanding. The Alchemist Guild's main hall was extremely spacious. When Duan Lingtian entered, he noticed that the counters at the various corners of the hall were practically filled with people. A portion of these people were weapons craftsmen that had come to accept assignments or buy materials, and another portion were ordinary martial artists that had come to issue assignments. The latter had come to the Weapons Craftsman Guild for the sake of issuing assignments for custom-made spirit weapons. The clamorous atmosphere in the hall caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly unaccustomed to it. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian arrived before a counter that had just been vacated, and he went straight to the point. I want to see your guild master. The worker behind the counter was a beautiful woman that was dressed coquettishly, and she was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian. Then she said, "Little brother, our guild master is extremely busy, and he isn't someone that you can meet just because you want to." Normally, even if it's me. The beautiful woman hadn't finished speaking when she'd already stopped abruptly. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared wide open at this moment. Her proud, delicate figure lightly trembled, and it was filled with charm, giving others the desire to pounce on her and press her down on the ground to ravage her. All of this originated from Duan Lingtian's actions. Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and from an angle that only the beautiful woman could see, a strand of raging and soaring flames lit up. Weapon flame. If it was only an ordinary weapon flame, the beautiful woman naturally wouldn't have such a reaction. The problem was that the weapon flame in Duan Lingtian's hand was blue in color. 4. Grade 4 weapon flame. The beautiful woman fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and her light voice started to intensely tremble. What did a grade 4 weapon flame represent? As a worker of the Alchemist Guild, she couldn't be any clearer about it. Grade 4 weapon flame, even she had only heard of it and had never seen it before. Only when Duan Lingtian extinguished the grade 4 weapon flame in his hand did the beautiful woman return to her senses, and the gaze she looked at Duan Lingtian with was completely different. She didn't dare look down on Duan Lingtian because of his young age any longer. Duan Lingtian. She knew that this was an esteemed grade 4 weapons craftsman. Now, do I have the qualifications to see your guild master? Duan Lingtian asked. Esteemed 4th guest, please follow me. The beautiful woman originally wanted to respectfully address Duan Lingtian as Lord Grade 4 weapons craftsman, but when she saw the fierce gaze that Duan Lingtian swept over, she instantly changed her words. She discerned that this grade 4 alchemist didn't wish for others to know of his identity. The Alchemist Guild's main hall was extremely large, so when Duan Lingtian and the beautiful woman left, it didn't draw the attention of others. Duan Lingtian followed behind the beautiful woman and walked into the inner room behind the Alchemist Guild's main hall. Within the inner room was a flight of stairs that led upstairs. The beautiful woman led the way in the front, and Duan Lingtian followed behind. All along the way, the shock in the beautiful woman's eyes was difficult to restrain for a long time. Grade 4 weapons craftsman was sufficient to cause her to be shocked. But now, what truly caused her to be shocked was the age of the young man behind her. The young man looked to be not more than 25 years old. Even if he took good care of himself, he wouldn't be more than 30 years old. Such a young grade 4 weapons craftsman had completely overturned her past knowledge. Not to mention the Tao of weapons refinement, the further one goes, the harder it is. If one wants to condense a grade 4 pill fire, one would at least need a cultivation at the first level of the void prying stage. Since this young man is able to condense a grade 4 pill fire, I presume his cultivation has already stepped into the void prying stage. The beautiful woman was able to sense it. Her heartbeat was ceaselessly speeding up. In our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the number of young geniuses below the age of 30 that have stepped into the void prying stage can be counted with one hand. Not to mention a person that has such attainments in the Tao of weapons refinement at the same time. The beautiful woman took a deep breath and secretly guessed the identity of the young man behind her. Could it be that his from the Dark Han dynasty? Or perhaps his from the foreign lands? Under the beautiful woman's various guesses, they'd finally arrived at their destination. Duan Lingtian followed behind the beautiful woman and arrived at the 3rd floor. Guild Master. The beautiful woman stood at the entrance of the 3rd floor's staircase and respectfully bowed towards the inside. Inside was a door that was covered by a curtain. Come in. Behind the curtains, an old voice came from an old man. Guest, please. The beautiful woman walked forward in large strides and pulled open the curtain to welcome Duan Lingtian in. At the instant Duan Lingtian took a step in, he noticed a formidable spiritual force instantly sweeping over and locking onto him. At this instant, he even had the feeling of being stripped naked. This spiritual force seemed to be able to see through everything. What a formidable spiritual force. Even if it's compared to Elder Kong, I feel that it's not much weaker. Duan Lingtian's heart shook. Elder Kong was precisely the old man he knew in the Darkstone Empire's Phoenix Nest City's city governor's estate. It was an inscription master. Chapter 514. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the owner of the formidable spiritual force from before. This was an old man in a green robe. His figure and face were emaciated, but his eyes were instead brimming with expression and flickered with a frightening bright light. Presently, the old man's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and his brows knit tightly. Guild Master. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman walked in behind Duan Lingtian and respectfully said, "This guest says he's looking for you." "Looking for me?" The green-robed old man's white brows slightly frowned and he had a displeased expression as he said in a low voice, "Is this your first day at the Alchemist Guild? Didn't I tell you long ago not to bring just anyone to my place?" The beautiful woman laughed bitterly. She wasn't surprised by the old man's reaction. "Guildmaster, this guest is rather special." The beautiful woman added. "Special?" A trace of bewilderment appeared on the old man's face. "Guildmaster, this guest," the beautiful woman had just opened her mouth when she shut it, because she'd already seen a strand of restless blue-colored flames burn within the young man's palm with a flip of his hand. She knew. At this moment, there was no need for her to introduce him. Whereas the old man's pupils abruptly constricted at this moment. His emaciated face lightly twitched. Grade 4 weapon flame. You're a grade 4 weapons craftsman?" The old man's voice contained slight trembling mixed within, and within the trembling, it was filled with shock. "Didn't you see it, Guildmaster?" Duan Lingtian had a calm expression when faced with the old man's question, and with a flip of his hand, he extinguished the grade 4 weapon flame in his hand. The old man finally recovered from his shock when he saw the grade 4 weapon flame vanish before his eyes, and he took a deep breath before looking at the beautiful woman. "You can leave. You're not allowed to mention the matter of this master to anyone." As he finished speaking, the old man's tone became heavier. "Yes, Guildmaster." The beautiful woman didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly replied before turning around and leaving. For a time, only Duan Lingtian and the old man remained at the scene. Luo Rong, Guildmaster of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild, greets the master. The old man lightly bowed to Duan Lingtian. In the Tao of weapons refinement, those who are skilled are first. Although in terms of age, the young man before him could even be his grandson. But in terms of refining, he was a junior. "Guild leader Luo, you're too polite." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He could understand Luo Rong's feelings. Even if a grade 6 weapons craftsman met a grade 5 weapons craftsman, he would still have to respectfully address them as master. Not to mention he was a grade 4 weapons craftsman that was even higher than a grade 5 alchemist. Luo Rongli stood up with a complicated look in his eyes. "How should I address you, master?" Luo Rong asked respectfully. "President Luo, just call me Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian said slowly. "Duan Lingtian?" Luo Rong's face froze, his body shook, and even his voice slightly trembled. You're that genius disciple of the 7-Star Sword Sect, Duan Lingtian?" 7-Star Sword Sect. Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed in self-ridicule. "The 7-Star Sword Sect doesn't exist anymore. The current me is at most a disciple of a perished sect." "You're really that Duan Lingtian?" Luo Rong was completely dumbstruck when he obtained Duan Lingtian's confirmation. Never had he imagined it. This grade 4 weapons craftsman was actually that genius disciple of the 7-Star Sword Sect that gave rise to much discussion in the recent years. An existence that was publicly acknowledged to be above the 5 great young masters. Looks like the rumors aren't false. The 5 great young masters are utterly unable to compare to him. Luo Rong sucked in a breath of cold air. As far as he was concerned, the 5 great young masters were utterly not on the same level as Duan Lingtian. Not to mention Duan Lingtian's monstrous natural talent in the martial Tao. Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the Tao of weapons refinement caused him to feel ashamed. He'd studied the Tao of weapons refinement for a few tens of years in his lifetime, but until now, he was still only a grade 6 weapons craftsman. He suddenly felt that he'd lived all these years in vain. Could it be that Duan Lingtian is even worth pretending to be? Duan Lingtian was speechless when he saw the old man with a dumbstruck expression. Luo Rong was slightly embarrassed, and then he said, "Master, Don't blame me, I'm only slightly surprised. Alright, Guild Leader Luo. Don't call me master in the future, just call me Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian waved his hand as he spoke. Luo Rong doesn't dare. Luo Rong had a terrified expression when he heard Duan Lingtian. As the guild leader of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's main guild, Luo Rong's obsession with the Tao of Weapons Refinement was unimaginable to an ordinary person. The Tao of Weapons Refinement was extremely sacred in his eyes. A Grade 4 weapons craftsman was worthy of him giving the highest respect. Duan Lingtian didn't say anything further when he saw Luo Rong persisting. Master, do you need something from me? Luo Rong asked. He believed that a Grade 4 weapons craftsman wouldn't come looking for him for no reason. Guild Leader Luo, I'll get straight to the point. I came here today mainly to ask for some materials from Guild Leader Luo. Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian spoke of a few materials, and all of them were the main materials used to refine a Grade 4 spirit weapon. These few materials were sufficient to improve the Grade 5 spirit swords in his and the Little Gold Mouse's possession to Grade 4. At that time, his and the Little Gold Mouse's strength would obtain an extremely great increase. These materials. Master, you're intending to refine a Grade 4 spirit weapon? Luo Rong's eyes shone brightly, and even his breathing became slightly hurried. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Master, Luo Rong's face flushed red as he looked at Duan Lingtian, and he hesitated to speak. Duan Lingtian said, so long as you help me find the materials I need, I can allow you to watch with your own 2 eyes when I refine a Grade 4 spirit weapon. Not only that, I can even guide you and allow you to become a Grade 5 weapons craftsman within a year. Earlier, when Luo Rong's formidable spiritual force flashed over, he'd sensed a trace of a faint aura from Luo Rong's spiritual force. That trace of aura was precisely related to weapons craftsmen. From that trace of aura, he clearly sensed that Luo Rong had already touched the threshold of a Grade 5 weapons craftsman, but because there was no one to guide him, Luo Rong had been unable to break through until now. Master, is this true? Luo Rong's breathing became hurried, his chest rose and fell like a bellows, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. I'll come again a month from now. I hope you're already prepared by then. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Luo Rong, who was exceedingly excited, then turned around and left, only leaving behind a graceful figure to Luo Rong. Luo Rong's mood gradually calmed down only when Duan Lingtian's figure vanished before his eyes. After a short moment, he hurriedly left to prepare. He only had a month's time. He knew that this was his chance, and he couldn't afford to lose it. If it was another person that said he could become a Grade 5 weapons craftsman within a year, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. But Duan Lingtian was different. Not to mention Duan Lingtian himself was a Grade 4 weapons craftsman. Just Duan Lingtian being able to possess such high attainments in the Tao of weapons refinement at such an age was sufficient to cause him to firmly believe Duan Lingtian's words without the slightest doubt. So, during this 1 month, even if he had to risk his life, he would still gather those materials for Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had already left the Weapons Craftsman Guild. He naturally didn't know that after he left, Luo Rong had lost his composure. Squeak squeak tilde the little gold mouse stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder and cried out twice. Big brother Lingtian, will that old man be able to gather the materials you want in a month's time? Don't worry. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly when he heard the little gold mouse's voice transmission, and he wasn't worried in the slightest. So long as he wants to break through to become a Grade 5 weapons craftsman, then he'll prepare those materials for me in time. This is his chance, he won't miss it. The little gold mouse nodded, seeming to understand yet not fully. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse along to walk into the largest trade market at the center of the Imperial City. As the Imperial City of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the degree of prosperity of the largest trade market in the Imperial City exceeded Duan Lingtian's imagination. Within the trade market, horses and carriages moved like dragons, flowing endlessly. Duan Lingtian went to a few medicine stores and finally bought most of the medicinal materials, and he only lacked the main medicinal material. Although that jade wave grass can't be considered to be a rare treasure, it's still extremely rare. Perhaps I have to go to a large medicine store to buy it. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he continued to move back and forth within the trade market. Half an hour later, he found the large medicine store he wanted to find. The scale of this large medicine store was a few times larger than an ordinary small medicine store, no matter if it was the area it occupied or the number of floors it had. "Customer, may I know what you need?" Duan Lingtian had only just walked into the medicine store's entrance when an attendant welcomed him in. "Do you have jade wave grass here?" Duan Lingtian asked. The attendant's gaze lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he confirmed a step further. "Sir, you need jade wave grass?" Jade wave grass was the main medicinal material required to refine void condensation pills. A single jade wave grass was sufficient to refine 100 void condensation pills. Whereas void condensation pills were a necessity for void prying stage martial artists to cultivate, and this caused the price of jade wave grass to be slightly higher. Merely a single jade wave grass was worth 10 million gold. Does your store have it?" Duan Lingtian asked once more. "Customer, your luck isn't bad. We just happen to have a single jade wave grass left in our store." The attendant's face revealed a brilliant smile, and he brought Duan Lingtian up the stairs. He was able to obtain quite a bit of commission from selling a single jade wave grass. Before long, Duan Lingtian followed the attendant to arrive before the counter on the east side of the second floor of the medicine store. "Manager Wang, this customer needs jade wave grass." The attendant spoke to the old man behind the counter. The old man raised his head to glance at Duan Lingtian when he heard this. "Customer, a single jade wave grass requires 10 million gold. I wonder if you'll pay on the spot, or do you want our people to go get it with you?" The reason the old man said this was because Duan Lingtian was young, and he felt that Duan Lingtian ought to not have so much money on him. After all, it was extremely dangerous for a young man to carry so much money. "No need, I'll pay on the spot." Duan Lingtian shook his head, then he raised his hand and intended to withdraw the gold. "Right at this moment. I want this jade wave grass." A sonorous voice sounded out, and it was filled with an overbearing tone. Chapter 5:15. This was a robust middle-aged man that wore embroidered clothes, and he obviously had an extraordinary background. Fifth Master Yin. Whereas the attendant by Duan Lingtian's side instead went pale with fright, and he respectfully bowed to the middle-aged man. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze, and a stack of gold appeared out of thin air in his hand, and he counted out 10 million from within it. Slap! The thick stack of 10,000 gold was pressed down by Duan Lingtian on the counter. "Manager Wang, this is 10 million gold. Count it." Manager Wang nodded and stretched out his hand to pick up the stack of gold on the table. "Right at this moment. Kid, are you deaf? I've already said that I want that jade wave grass." The middle-aged man's face sank as he shouted in a grim voice. Duan Lingtian instead seemed as if he didn't hear what the middle-aged man said, and he silently looked at the old man behind the counter as he counted his gold. Whereas the middle-aged man seemed as if he didn't dare flare up at the old man. He only targeted Duan Lingtian, and his eyes flickered with cold lights. "Kid, do you know who I am?" Duan Lingtian still remained indifferent. 10 million gold, that's right. Meanwhile, the old man behind the counter nodded, and after he put away the gold, he withdrew a spirit herb that flowed with jade lights with a raise of his hand, and he passed it to Duan Lingtian. It was precisely the jade wave grass. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to receive it, and under the gaze of the middle-aged man that was filled with killing intent, he put the jade wave grass away into his spatial ring. "Thank you, Manager Wang." After he put away the jade wave grass, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he thanked the old man. The old man knew what Duan Lingtian was thanking him for. There's a first come, first served rule for everything. Since you're able to produce 10 million gold, this jade wave grass is naturally yours. Duan Lingtian nodded and bid farewell to the old man before leaving. "Little brother, this person is the Yin clan's fifth master, Yin Zhong. After you leave, try your best to find a place with more people. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll lose both your wealth and your life." Duan Lingtian had only taken a few steps when he received a wave of voice transmission. He could tell that Steward Wang was reminding him. "Thank you." Duan Lingtian remained calm and collected as he expressed his gratitude. Then, he left the medicine store. Of course, when he left, Duan Lingtian noticed that someone was following him. It was the sturdy middle-aged man. The fifth master of the Yin clan? Could it be that he's the fifth uncle of Yin Zhe that I crippled at the entrance of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy 20 days ago? Duan Lingtian had a strange look in his eyes. Me. Daring to snatch my jade wave grass. Fine, I can even save that 10 million taels of gold. Not only that, I should be able to make a fortune from it. Yin Zhong silently followed behind Duan Lingtian, and a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Just now, this person actually dared to ignore him. He would kill this person and seize the jade wave grass, seizing everything that belonged to him. Creak, creak tilde tilde. Duan Lingtian heard the little gold mouse's voice. Big brother Lingtian, that guy is following us. Little gold, you only noticed now? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard the little gold mouse's voice transmission. It looked like even though the little gold mouse had awakened her soul brand and comprehended a soul skill, her utilization of spiritual force was far inferior to him, an inscription master. But unfortunately, even though I'm able to inscribe offensive inscriptions that annihilate all void-prying stage martial artists, but the materials required for those inscriptions are truly too difficult to come by, and can only be chanced upon by luck. Duan Lingtian sighed and said to himself, otherwise, I'd be able to kill this Yin clan's fifth master with just inscriptions. Duan Lingtian, who'd fused with the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, had extremely profound attainments in the Tao of inscriptions. So long as it was an inscription that required spiritual force to satisfy the conditions, he could easily inscribe it. But, the higher the grade and might of the inscription, the more precious the materials required would be. Duan Lingtian was currently capable of inscribing many formidable offensive inscriptions, but because he didn't have the materials, he was unable to inscribe them. But, even though the materials required for a high-grade offensive inscription are rare, but the materials required for many high-grade supplementary inscriptions, even though they're rare, aren't impossible to obtain. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Perhaps, I should find some time to obtain some materials and inscribe some supplementary inscriptions. Not long after, Duan Lingtian left the trade market. He turned a corner and circled into a remote area. As soon as he entered the remote area, whoosh! An ear-piercing howl of the wind flashed from behind, and it was like a bloodthirsty fierce beast that opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Duan Lingtian. At the instant the howl of the wind sounded out, Duan Lingtian seemed to have predicted it, and his feet moved. Whirlwind. He moved to the side in time. He caused the person that launched a surprise attack from behind to miss. First level of the void prying stage. The person that launched a surprise attack was precisely the Yin clan's fifth master, Yin Zhong, and he was slightly surprised as he looked at the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes above the violet-clothed young man that dodged in time. Subsequently, his gaze descended onto the little gold mouse on the violet-clothed young man's shoulder. A flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. You're Duan Lingtian? Yin Zhong's eyes emitted bright lights, and his tone was filled with excitement. I'm truly honored. Fifth Master Yin actually knows me. Duan Lingtian looked at Yin Zhong with a calm expression. You know me? Yin Zhong frowned, then grunted. It's surely that old bastard, Wang Ping, who told you. That old bastard is really a busybody. Does he really think I don't dare touch him? The Wang Ping Yin Zhong spoke of was precisely the manager Wang that was on the second floor of the medicine store earlier. But, that old bastard, Wang Ping, probably never imagined that you wouldn't listen to his advice, right? Ha 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 ha. As he finished speaking, Yin Zhong started laughing loudly. Duan Lingtian had a calm expression when facing Yin Zhong, who laughed wildly, and he said with a cold voice, Have you laughed enough? Duan Lingtian. Finally, Yin Zhong restrained his smile, and his eyes that were suffused with cold lights stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. I truly never imagined that I would encounter you under such circumstances. Looks like even the heavens want me to take revenge for my pitiful nephew. You crippled my nephew's arm and destroyed his entire life. Today, I'll take your life. Yin Zhong's ruthless words had only just sounded out when his entire body had already shot out. Everywhere he passed, dust suffused the air. In the sky, 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. This Yin Zhong was obviously a 6th-level void prying stage martial artist. Bang! Yin Zhong seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that instantly arrived before Duan Lingtian, and his iron fist smashed out like a cannonball that fiercely smashed towards Duan Lingtian's head. It seemed as if he wanted to smash Duan Lingtian's head apart with a single punch. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of swift and fierce wind sweep over, and it scraped past him to the point his cheeks hurt. But he maintained his composure from the beginning until the end when facing Yin Zhong's fist. He didn't even blink his eyes. The corners of Yin Zhong's mouth curled into a cold smile, and he thought that Duan Lingtian had given up on resisting. Yin Zhong's iron fist was about to collide with Duan Lingtian's head. Squeak! An ear-piercing cry tore through the sky. Subsequently, Yin Zhong saw a golden light flash out from Duan Lingtian's shoulder and fiercely collide with his fist that shot out. He didn't have the time to react. His fist had already been collided with by the golden light. Crack! Instantly, a wave of ear-piercing sounds of bones breaking sounded out. Subsequently, he felt a wave of intense pain come from his fist, causing him to be torn apart, and he couldn't help but emit a miserable shrill cry. At the same time, a terrifying force blasted his entire body flying. In his daze, he clearly saw the golden light that was swift like a bolt of lightning transform into a cute and fluffy little gold mouse. In the sky above the little gold mouse, an ancient horned dragon silhouette was circling around there, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, and it was lifelike. Seventh level of the void prying stage. At the instant his body fell to the ground in a sorry state, Yin Zhong reacted to what had happened, and his face went ghastly pale. You planned this since long ago? You intentionally drew me here? After Yin Zhong consumed a healing medicinal pill, he struggled to stand up, and he gnashed his teeth as he stared at Duan Lingtian. What do you think? Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm as he replied with a question. I never imagined that I, Yin Zhong, who roamed freely throughout my life, would be destroyed by a kid like you in the end. But you won't be complacent for long. The Azure Forest Trisect will spare no expense to kill you. Yin Zhong seemed to have realized that a great calamity was about to befall him, and he simply let go. But he wasn't able to finish speaking these words in the end. This was because a tiny ray of sword light had completely ended his life. Squeak squeak tilde after the little gold mouse's sword pierced through Yin Zhong's throat, its fluffy body flashed out as its butt collided with Yin Zhong's face, and it knocked Yin Zhong down. Subsequently, the little gold mouse swooped down and skillfully removed Yin Zhong's spatial ring before sending it to Duan Lingtian's hand, and then it asked for credit. Big brother Lingtian, I want to eat a feast. I want to eat a feast. In the past, during the days of training with Duan Lingtian, the little gold mouse had helped Duan Lingtian gather the spoils of the battle. All right. You can eat however you want. Duan Lingtian spoke generously. After establishing ownership of Yin Zhong's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian noticed that there was actually 30 million gold within it. As for the other things like low-purity medicinal pills, low-grade spirit weapons, and so on and so forth, they were all useless things to him. 30 million gold. My gains aren't bad. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian lit up a strand of grade 4 pill fire, and after he directly incinerated Yin Zhong's corpse, he found a nearby restaurant to eat. Duan Lingtian pondered as he looked at the little gold mouse wolfing down her food. According to what that Azure Forest Trisect elder said, besides him, there's only Tang Hua and Zhao Ming from the Azure Forest Trisect that came to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City this time. Duan Lingtian frowned. Who would that 9th-level void prying stage martial artist be? Duan Lingtian still remembered. When he'd just left the Dragon and Phoenix Academy today, besides that Azure Forest Trisect elder, he'd noticed another person. That person was a 9th-level void prying stage martial artist. After thinking for a long time, Duan Lingtian was unable to think of a reason. He simply stopped thinking about it, and after he ate and drank to his heart's content, He brought the little gold mouse along and returned to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Duan Lingtian had only just entered the inner hall when he noticed a handsome young man in red clothes silently standing there with his eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, the red-clothed young man raised his head and looked at Duan Lingtian with a fierce gaze. "You're Duan Lingtian?" "It's Flame Young Master. Flame Young Master has come." A few inner hall students couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. One or two students with cultivations at the bottom of the inner hall frowned tightly, and they had worried and perturbed expressions. The arrival of Flame Young Master meant that another person would be eliminated from the inner hall. Although Flame Young Master and Duan Lingtian were at daggers drawn, they didn't think that the person eliminated would be Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian lost at the hands of Flame Young Master and had his position in the inner hall seized away, he could once again challenge an inner hall student and once again occupy a position in the inner hall. Zhongyang. A figure that was like a violet-colored fairy walked out from one of the courtyards, and it was precisely a beautiful woman. The woman's figure was graceful, and as she stood there, she was extremely charming and drew the attention of everyone. It was precisely Flute Fairy, Zi Yang. Along with Flute Fairy walking out, Zhongyang turned around, and the coldness on his face vanished without a trace, and replacing it was a warm smile. "Zi Yang, watch me teach this Duan Lingtian a lesson for you. Zhongyang, you don't have to interfere in my matters." Flute Fairy didn't appreciate his kindness and spoke indifferently. This scene caused Duan Lingtian to be astounded. After all this time, it turned out that Flame Young Master's feelings were one-sided. "Zi Yang, you're my fiancé. If I don't interfere in your matters, who will?" Zhongyang didn't get angry because of Flute Fairy's coldness, and a smile hung on his face from the beginning until the end, and his eyes were filled with gentleness that was like water. He seemed as if he'd been possessed as he looked at the woman with infatuation. "Who's your fiancé?" Flute Fairy's voice became slightly colder. "I told you long ago, don't expect me to agree to that marriage contract. Even if I die, I won't marry you. Zi Yang, I'll make you fall in love with me." Flame Young Master spoke extremely patiently. "You two take your time to chat." When he saw Flame Young Master and Flute Fairy chatting happily, Duan Lingtian yawned and intended to return to his room to rest. "Stop." However, Duan Lingtian had only taken a few steps when he was stopped by a figure that had transformed into the wind. At this moment, Zhongyang didn't have the lowly appearance he had before Flute Fairy, and his face was cold as if he'd become a different person. "Duan Lingtian, I must properly vent Zi Yang's resentment today." Zhongyang lightly shouted as he pounced towards Duan Lingtian, and his moving figure was incomparably agile. At this instant, Duan Lingtian had a misconception. Flame Young Master seemed to have transformed into an agile loach, and it was difficult for others to touch him in the slightest. Whoosh! When Flame Young Master flashed towards Duan Lingtian, 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed in the air and dashed out with an imposing aura that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Instantly, Flame Young Master raised his hand and pointed out, his finger breaking through the air as he pointed towards Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! A condensed origin energy finger force shot towards Duan Lingtian, causing a piercing howl. Finger martial skill? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised, as he didn't expect Flame Young Master to execute a finger martial skill as well. Whirlwind. Long before Flame Young Master made his move, Duan Lingtian had already accumulated strength. Now, his entire body shot out, accompanied by the turbulence of wind and thunder, and dodged Flame Young Master's menacing origin energy finger force. Whoosh! The origin energy finger force didn't lose its momentum as it shot into the ground and easily pierced a bottomless hole. However, no one noticed this at this moment. Everyone's gazes seemed to have discussed beforehand as they uniformly descended onto the space above Duan Lingtian's head. 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes floated there. Duan Lingtian has broken through to the second level of the void prying stage as well? An inner hall student couldn't help but be shocked. No. It's force. Duan Lingtian used force earlier. He's still a first-level void prying stage martial artist. An inner hall student that was comparatively more discerning said. Force. What force is able to bestow the strength of 1,000 ancient mammoths to Duan Lingtian? Many people were deeply bewildered. Force was divided into 3 levels. Normally speaking, elementary force was able to bestow upon a martial artist the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. Half-step advanced force was able to bestow upon a martial artist the strength of 500 ancient mammoths. Advanced force was able to bestow upon a martial artist the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. Only force that didn't bestow upon a martial artist the strength of 1,000 ancient mammoths. The bewilderment of the people present was Zhongyang's bewilderment at the same time. Duan Lingtian, I never imagined that you're actually able to exert the strength of 3,000 ancient mammoths. I've really underestimated you. However, I said I wouldn't use force, so I won't. I'll use a similar strength to defeat you. As soon as Zhongyang finished speaking, his figure shook once more, and he seemed to have transformed into a slippery loach that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian moved as well. In terms of speed, he wasn't inferior to Flame Young Master. Unlike the pure origin energy beneath Flame Young Master's feet. At the same time that Duan Lingtian's feet flashed out, besides origin energy, there was also force. This time, Duan Lingtian's force was truly and vividly displayed before the eyes of the crowd of inner hall students. It's not just one type of force. Crazy Young Master, Luo Zhan, who was spectating the battle, was the first to react, and his gaze was completely focused on Duan Lingtian's legs. Besides half-step advanced lightning force, there's another type of half-step advanced force. Wind. It's wind force. Half-step advanced wind force. After he discerned the ability Duan Lingtian executed now, Luo Zhan's heart shook, and a wisp of bitterness unknowingly appeared on the corners of his mouth. A first-level void prying stage martial artist comprehending a type of half-step advanced force was already sufficient to cause shock. This Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had comprehended 2 types of half-step advanced force. I feel that my natural talent and comprehension ability can be considered to be at the top in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. But now, I haven't even comprehended half-step advanced fire force. A strand of bitterness that was difficult to notice flashed deep within Luo Zhan's gaze. Whereas now, all the inner hall students were dumbstruck as they looked at the 2 figures that flashed swiftly before them. Duan Lingtian actually didn't fall into a disadvantageous position in the slightest when facing a second-level void prying stage martial artist. Half-step advanced wind force. Outside the exquisite house that stood there like a sentry tower, the old man stared blankly at the scene in the inner hall and was slightly absent-minded. When the violet-colored figure flashed out, the 2 types of half-step advanced forces that appeared at the same time caused his heart to tremble greatly. Duan Lingtian, take this. Zhongyang shouted out lightly, and with a raise of his hand, he pointed out with his finger. Swish. The origin energy finger tore through the sky with a piercing howl that exploded out in the ears as it shot towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian abruptly turned around and copied Zhongyang as he pointed out with his finger. Tempest point. Instantly, a material origin energy finger force shot out from the tip of Duan Lingtian's finger. Not only that, accompanying the origin energy finger force was a strand of light violet-colored energy and a strand of light azure-colored energy, half-step advanced lightning force, half-step advanced wind force. Swish. The 2 origin energy finger forces tore through the sky and collided with each other. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out as the 2 formidable origin energies collided with each other, and in the end, they cancelled each other out and transformed into nothingness. Right when the bodies of Duan Lingtian and Zhongyang trembled at the same time and retreated a few steps. Whoosh! At the place where the 2 origin energy finger forces collided, the airflow flashed and gave rise to a gust of strong wind that swept out in all directions, and it slapped the clothes of the group of inner hall students to the point it fluttered with the wind. But now, no one paid attention to this. Chapter 517. Perhaps, when Duan Lingtian executed his movement technique earlier, most of the inner hall students didn't notice his wind force. However, the origin energy finger force that Duan Lingtian shot out with his finger earlier and the wind force that coiled around the surroundings were all noticed by them. When Duan Lingtian executed his finger technique earlier, besides half-step advanced lightning force, there was actually half-step advanced wind force within that finger force. An inner hall student couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. A single stone gave rise to 1,000 ripples. His words caused all the inner hall students present to return to their senses. This Duan Lingtian, sword young master, had a complicated gaze. Only now did he realize that Duan Lingtian's strength actually surpassed him by so much. His really abnormal. Ji Feng and Sima Yang gasped. Chai Jin's face was gloomy, and his eyes emitted a vicious expression. He actually comprehended 2 types of half-step advanced forces. Flute Fairy stood there with a moved expression on her beautiful face, and her clear eyes that were like water contained disbelief mixed within. Even the person involved, Zhong Yang, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Flame Young Master, was dumbstruck. Duan Lingtian's methods had exceeded his expectations. He was originally a favored child of the heavens and had always been unconvinced by others. Even if it was the head of the 5 great young masters, Crazy Young Master, he still didn't feel that he was weaker than Duan Lingtian. But now, before this violet-clothed young man before him, he couldn't help but feel a wave of powerlessness in his heart. Let's end it here. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Zhong Yang, then walked into the courtyard with large strides and returned to his room. This time, Zhong Yang didn't stop Duan Lingtian. After this battle, the group of Dragon and Phoenix Academy's inner hall students could be considered to have completely understood Duan Lingtian's strength. The degree of monstrous genius of the 7-star sword sect exceeded their imaginations. After a short moment, Zhong Yang challenged an inner hall student, and the inner hall student directly admitted defeat. The remaining inner hall students gradually dispersed. The inner hall returned to calm. Time flowed by, and dusk quickly descended. In an inn in the imperial city, 2 old men were gathered together. What's going on? He Li actually hasn't returned. Did something happen? If Duan Lingtian were here, he would definitely recognize him. These 2 old men were precisely the 2 guardian elders of the Azure Forest Trisect. Tang Hua, Zhao Ming. Did that Duan Lingtian find out? Tang Hua's face sank. Cold lights flickered within Zhao Ming's eyes as he said in a low voice, Tang Hua, we should think of a way to capture that Duan Lingtian as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to refrain from killing him. Although Zhao Ming urgently wanted to obtain the 10,000-year stalactite milk. But when he thought about how Duan Lingtian had destroyed his son and grandson, he couldn't help but feel a burst of evil fire in his heart. Don't worry, Elder Ming. We will find an opportunity. Cold lights flickered within Tang Hua's eyes as he said slowly, it wouldn't be long before the Dragon and Phoenix Academy should be issuing experience assignments to a group of students. At that time, with our Azure Forest Trisect's disciples spreading the news, would you be afraid we wouldn't be able to find an opportunity to capture that Duan Lingtian? Hearing this, Zhao Ming's expression softened a little, but his eyes still flashed with a frightening cold light. 1 month of time. Duan Lingtian remained in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's inner hall to cultivate and not leave. During this 1 month, the news of him and Flame Young Master coming to a draw swept through the entire Dragon and Phoenix Academy like a gale, causing most of the Academy students to be filled with adoration towards him. 1 month later, Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and enjoyed the bathing of sunlight. I hope that Luo Rong has already prepared the materials I need. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with anticipation. Grade 4 Spirit Sword. Just thinking about it caused him to be unable to refrain from feeling excited in his heart. Once he successfully refined a Grade 4 Spirit Sword, he was confident that he would be able to allow the Grade 4 Spirit Sword to possess the ability to provide an amplification of 60%. What sort of concept was 60% of strength? Take Little Gold as an example. Little Gold was a 7th-level Void Prying Stage demon beast, and she was able to exert the strength of an ancient horned dragon by relying solely on her origin energy. The strength of an ancient horned dragon was equivalent to the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths. If it was amplified by the Grade 4 Spirit Sword he refined, it would be able to increase the strength of an entire 6,000 ancient mammoths. In other words, once Little Gold relied on the Grade 4 Spirit Sword to attack, She would be able to exert the strength of an ancient horned dragon and 6,000 ancient mammoth. If Little Gold were to use advanced lightning force again, then her strength would be even more terrifying. At that time, even if it was compared to the strength of the 2 ancient horned dragons, it would only lack the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. Little Gold, let's go. After Duan Lingtian called out to the little gold mouse, he brought her along and left the inner hall. When he was registering at the entrance of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Duan Lingtian intentionally observed for a while, and in the end, he noticed that there was only a 9th-level void prying stage martial artist staring at him from the shadows. Looks like it's still that person from before. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that the 2 old fellows from the Azure Forest Trisect would personally come to monitor the activity at the entrance of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. The facts proved that those 2 old fellows didn't do this. Otherwise, he would really not dare leave the Dragon and Phoenix Academy like this. After he finished registering, Duan Lingtian sped up his footsteps. In next to no time, he shook off the 9th-level void prying stage martial artist once more. I'll properly deal with you once I've finished refining a grade 4 spirit sword for Little Gold. Duan Lingtian floated high above in the sky as he looked down at the azure-clothed middle-aged man that was looking around at a low altitude and seemed to be searching for something, and his face sank slightly. The azure-clothed middle-aged man searched nearby for a while before going to look elsewhere. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian descended from the sky and returned to the place where he shook off the azure-clothed middle-aged man earlier. Subsequently, he directly headed to the Weapons Craftsman Guild. The Weapons Craftsman Guild was bustling as before. After Duan Lingtian entered, he headed towards the counter that the beautiful woman was at the last time. The beautiful woman was helping a weapons craftsman register his assignment when she noticed a gaze focused on her, and she instinctively looked over. Just a single glance caused her delicate figure to tremble. Finish what you're doing first. When he saw the beautiful woman wanting to stop helping the weapons craftsman register his assignment, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to stop her. The beautiful woman nodded, and after she finished, she looked at Duan Lingtian and said via voice transmission, "Respected grade 4 weapons craftsman, the guild master instructed that if you come, I'll directly invite you up to see him." "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. Under the lead of the beautiful woman, Duan Lingtian once again arrived at the 3rd floor of the Weapons Craftsman Guild. "Guild Master, the grade 4 weapons craftsman has arrived." The beautiful woman stood before the staircase and spoke respectfully towards the inside. Unlike the last time, no voice sounded out from within this time. Whoosh! A figure that was like the wind arrived before the door and pulled open the door curtain. "Master, please enter." The old man that pulled open the door curtain was precisely the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild's guild master, Luo Rong. Presently, Luo Rong was looking respectfully and reverently at Duan Lingtian. The beautiful woman's delicate figure trembled when she saw this scene. Although she was mentally prepared since long ago. But she never imagined that the guild master of their Weapons Craftsman Guild would actually be so humble before this grade 4 weapons craftsman. After all, even if it was the Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, their guild master would only nod indifferently in greeting. Duan Lingtian nodded and walked in. "You can leave." After Luo Rong instructed the beautiful woman, he turned around and followed Duan Lingtian. "Guild Master Luo, have you found the thing I asked you to find?" Duan Lingtian stopped moving and turned around to look at Luo Rong. "Fortunately, I didn't fail you." Luo Rong nodded with an expression of excitement that was difficult to restrain. During this 1 month, he'd practically used all the connections he could use. In the end, he was finally able to gather all the materials 3 days ago. He still remembered that at that moment, his heart almost leaped out of his chest. That was excitement. Because once he gathered these materials, he would be able to witness the birth of a grade 4 spirit weapon with his own 2 eyes. To him, this was something he yearned for even in his dreams. Duan Lingtian nodded, and after he received the materials from Luo Rong, he withdrew his violet myrtle flexible sword. "Little Gold, your sword." Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse on his shoulder. Duan Lingtian suddenly spoke out, causing Luo Rong to be unable to refrain from being stunned, and his gaze descended onto the little gold mouse. When Duan Lingtian came the last time, his spiritual force had noticed that this little gold mouse wasn't simple, and he knew that this was a demon beast. As for its specific cultivation, he didn't know. After all, he couldn't compare to Duan Lingtian. Besides being able to use his spiritual force to detect the cultivation of others, Duan Lingtian was also able to rely on the lifetime experience of Samsara Emperor Wu to deduce the cultivation of others. When Luo Rong saw a pocket-sized spirit sword appear in the little gold mouse's claw with a raise of its paw, he was completely dumbstruck. He knew that it was impossible for him to refine such a small spirit sword. Squeak squeak tilde, the little gold mouse excitedly passed the spirit sword into Duan Lingtian's hand, and its jade-green eyes were filled with anticipation. Master! Master, this spirit sword was refined by you? Luo Rong fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva and asked Duan Lingtian with slight hesitation. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and casually combined the little gold mouse's pocket-sized spirit sword with his violet myrtle flexible sword. Master, what grade is this spirit sword? As far as Luo Rong was concerned, even if it was only a grade 9 spirit sword, such a small spirit sword was already extremely shocking. After all, there were very few weapons craftsmen that were capable of refining such a small spirit sword. At the very least, even if it was him, it was impossible for him to refine such a small grade 9 spirit sword. Grade 5 spirit sword. After Duan Lingtian answered Luo Rong, his expression became serious. I'm going to start refining. Watch carefully. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a strand of blue-colored flames lit up in his hand. Grade 4 weapon flame. The grade 4 weapon flame raged restlessly, and in the blink of an eye, it melted the violet myrtle flexible sword and the pocket-sized spirit sword into liquid before fusing together. Luo Rong took a deep breath as he watched without blinking his eyes. At this moment, his feelings were incomparably agitated. Grade 5 spirit sword? That small spirit sword was actually a grade 5 spirit sword. According to my understanding of the Tao of weapons refinement, even a grade 1 weapons craftsman might not be able to refine such a small grade 4 spirit sword. Where exactly did this master learn this method of weapons refinement from? Luo Rong's heartbeat grew faster and faster. Fortunately, his cultivation was profound. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.